"Jack, please pull up on the side," Belle ordered. "I will be walking to school from here with William." "Understood, my lady," Jack replied. "Should I take Sir William back to the residence after he drops you off at school?" "There's no need to do that, Sir Jack," William replied. "There are some places that I am planning to visit. I will return to the residence with Belle later, so you don't need to pick her up." "Very well," Jack nodded. "I will inform Sir and Madam about this when I return, so they won't worry about the young lady's safety." Everyone in the residence had been told that William was their young lady's fiancé, and everyone made sure to stay away from the two in order for them to have some quality time together. After the car pulled up, William and Belle walked hand in hand towards the university where they had studied together. Belle was wearing the university's uniform, while William was wearing black jeans, a white shirt, and a gray blazer. "This feels nice," William said as he walked hand in hand with Belle. "Back then, I dreamed of walking hand in hand with you like this, but I was too scared to confess to you and get rejected." "Do you regret it?" Belle asked. "A bit," William answered. "The time we had together was simply too short." Belle wrapped her arm around William's shoulders as they walked together. "I pray that our time together will be a little longer than what we had a year ago," Belle said. "You'll tell me when you are about to leave, right?" William nodded. He also didn't want to experience the heartbreaking scene that they shared last time. Back then, he wanted to stop time so badly, but he couldn't. Even now, with his powers, he was still unable to do it. That was why he wanted to treasure every moment he could while he was here on Earth. This was to ensure that he would have no regrets later on, even if he were to once again lose his memories of this time. Since the two were walking on the path leading to the academy, several of the students couldn't help but stare at them. Most of them recognized Belle. She was the most beautiful lady in the university, and she had a good background as well. This made her the ideal candidate for the young men to pursue as their girlfriend, especially those heirs that belonged to the upper circle of society. "Who is that guy? Do you know him?" A good-looking man wearing glasses asked his friend who was staring at the two from a distance. "First time I've seen him with Belle," the young man with above-average looks replied. "Judging by his hair color, he must be a foreigner." The ladies were also looking at William with flushed expressions on their faces. The red-headed teenager's hair and eyes were simply eye candy to the girls, and some of them secretly took a photo of him as they walked past them. "As expected, you are gaining a lot of attention," Belle said softly. William smiled as he wrapped his arm around Belle and rested his hand on her waist. "It is best to let them know that I am your man." Just as William intended, his action caused different reactions to come from the people around them. Some looked at them in surprise, while others looked in envy. The guys were also openly glaring at William for his audacity, which the half-elf brushed off like a passing breeze. This scene continued all the way to the gate of the university, where a small crowd had gathered. Those who had seen William and Belle walking like a couple had sent picture messages to their friends who were already inside the university. These people had immediately rushed to the gate in order to see the red-headed teenager, who had made their university's Belle look like a blooming flower that was watered with love. "So, it's true," one of Belle's classmates muttered. "Just who is that guy? Do you guys know him?" The other boys shook their heads because they really didn't know who William was. When the two lovebirds arrived at the gates, William wrapped his arms around Belle and gave her a kiss on the cheek, which immediately made him public enemy number one for all the boys who had a crush on Belle. The girls, on the other hand, squealed in delight after seeing the handsome boy confidently kiss Belle in front of everyone. "I will pick you up after school," William said as he stared into her eyes. "Don't miss me too much, okay?" "I'll try," Belle replied. She knew what William was trying to do, so she decided to play along in order to make those who were pursuing her back away completely. "I love you." Belle kissed William's cheeks, which made the girls squeal a second time. The boys, on the other hand, felt their hearts break after seeing this public display of attention, which made them very jealous and envious. William then glanced at the spectating boys who were looking at him as if he was the one that killed their family. The half-elf planned to give them the killing blow to ensure his claim on the girl who held his heart. "My name is William and I am Belle's fiancé," William declared. Nice to meet all of you. After making his declaration, he gave Belle one last peck on the cheek before letting go of her body. Originally, he planned to kiss her on the lips in front of everyone, but he thought that it would be too much, so he compromised and gave her another kiss on the cheek instead. As expected, it had the desired effect that he was looking for, which made him look at the boys with a smug expression, as if telling them that he's the chosen one and all of them could just suck an egg. Belle blushed because she didn't expect that William would not hold back the display of his affection in public. After that scene, Belle walked through the gate and waved at William one last time. Although she wished that she could skip school just to be with him, it was not possible. She had responsibilities to take care of, and many were relying on her to do the things that only she could do. The half-elf waved back and even blew her a flying kiss, which made all the boys want to stab him with kitchen knives. Paula and Hannah appeared and flanked the black-haired beauty on both sides as if they were her trusted bodyguards. Both girls glanced at William, who gave them a brief nod to acknowledge their presence. After Belle and her besties disappeared from view, William left the school with a spring in his steps. Just as he mentioned earlier, he planned to visit a few places while he was still in the city. One of those places was the orphanage where he had stayed in the past. He wanted to see if Belle's father, Raymond, had honored his word and supported the place where he had grown up, alongside with the children whom he had treated as his brothers and sisters, when he was still alive on Earth. Smiles Orphanage, William muttered as he looked at the place where he had been raised with love and care. Although there were times when the food wasn't that good because they didn't receive enough donations, it was still a place that William had called home. With a glance, William could tell that the white paint that now covered the outside had been done recently. It was a stark contrast to the old orphanage that he remembered, where the paint had already turned gray with some parts of it flaking off. His gaze then landed on the newly built steel gate and the small guardhouse that was manned by 2 guards. Back then, there had only been one rusty old gate, and there had been no guardhouse. Seeing these improvements, the half-elf had to admit that Raymond had kept his promise and ensured that his old home was well taken care of. Approaching the gate, the 2 guards asked his reason for coming to the orphanage. William looked too young to adopt a child, so they didn't tag him as someone who would come to visit for an adoption. I came here to personally give a donation, William said with a smile. Can I meet the person in charge? After hearing the words, give a donation, the 2 guards' attitude completely changed, and they enthusiastically allowed William to enter the premises of the orphanage. William sighed internally as he walked the familiar path that led to the entrance of the orphanage. A few years ago, the place looked so bare, but now, the path was littered with flowering plants and trees, making the surroundings look more alive. After arriving at the main entrance, a chubby, middle-aged woman wearing glasses greeted William. William noticed the 2 small children clinging to her legs. Though he didn't recognize the 2 of them, he estimated that both of the children were around 5 to 6 years old. She was none other than the director of the orphanage, whom William and the other kids called Mama Beth. William wanted to hug the kind woman who had taken good care of him all these years, but he forced himself to hold back as he greeted her with a smile. Good morning. My name is William von Ainsworth, and I have come to give a donation, William said. Upon hearing the name William, a sad expression momentarily passed across Beth's face before she tried to force herself to smile. My name is Beth, and I am the director of Smiles Orphanage, Beth replied. Thank you for taking the time to come to our humble orphanage. Please, let's talk in my office. Beth held the hands of both children as they walked beside her. William followed a few steps behind the 3 as he observed the inside of the orphanage. Things were almost the same, except that the interior of the orphanage had also been repainted to look new. The children were wearing clean and proper clothes, and their laughter could be heard in the hallway, which made William feel at ease. It made him feel that what he did was worth it. Before arriving at the office, Beth entrusted the 2 children to one of the staff, so that she could talk to William in private. Please take a seat, Beth said as she sat on her chair. She eyed William with a calm expression on her face, but deep inside she wasn't feeling calm. The boy in front of her greatly reminded her of the boy who had passed away in order to give all of them a better life. William may have been sickly, but he was a very hard-working boy. All the kids in the orphanage looked up to him. This made it very hard for Beth to break the news of his passing to them. In the end, she told everyone that William had been adopted by a good family, and had to be taken abroad as soon as possible to cure his illness. Although the children dearly missed him, the thought of their big brother being adopted by a good family made them happy. After reminiscing for a while, Beth pulled herself back to reality and smiled at the red-headed teenager, who was looking at her with a tender gaze. This was the first time she was meeting the handsome boy, but for some odd reason, she had a feeling that they had known each other for a very long time. "I came here to give my donation," William stated as he handed a check to Beth with both hands. "Here, please accept this." "Thank why?" Beth wasn't able to finish her words because of shock. After she received the check from William's hands, her eyes subconsciously locked on to the amount of money written on it, and it made her body shudder. $250 million? The director of the orphanage almost dropped the check in her hand due to her surprise. William, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't play a prank on this old lady. Are you planning to give me a heart attack? This check is real, Miss Beth, William replied. Of course, if you are still doubting whether this money is real or not, I can just have it directly transferred to the orphanage's bank account. Please, just transfer it directly to our account, Beth stuttered. I'm afraid that I might lose this check on my way to the bank. She was still half in doubt if William was telling the truth or not, so she decided to play it safe. The middle-aged lady knew that she would be heartbroken if the boy in front of her was just teasing her, and let her go on a fool's errand. William nodded in understanding. He had considered that this scenario might happen, so he decided to just let Adele handle the bank transfer. Raymond had already injected a good amount of money into the orphanage, so his credibility would be higher compared to William's. Before the half-elf had accompanied Belle to school, William had a private talk with Adele. He asked for some money in exchange for the gold bars in his possession. Adele almost lost her composure when William presented her with 2 suitcases of gold bars. Naturally, this gold came from the resources that he had commandeered when he was still in the southern continent, and negotiating with Princess Sydney during the war with the elves. He had acquired several mines in the process, and among them were 3 gold mines. The Requiem ants had helped him mine these resources and process them into gold bars for him. This gave the half-elf unprecedented riches, which he didn't plan to share with his grandpa James because both of them were 2 peas in a pod. The Ainsworth family seemed to have a popular saying that went along the lines of, "What is yours is mine, and what is mine alone." Since that was the case, he would just hoard all the gold he could get, and hide it from the old coot, who always told him that their family was poor. After a series of negotiations, Adele decided to give William the base price of $255 million for the gold bars in his possession. The half-elf didn't plan to bargain because these were Belle's parents, who would also be his in-laws in the future. Naturally, if his in-laws were happy, he would be happy as well. What William didn't know was that after he had left with Belle to school, Adele hurriedly told her husband about his exchange with the half-elf. After confirming the authenticity of the gold bars, Raymond's impression of William changed. He had originally been worried that the red-headed teenager was a country bumpkin whose sole intention was to marry his daughter because of her duty and their wealth. The thought of William mooching off on their family fortune made Raymond quite dissatisfied with the boy. But now things had changed. After seeing that the red-headed teenager could casually exchange 2 briefcases of gold bars with his wife, Raymond had to reevaluate the person who claimed to be Belle's fiancé. After regaining her composure and giving an apology to William, Beth took her guest on a tour of the orphanage. They visited the dining area, the playground, the bedrooms, the prayer rooms, as well as the other facilities that were recently added to the orphanage, like the badminton court. William couldn't help but smile when he saw the children playing badminton outside the orphanage. All of them were having fun. It was at that moment when one of the guards that was stationed at the gate came running towards Beth and whispered something in her ear. "I didn't ask for a delivery of toys," Beth said. "Are you sure that they didn't get the wrong address?" "No, Miss Beth," the guard replied. "The address written in their form is the address of this orphanage." "But I didn't make any orders for toys." Beth shook her head firmly. While the director of the orphanage and guard were unsure about what to do, William spoke up and cleared their confusion. "I was the one that asked for those toys to be delivered here," William stated. "Don't worry, those toys have already been paid for." Before William went to the orphanage, he visited the largest toy store in the city and bought toys in bulk. He then asked them to be delivered at the Smiles orphanage to serve as a gift to his brothers and sisters. Beth stared at William in disbelief. She was starting to wonder if she was dreaming or not. Fortunately, after giving herself a pinch, she realized that this was not a dream but reality. With the red-headed teenager taking the lead, the toys that he had bought were distributed to all the children in the orphanage, which made the kids extremely happy. Beth had tears streaming down the side of her face when she saw the happiness in the children's faces. For a brief moment, Beth thought she saw the sickly William's image overlap with the handsome, red-headed teenager who was handing a little doll to a 3-year-old girl with a doting smile on his face. "Thank you very much for your donation, William." Beth gave William a respectful bow, which the half-elf had no way to decline. "You're welcome, Miss Beth," William replied. "I am glad that the Smiles orphanage is doing its best to bring smiles to the children inside it. If fate wills it, I will come and visit again. We will be waiting for you, Sir William. Goodbye and, please, take good care of your health, Director." William smiled as he waved at the children who were standing behind the gate and waving at him. All of them were holding the toys in their hands, which made the half-elf feel that a burden had been taken off his shoulders. After taking his leave, he wandered aimlessly as he waited for Belle's classes to end. Adele had given him a special credit card that had 5 million on it. With money on hand, he bought toys for the children and still had plenty left to spare. As he walked around the city, he came upon a bike shop and thought of buying one to use for travels. Right now, he didn't have a license, so he couldn't use motorcycles. "Sir, I want to buy this bike with a passenger seat attached on the back," William said as he handed his card over to the salesman. The buying process was smooth, and after a few minutes, William was touring the city on his new bike. William had lost several memories, and some of them had been his favorite places in the city. There were times when he would unknowingly get lost after going to places that he had forgotten. While the half-elf was touring memory lane, or what was left of his memories, Belle was having lunch with her 2 best friends, Paula and Hannah. After William's bold move at the school gates, the rumor of Belle dating a handsome, red-headed foreigner spread like wildfire. Naturally, this made all of Belle's admirers use their connections in an attempt to find out William's true identity. However, all of their search came to a dead end, which made all of them frustrated. "We can't let this happen," a handsome guy with glasses said as he ate lunch with his love rivals. "We need to teach that boy a lesson." "I agree," another good-looking man that seemed to be a model commented. "He should know his place. I have an idea. According to one of my acquaintances, that boy will be back after classes end." A guy with sharp features stated, "How about we send some people to beat him up?" "Let's do that. I'll contact the gang that our family sponsors. I know a martial artist for hire. I'll get him here before school ends." More than a dozen second-generation rich kids banded together in order to form a united front against the red-headed teenager who had struck their bottom line. None of them knew how far William and Belle had gone in their relationship, and they had no intention of finding out. After their love rival had openly declared that he was Belle's fiancé, everyone in the university knew that a storm was coming. Paula and Hannah didn't need to pay attention to their surroundings because they already knew that Belle and William were the current talk of the entire university. "Belle, I think it is best that you tell William to not pick you up after school," Paula said. Even though she was still unsure about whether William was being serious with his relationship with Belle or not, she didn't want the red-headed teenager to get hurt by the people who were madly in love with Belle. "Paula is right," Hannah commented. "It is too dangerous for him to come and pick you up when classes end." Belle understood their worries, so she decided to video call William and tell him not to pick her up later. After the call connected, the handsome half-elf appeared on the screen and gave Belle a mischievous smile in greeting. "Missed me?" William asked. "A little bit," Belle replied helplessly at the handsome half-elf who was giving her a teasing look. Only a little? Yes, so, don't think too highly of yourself. William chuckled, and it sounded like music in Belle's ears. If not for Hannah tugging on her arm, she would have forgotten the reason why she had called her beloved in the first place. Will, I don't think it's a good idea for you to pick me up later, Belle said after regaining her composure. It's dangerous. William smirked. Don't tell me that your admirers are planning to gang up on me after school? How did you know? Well, I would have done the same in their place. Anyone who dares make a move on you, I'll beat them up real good. Belle felt something warm spread inside her chest after hearing William's declaration. She had seen how he fought against those who had tried to take his lovers away from him, and she would be lying if she said that she didn't feel envious of them. Just wait for me, William said with a confident smile plastered on his face. No one in this world can prevent me from picking up my fiancée from school. Be careful, okay? You should tell that to your admirers. They're poking the wrong tree. After the serious talk was over, Belle asked William what he did after he left the school. The half-elf narrated the events that had happened at the orphanage, in addition to showing her the bike he'd bought, so that he could use it to pick her up later. Paula and Hannah listened to their conversation as they ate their lunch beside their bestie, who was now focused on chatting with her fiancé. I'm going to hang up, Belle smiled. Classes will start soon. Okay. William nodded. We will continue what we started last night. Sorry, but I'm not going to let you get any sleep tonight. Paula, who had just taken a sip of her iced tea, almost choked after hearing William's words. Hannah, on the other hand, blushed because she didn't expect that William and Belle were already at that stage of their relationship. Belle, who had realized William's motive, only shook her head helplessly before admonishing the half-elf who was doing his best not to chuckle. Don't say things that can be misunderstood, Belle admonished. Paula is coughing right now because of what you said. Also, take a look at Hannah. Her face is as red as a tomato. My bad, William replied. All right, I'll hang up and meet you later. Don't be late. Okay? I won't. I'll be there like your knight in shining armor, riding on a brand new bicycle with a 2-year insurance plan. Belle giggled after hearing William's comedic antics. She then disconnected the call and looked apologetically at her two besties that were looking at her with injustice. Someday, I will get your fiancé back for that. Paula pouted. I'll give him a good beating. Don't, Belle replied. The one who will get beaten up is you instead. Humph. Let's see if he can still keep that smile on his face later, Paula commented hatefully. Belle, you'd better be prepared to call an ambulance later. Okay? I'm afraid that your fiancé's face will be used as a rag to clean the floor. Belle looked troubled after hearing Paula's words. Her two best friends exchanged a glance at each other because they thought that Belle was really thinking about calling an ambulance for William. What they didn't know was that Belle was really considering calling her father, Raymond, to send some ambulances to the university after school. These ambulances would ensure that the people who tried to attack her beloved would not accidentally kick the bucket after receiving one of William's blows, which could easily shatter a boulder to pieces. Belle, this is bad. Like really bad. Paula sent a video call to Belle as she pointed the camera at the dozens of men wearing black suits outside their university gates. Aside from them, there are also burly guys that screamed the "I am a gangster" vibe that made Paula feel anxious for William's safety. Several other men were also here, Paula reported in a shaky voice. One of them is this year's MMA champion. Looking at his expression, he seems to be here to deal with your fiancé. Tell William to not come to the university, or he might end up getting beaten to death. Belle blinked as she looked at the intimidating men that numbered over 100, camping outside their university gates. If she hadn't seen William's memories of his life in Hestia, she might have become worried for her beloved. However, after seeing those wars which William had fought head-on, Belle felt that the number of people that came to try and beat her fiancé to death was underwhelming. In fact, what Belle was worried about was William getting carried away and punching a hole in their bodies. Okay, I'll send him a message to not accidentally kill anyone, Belle replied. Huh? What are you talking about? Paula became confused after hearing Belle's reply. Are you so blinded by love that you can't understand the current situation? Belle, if you really love William, tell him not to. OMG, he's already here. It's too late. Just as Paula was about to urge Belle to tell William to change his plans, the red-headed teenager appeared in her vision while riding a bike. After seeing Paula in the distance, William smiled and even waved at her, which made Belle's best friend suddenly have the urge to throw her cell phone into his face. Several students of the university had also gathered at the gate, including the masterminds that had called their subordinates to beat up William and make him understand his place. The crowd that had gathered already expected something like this would happen, and were even looking forward to a wonderful show. The security guards of the university were in a bind. They didn't have enough manpower to challenge the men in black suits, gangsters, MMA champion, and other martial artists that had gathered in front of their university gate. Just for the sake of one person, this is overkill. I know, right? Belle's fiancé will definitely not show his face here again after today. He'll be lucky if the ambulance arrives here on time after he gets beaten. There's a good chance that they'll beat him until he's half dead. Poor guy. He should have kept his relationship with our university's Belle a secret. Being low-key is the best. Several students chatted with each other as they looked pitifully at Belle's fiancé, who seemed to have no idea what was happening in his surroundings. The men didn't do anything until he reached the gate of the university. They merely formed an encirclement to prevent him from escaping their grasp, while waiting for their young masters to give the signal to attack. "I'm here at the gate," William said while talking to Belle on his cell phone. "Let's hurry up and go home. I'm not going to let you get any sleep tonight." A pin-drop silence suddenly fell on the gate after everyone heard William's words. The half-elf didn't bother to lower his voice. In fact, he even raised it in fear that the students would not be able to hear him. Belle, who was on the other side of the call, blushed and even cursed William internally for purposely making trouble. In the end, she could only shake her head as she told him that she would be at the gates in 10 minutes. Just as soon as William ended the call, a handsome guy wearing glasses walked towards him. "So, you are Belle's fiancé, correct?" the handsome guy asked as he fixed the glasses on his face using his middle finger. "Yes," William replied. "What can I do for you?" The handsome guy smirked as he raised his hand. "Well, for starters, how about you kneel and beg for mercy? And why should I do that? Because if you don't, you'll be sorry." William sighed as he got off his bicycle and leaned it on the wall beside the gate. "And how exactly do you plan to make me sorry?" William asked as he flipped his hair. The red-headed teenager's display of arrogance made some of the girls looking at him squeal internally. The guys, on the other hand, clicked their tongues and waited for the stupid boy to get gangbanged to oblivion. "It's either you are very brave or very stupid," the handsome guy wearing glasses said. "I wonder which is it?" "Oh, please, can you not be a pussy and just tell me what you want?" William replied. "Didn't you hear me earlier? I said I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. How about you kneel and beg for mercy while I'm still in a good mood?" The handsome guy sneered as he pointed his hand at the red-headed teenager who didn't know who he was dealing with. "Impudent fool. Make him kneel for me," the handsome guy ordered. "Yes, young master." A man wearing a black suit stepped forward. He was one of the bodyguards of the handsome guy, and had already been told about the current situation. The other bodyguards only crossed their arms and sniggered. For them, ganging up on a mere teenager was beneath them, so their comrade alone would suffice. When the man was only a meter away from William, his body suddenly stiffened before collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Everything happened so fast and no one present knew what happened. "That's it?" William asked as he walked towards the handsome man who still had no idea what happened to one of his bodyguards. Sensing a threat to his young master's life, the other bodyguard grabbed the handsome guy wearing glasses and backed away before giving out his orders to his men. "Get him! Don't hold back!" the bodyguard shouted. Seeing their fallen comrade, the over a dozen men wearing black suits stormed William like a proper unit. All of them were veterans in the trade and knew how to fight as a group. Although they felt it a bit shameful to attack the boy together, their superior's order was absolute. William yawned and covered his mouth with his left hand, as the men approached him from all sides. Each of the bodyguards then unleashed a blow aimed at different parts of the boy's body, in order to bring him to his knees. It was at that moment when a resounding slap was heard at the gate of the university, and what followed next made everyone gasp in disbelief. The red-headed teenager slapped the nearest man with his right hand and sent him flying a few meters away. Several more slapping sounds spread in the surroundings as the half-elf slapped all the bodyguards like pesky flies and sent them flying in different directions. William had controlled his strength properly and even applied a healing spell on his hand, so although the bodyguards were sent flying, their injuries were healed right away. The handsome guy wearing glasses looked at this scene in disbelief. He was not the only one who thought the same way. All that were present at the scene, including Belle's best friend Paula, were looking at William with their mouths agape. Just what the fuck happened? That was everyone's thoughts at the moment as they watched the half-elf in awe. Well, who's next? William asked. I'm sure you didn't come here to watch, right? Come. I only used 1% of my strength. While everyone was still trying to digest what happened, the MMA champion walked towards William with a serious expression on his face. What school of martial arts are you using? The MMA champion asked. Face-slapping school of martial arts, William answered. My name is Chad, and I'd like to challenge you to a duel. What a Chad. All right. My name is William. I'll do my best not to hurt you too much. Everyone recognized the MMA champion, Chad, because he had been the talk of the town after winning the championship a month ago. Every aspiring MMA fighter looked up to him, and even went to his training gym in order to receive pointers from him. However, in front of William, Chad knew that he was fighting against another master. He couldn't afford to be careless, because he was putting his name and reputation on the line. Here I come, Chad shouted as he charged towards William with the intention of giving him one of his ultimate combo moves that had paved the way for him to become a champion. Come at me, bro. William smirked as he prepared to knock the guy unconscious. However, something unexpected happened that Chad and William didn't expect. The gangsters had also entered the fray, brandishing their steel pipes at William. They were natural lawbreakers, so they didn't care about rules or anything. This sudden act of violence made the girls in the crowd scream as they covered their eyes to prevent themselves from seeing a gruesome scene of William getting beaten up to a pulp. The half-elf ignored the gangsters and just focused on the man in front of him. He was wondering what Chad was going to do in this situation. The MMA champion immediately stopped his attack and backed away. He was tempted to help William deal with the gangsters, but he knew that these people were the unruly bunch. In order to not be targeted by their backers, he decided to just back off, while feeling sorry for William. Good choice, William said before reaching out to grab the steel bar that was descending on his head. The gangster's eyes widened in shock when he saw that his attack was completely blocked by the red-headed teenager, who held his steel bar in a vice grip. Time to clean up the trash first, William said as he grinned evilly. Although he felt a little guilty for bullying weaklings, it was also the perfect opportunity to show everyone who they were dealing with. As Belle's fiancé, he needed to make them understand that he was not a pushover. He also wanted everyone to know that Belle made the right choice in choosing him as her significant other. A few moments later, several screams filled with pain reverberated in the surroundings. Paula gulped as she saw the bodies of the gangsters fly several meters away after receiving a palm strike from William. It was at that moment when she realized that her best friend's fiancé was not the ordinary country bumpkin she thought he would be. Unlike the bodyguards, William made sure that the gangsters would be in a world of pain after they received his palm strikes. Although he controlled his strength, he made sure to break their arms, so they would never be able to hold a weapon again in their lives. William had no mercy for ruthless people, especially those who attacked him with the intention of killing him. Howls of pain permeated the surroundings as the gangsters held onto their broken arms. Even with the best medicine in the world, they would never be able to use it again because William had made sure that they would be crippled for life. After dealing with the pests in his surroundings, William cracked his knuckles before glancing at Chad, who stood several meters away from him. Okay, let's go for round 2, William said with a devilish smile. Come at me, bro. Chad waved his hand in a friendly manner. I'll pass. No need to fight anymore. What a joke. I don't want to end my career just yet. If I knew that I was being pitted against this monster, I would have never come here. These were the thoughts that were playing in Chad's head as he looked at the red-headed teenager in front of him. Fine by me. William shrugged before walking towards the handsome guy with glasses who was shuddering behind the bodyguard protecting him. You were saying earlier that I should kneel and beg for mercy, right? William asked as he cracked his knuckles. That was just a joke, the handsome guy hurriedly said as his teeth chattered in fright. I was just joking. Oh? It was just a joke then? Why yes, it was just a joke. William chuckled as he continued to walk towards the handsome guy with glasses. Stop! The bodyguard hurriedly stood in between his employer and the red-headed teenager who had the smile of a devil on his face. Don't come any closer. You don't know who my young master is. You're in the way, William said as he casually slapped the bodyguard, sending him flying towards the side unconscious. Seeing his last line of defense broken, the boy collapsed and fell on his bum, while looking at William with horror. I am sorry. Please, forgive me, the handsome guy pleaded. Stay away. As one of the sons of the richest people in the city, he prided himself for being above others. He had never encountered someone that could threaten his life because he was always surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. However, today, his worldview changed completely as he stared at the red-headed monster who was looking down on him with eyes that were void of mercy. William crouched down and lightly tapped the handsome guy's cheek with his hand. Do you know who I am? William asked in a tone that carried an underlying killing intent that was enough to paralyze the handsome guy's body. Am Miss Bell's fiancé, the handsome guy answered. That's right. I am her fiancé, so stay away from her. Okay? Why yes, I will. I promise. William's killing intent was not something that an ordinary person could handle. If he wished for it, he could traumatize someone and make them go crazy for life. William then moved his head closer to the handsome guy and whispered something in his ears. If I see you going near my girl, I will find you and kill you. Do I make myself clear? William whispered. The man was overcome with panic and fear that he couldn't even answer William's simple question. Because of his current mental state, he had pissed himself out of fright, as William's words made his whole body tremble. The half-elf knew that the handsome guy was near his breaking point, so he backed away, allowing the latter to take a breather. The handsome guy's tears and snot were freely flowing down his face, and he no longer looked as cool and suave like he always did. William then scanned the crowd of students who were looking at him with fearful eyes. Is there anyone else? William asked with a dazzling smile on his face. I am going out on a date with my fiancée, so if any of you still have any complaints, please step forward. All the students unconsciously took a step back after hearing William's words. Even those who had planned to teach him a lesson had all lost their confidence. They no longer wanted to have any connection with the red-headed teenager whom they had branded as a monster, since he didn't even bat an eye when breaking people's arms. Will, I'm here, Belle said when she arrived at the gates. The people blocking her way created a path for her, and she moved towards her beloved with a sweet smile on her face. What took you so long? William inquired before kissing her cheeks. I called my father so he can send some ambulances here. You held back, right? Of course. If I didn't, all of them would have turned into meat paste already. I only used 1% of my strength. Good. Belle kissed William's cheek before handing her bag to him. Shall we go? Of course, my lady. William grinned as he held her hand and led her toward his bike. After Belle had sat on the passenger seat, she wrapped her arms around William's waist to secure herself in place. Paula Hannah, see you tomorrow, Belle said as she waved at her friends, who were too shocked to react to her farewell. See you guys tomorrow, William commented as he gave Belle's two besties a brief nod before pedaling away. Only when the two lovebirds had disappeared from sight did everyone manage to breathe normally. A heated discussion immediately ensued as the students talked about what had just transpired before their eyes. The guys were in awe of William's strength. Some of them even fervently wished that they could be just like the red-headed teenager, who was like one of those martial arts experts in the movies. Did you see that? That guy must be a hidden martial arts master. Damn! Is he perhaps accepting disciples? So, this is why our university bell has fallen for him. Now it all makes sense. How can our number one beauty just choose a random guy on the street? William's performance also affected the ladies who had watched everything from start to finish. The majority of them were Belle's classmates, and they envied the beautiful lady because not only was her fiancé handsome, he was also strong enough to protect her. He's so dreamy. Why are all the good men taken? I wonder. Does he have a brother? I don't mind if there is an age gap. I just want someone like him. Just looking at his red hair, he must be a foreigner. Maybe we should ask Belle later if he could introduce us to guys like him. I want my own handsome redhead too. Me too. Paula and Hannah glanced at each other with complicated looks on their faces. Both of them knew that when morning came, the students of the university would not look at William and Belle the same way again. Raymond frowned after seeing the video that was sent to him by the agent that he had tasked to follow William. He was watching the scene in super slow motion, in the hope that he could understand how a red-headed teenager was able to single-handedly beat all the people that had tried to assault him in the university. Adele was sitting beside him and paid extra attention to her future son-in-law's performance. The first bodyguard that had tried to attack William collapsed just before he was able to touch the boy. In the slow-motion video, they saw the red-headed teenager tap the man's chin using a finger to knock him unconscious. This move couldn't be seen if you were watching the video using normal speeds, which made Belle's parents get a better understanding of the boy's fighting prowess. The next scene where William sent the bodyguards flying in different directions with a slap made Raymond's liver itch. For some reason, he imagined himself getting hit by one of those slaps, if he pissed the red-headed teenager by getting in the way of his relationship with his daughter. Adele, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow because her earlier suspicions were confirmed. William wasn't someone ordinary, and he was more than capable of protecting her daughter. Not only does he have stacks of gold bars, his fighting ability is also amazing, Adele said. I guess our daughter managed to get a good boyfriend. What do you think? Raymond snorted. Those who resort to violence to handle situations will not have a good ending. Dear, he was only using self-defense. It doesn't matter if it's self-defense or not. He should have done things civilly and talked things out. Adele shook her head. Raymond, you and I both know that those punks didn't go there to talk civilly. They came to hurt him. William only acted to defend himself. Raymond understood this point, but he still didn't like William. This was a natural reaction to fathers that had raised their daughters in an overprotective manner, so Adele could only sigh as she continued to watch the video. I think we should have a good talk with William when he gets back, Adele commented after watching everything. I want to know his family background. I agree. We need to determine what kind of background this boy has. If his family has a shady background, I won't hand Belle over to him even if she resents me for life. Dear, do you really want to get in the way of our daughter's happiness? Do you want her to revert to that depressed state? Are you sure that is what you want to happen? Raymond got tongue-tied and had no rebuttal to his wife's questions. He had completely forgotten that Belle had just recovered from her depression. It was a dark and difficult time for their family because the black-haired beauty seemed to have lost all will to live. This was why they decided to let her stay in the countryside for the time being, in the hope that the fresh air and beautiful scenery would help her recover from her depressed state. Raymond sighed deeply. He was like a deflated balloon that had lost all the anger he had for William. He would rather let Belle marry the red-headed teenager than watch her wither away like a dying flower. It was at that moment when a warm and assuring hand held his own. I think it's time for us to respect our daughter's decision, Adele said softly. I know that it's difficult, but we have to let her go. We can't let her stay trapped in a cage all her life. Doing so will be too cruel. Raymond lowered his head as he lightly squeezed Adele's hand. Give me some time. Okay. Give me your answer after Belle's school trip. Fine. William and Belle had an early dinner before continuing to tour the city while riding the bike. They were not aware of the commotion that had happened at the school after they had left. Several ambulances arrived at the scene and brought the injured people to the hospital that Belle's father owned. Everyone was talking about William's one-sided face-slapping, and the rumor of him being a martial arts master had become the talk of everyone in the university. Aside from that rumor, several stories of how William and Belle met also started to spread like wildfire. Some said that William had saved Belle from a group of bad guys when she went to the countryside to take a vacation. Others said that William and Belle met after the black-haired beauty went on a pilgrimage to visit the temple where the red-headed teenager was practicing martial arts, and both of them fell in love at first sight. There were other variations of the story, but all of them had one in common. All of them stated that William had saved Belle, and in order to reward his bravery, she decided to marry him. These stories made the ladies hold their cheeks in embarrassment and left them wishing that someone like William would appear in their lives. Paula and Hannah weren't able to escape the countless inquiries from friends and acquaintances, asking them for any information they had about William. Even if the two girls said that they didn't know anything about him, none of their friends and acquaintances believed them. Paula was so frustrated that she started to curse the red-headed teenager to the high heavens for making life difficult for her. While all of this was happening, the two lovebirds were spending some quality time with each other. The half-elf was aware that he was being followed, but he didn't try to shake the agent that was hired by Raymond to follow him. Right now, he wanted his future in-laws to trust him, so he behaved properly and allowed the agent to tail him. Belle was not aware that there was an extra set of eyes that were following them from behind. She was too happy to worry about anything around her, and simply rested her head on William's back, while the half-elf toured her around the city. "Let's go back," William said. "Mother and father might get worried." Belle giggled because her beloved had already started calling her parents mother and father. This made her feel at peace because this proved how serious William was when it came to their relationship. "Okay," Belle replied. "Where will we be sleeping tonight? In your room or in mine?" "Let's sleep in your room this time," William answered. "I will sneak in when everyone is asleep and leave before everyone wakes up." Belle nodded her head. With Adele's blessing, the two would usually spend their time together in William's room. He had promised that he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to Belle, and he had stayed true to his word. The two of them only kissed and held each other, and didn't nudge the other to go any further. Although it was frustrating for William, he knew that Belle was also not ready to take that final step that would allow the two of them to become one. Because of this, William didn't insist and just went with the flow. Although there wasn't a timer or anything, William knew that he couldn't stay on Earth forever. This was why he was hoping that, before he returned to Hestia, Belle's parents would finally give him their blessings. When the two returned to the residence, they found Adele and Raymond in the living room waiting for their arrival. "William, come with us to the library," Adele said. "There are a few things that I want to ask you. Also, Belle, go back to your room and change. Your father and I want to have a private talk with William." Belle nodded before heading towards the stairs. She knew that her mother was on her side, so she wasn't worried about her talk with William. Raymond kept his silence and only followed behind his wife as they headed to the library. William walked a few steps behind Raymond. He was quite curious about what Belle's parents wanted to talk to him about. When all three of them arrived in the library, Raymond firmly locked the door after William had walked past him. This was an important talk, and he didn't want anyone to overhear their discussion. Just like Adele, he was dying to know the truth. He wanted to know everything about William, and the true reason why his daughter was head over heels over him. "Please sit down, William," Adele said as she made a gesture for William to sit on the chair across from her. William did as he was told and sat properly like an obedient boy. Raymond sat beside his wife and crossed his arms over his chest. Adele and him had already talked about this, and he would leave the interrogation to his wife. When the boy was properly seated, Adele decided to begin their heart-to-heart talk with the red-headed teenager, whom they had acknowledged as Belle's boyfriend. Personally, she had no qualms with him becoming her son-in-law, but for the sake of her husband's peace of mind, she decided to conduct this interview to put Raymond and her at ease. William, if possible, please answer us honestly. Depending on your answer, we will decide whether we would approve of you as Belle's fiancé or not. The half-elf was caught by surprise by Adele's opening statement, but he still nodded his head in agreement. Okay, so, my first question is this, Adele said with a serious expression on her face. Are you human? Are you human? After hearing Adele's first question, a smile appeared on William's face. He had already introduced himself, but it was quite obvious that Belle's parents didn't believe him. Now, they were starting to entertain the notion that he might not really be an ordinary human, which was very obvious from Adele's question. Half human, William replied. Half elf. Therefore I'm a half elf. William even playfully touched his ears to make his point across. It was also at that moment when Adele's and Raymond's expressions became serious. So, you didn't lie the first time. Adele nodded in acknowledgement. There's no need to lie, William commented. After all, even if I tell the truth, both of you will not believe me. Adele glanced at her husband, but Raymond's gaze never left William. He was trying to scrutinize the half-elf in front of him and looking for the faintest of changes in the boy's expression. A year ago, you met my daughter in the countryside, Adele stated. However, according to the information I gathered from our servants taking care of our villa, who Belle met was a boy who was around 14 to 15 years old. Adele showed a picture of William and Belle wearing pirate costumes, which they had worn during the festival. Yes, William nodded. That's me. But you look older now? Time flows differently in my world and this world. Adele frowned. She could tell that William wasn't lying. As a smart individual, she was able to connect the dots and came to the conclusion that William really came from another world. What is the name of your world? Adele asked. And how did you manage to come to Earth? William leaned back on his chair as he crossed his arms over his chest. The moment Adele asked the first question whether he was human or not, he knew that this was a turning point for him and Belle. The name of my world is Hestia, William replied. As to how I managed to appear here on Earth, even I do not know its specifics. Can you freely travel from your world to this world? No. Adele's frown deepened as her gaze locked on the red-headed teenager in front of her. If William couldn't travel freely from his world to their world, wouldn't that mean that his comings and goings would be uncertain? You said you want to marry my daughter, correct? Adele asked. William nodded. Yes. I'm sorry, but I think I will not be able to agree to your request, Adele stated in a firm tone. Don't get me wrong, William. I want my daughter to be happy, and I can see that being with you makes her happy. However, the fact that you can't freely travel from your world to ours is a big problem. Raymond, who was only listening to Adele's one-sided questioning, glanced at his wife. He didn't expect that his wife, who was fully supportive of William's and Belle's relationship, would be decisive enough to reject the half-elf's proposal. To their surprise, William nodded his head as if acknowledging Adele's words. It is true that I am unable to freely travel from our world to this world at this moment, William replied. But that doesn't change the fact that I have come here twice already. This means that there is a way for me to come here, but I still haven't discovered how it is done. Adele reluctantly nodded her head because William did have a point. Even so, I can't allow my daughter to keep hoping until her hair turns white, Adele countered. Let's say the two of you get married, then you suddenly disappear to return to your world. We don't know how many years it will take for you to find your way back here, or if there will be a way for you to return here. In that case, wouldn't that mean that my daughter will become a widow? As a mother, I don't want to see this happen. It will be very heartbreaking, not only for her, but for us as well. So, unless you can discover a surefire way to come and go between the two worlds, I cannot give the two of you my blessing. William sighed internally. The way to travel from Hestia to Earth was something that he hadn't discovered as of yet. To be perfectly honest, it was something that he couldn't deal with at the moment. His priority was to break the curses from Est's, Ash's, and Isaac's bodies. So his attention had been focused on his mission. If not for the fact that his job upgrade in the Hall of Thunder had allowed him to come back to Earth, he wouldn't have met Belle or her parents at this point in time. It was at this moment when the door of the library was forcefully opened. Belle entered the room holding a key in her hand. She often visited the library to read, so she was given a duplicate key by her parents. This was something that Raymond and Adele had completely forgotten, so they didn't expect that their daughter would suddenly appear in the middle of their meeting with William. The black-haired beauty didn't say a word and simply sat on William's lap. The half-elf's hand wrapped around her waist to support her, holding her in place. An awkward silence descended inside the library. Belle's sudden appearance had disrupted the flow of the conversation, and even Adele, who was adept in her social skills, didn't know how to proceed. Suddenly, Raymond cleared his throat, which caught everyone's attention. "Tell me, William," Raymond said in a calm and even tone. "Have we met before?" William nodded. "Was it 3 years ago?" Once again, William nodded his head. His gaze never wavered as he stared at Belle's father, whose eyes never left his face. "Unbelievable," Raymond sighed. Adele, who didn't understand what her husband meant, lightly tapped his arm as she gave him an inquiring look. "I think fate is playing with us." Raymond sighed for the second time before glancing at his wife. "Do you remember the name of the boy who had donated his heart to Belle?" "Of course," Adele answered. Suddenly her body stiffened as her eyes widened in shock. She stared at her husband in disbelief, before shifting her gaze back to the boy who was currently hugging her daughter. Seeing her gaze, William nodded. "Your guess is right, Mother," William said. "My name is William, the boy who died, so that others may live." "No, this can't be," Adele muttered in disbelief. "It's impossible." Just how?" Raymond looked at William and Belle with a complicated look on his face. "Belle, did you already know about this?" Raymond inquired. The black-haired beauty turned around to look at her father and nodded her head. "Yes," Belle answered. "We first met in the countryside a year ago. I didn't recognize him right away. How could I? His looks from before were completely different from his looks now. However, due to an unexpected turn of events, I was able to discover his identity, and the rest was history." Raymond now understood why his daughter had suddenly broken out of her depression and became lively after spending some time in the countryside. It was because she had met the boy who had given his heart to her, and the guilt she had been harboring disappeared completely. While Belle's parents were digesting the information that their daughter had shared with them, William lightly nudged Belle to make the latter look at him. "Which one did you love more?" William asked with curiosity. The black-haired beauty smiled mischievously before answering William's question. "The old one," Belle replied with a smile, before whispering in William's ear. "The new one is a womanizer, so that is -points for me." William smiled after hearing Belle's answer. Although his past self was nowhere near as handsome as his current self, he wasn't too shabby looking either. As for the part of him being a womanizer, this was completely unfounded. He wasn't the one actively hitting on girls left and right. His current circumstances were just a bit complicated, especially with the culture of Hestia, as well as his memories of Asgard. He didn't choose the harem life chose him. "So, you were that boy," Adele said with a complicated expression on her face. "I know that it's a little late, but I want to thank you for what you did back then. Our family is indebted to you and your sacrifice." William nodded. This was already in the past, so he didn't think much of it anymore. For him, as long as Belle was living a happy and healthy life. A few years ago, she was very busy with work. It was a very crucial time for their company, so she left Belle in her husband's care and focused on their family's business. Adele never had the opportunity to meet the person that had given her daughter a second chance at life. Seeing that the person that was supposed to be dead was right in front of her, she couldn't help but have a sudden change of perspective when it came to matters of life after death. "Belle, do you know that he doesn't have the capability to travel between his world and ours?" Raymond asked. This time, he took the initiative to ask the questions instead of his wife. Adele, on the other hand, was more than happy to let her husband do the talking. Although she had managed to regain her composure, she still felt embarrassed about how she had rejected William's attempt to deepen his relationship with her daughter. "Yes," Belle replied. "Even so, I won't change my mind. I will wait for him, no matter how long it takes. Raymond eyed William because he knew that once his daughter had made a decision, it would be extremely hard to change her mind. William, I no longer have any issues with you becoming Belle's fiancé, Raymond stated. However, as a father, I have to take my stand when it comes to the variables surrounding your relationship. I know my daughter won't budge no matter what I say, so I want to have an agreement with you. Raymond paused before continuing what he wanted to say. 5 years. Within 5 years, you must find a way to bridge the gap between your world and this world, Raymond said. If after 5 years and you still haven't found a way to travel between worlds, please, free my daughter from your hold. She doesn't deserve to be lonely for the rest of her life. William and Belle stared at each other. Both of them understood the uncertainty that they would face in the future. With no definite way of being together, their relationship would undergo the test of time. Belle, what do why? William wasn't able to finish his words because a delicate hand pressed over his lips. 5 years, Belle said. Within 5 years, find a way for the two of us to be together. If you can't find a way, I will come and find you myself and strangle you at the first opportunity one get. Do I make myself clear? Yes, William replied with a helpless smile. I will do my best. So wait for me. Belle nodded. Make sure that you don't forge. This time, it was William's hand that pressed over Belle's lips to stop her from continuing her words. The word, forget, had become a taboo in William's dictionary. Belle also realized this, so she didn't continue what she wanted to say. Instead, she gave William a kiss on the forehead and rested her head on his shoulder. Raymond and Adele sighed in unison. They needed some time to digest everything that they had learned from their talks with William, so they decided to leave the library to return to their own room to have a private discussion. William and Belle, on the other hand, went to the half-elf's room to spend time with each other. Just as the two lovebirds were about to engage in passionate kissing, Belle's phone suddenly rang. William lifted himself enough to move behind Belle to give her a hug, while the latter accepted the video call from her best friend Paula, who had been suffering from the onslaught of questions from her friends and acquaintances. I finally managed to get in touch with you? Paula's words stopped in her throat when she saw that her best friend, Belle, wasn't alone. Right behind the black-haired beauty was William, who was looking at the camera with a smile. Just like the two lovebirds, Paula wasn't alone. Hannah was right beside her and was staring at Belle's and William's image that was being shown in the video call. Do the two of you have any idea of what kind of mess the university had to deal with after the two of you left? Paula asked in a grumpy tone. Don't know, don't care, William replied. If anyone comes to me looking for trouble, I'll make sure that they will be troubled for life. You idiot redhead. The members of the gang you beat up earlier are part of a big organization, Paula stated in an anxious tone. They are the rulers of the underworld that runs this city. Now that you've hurt their members, they will not stop until they have dealt with you. What I am afraid of is that they will not stop with just you. They may also target Belle's family. This is a serious problem. How do you plan to deal with this? If something happens to Belle, I swear that I will fight you to the death if I have to. William raised an eyebrow after hearing Paula's words. Do you know the name of their organization? William inquired. Paula nodded. The name of their organization is called the Black Gate. I can tell you with certainty that their big shots are now having a meeting on how to deal with you at this moment. Black Gate? All right. Thank you for the information, William said before kissing Belle's forehead when she turned to look at him. I'll be out for a while. Will you be here before 10? I will. So, make sure to wear that nightgown we bought earlier. I want to. Belle blushed before reluctantly nodding her head. Although they couldn't do anything inappropriate, that didn't mean that they were not allowed to spice up their relationship. It was not only Belle that blushed after hearing William's words. Even Paula and Hannah felt their cheeks burning because of the things that were playing inside their heads. The black-haired beauty felt regretful that her intimate moment with William came to an untimely end because of the news that her best friend had shared with them. The moment William left the room, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with an expression that was out for blood. Optimus, Find every member of Blackgate and their affiliates in the city, William ordered. Make sure to not leave even a single one of them behind. Understood. That night, under the cover of darkness, the once powerful overlords of the underworld were wiped out from the face of the city. When morning came, stories about the eradication of the organization known as the Blackgate had spread among the other organizations and gangs in the underworld. According to the rumors, a red-headed teenager was seen at several of the scenes where a one-sided slaughter took place. After doing an extensive investigation, they were able to uncover the incident that sparked members of the Blackgate to go to the university where Belle was studying. They also saw the video recordings of William single-handedly beating the gangsters of Blackgate, which made the leaders of the other gangs and organizations shudder. Because of this, they issued a decree that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to touch the red-headed teenager, the black-haired beauty, and her family. They were afraid that if they poked the hornet's nest, the calamity that befell Blackgate would happen to them as well. A week had passed since William, Adele, and Raymond had their discussion in the library. Belle's parents had already made their stance known, that William must find a way on how to cross between worlds within 5 years before they would give him their blessings. The half-elf accepted this agreement because he understood that Raymond and Adele were only doing this because they cared about their daughter. Belle had already voiced her opinion about the matter also, so the talks ended there. Today was also the day where the students of the business management classes would go to K-City for a 4-day field trip. Since the black-haired beauty was the president of their class, she needed to be on the same bus as her classmates. If possible, she wanted to be with William, so that both of them could travel to the city together, but she had her hands tied because of her responsibilities. "I'll meet you in K-City later," William said with a smile. "I have reserved a room at the hotel where your class will be staying. Let's just meet up there." "Okay." Belle nodded. "How are you planning to get to K-City? Don't tell me you are planning to bike all the way there." William chuckled. "Of course not. I'll be taking other means of transportation." Actually, the half-elf had indeed planned on biking all the way to K-City. However, after seeing Belle's scrutinizing gaze, he decided to thrash the idea and think of an alternative to reach his destination. "It's time to go, Belle," Paula shouted from the door of the bus. "Stop your PDA and board the bus now." The students of the university were looking at William and Belle from the windows of the buses that the school had rented for this trip. After the incident at the gates of the university, the red-headed teenager had become a minor celebrity, and all the students wanted to know more about him. However, no matter what they did, they weren't able to get any information from Paula's and Hannah's lips, because the two were also not in the know about William's background. In the end, they just came up with their own backstory for William, in which the latter was a martial arts student, who had descended from the mountains to find Belle, and ask for her hand in marriage. "See you later," William said as he waved goodbye to the black-haired beauty who was dragged away by her two besties. Belle gave William an apologetic look before boarding the bus to check if everyone in her class was present for the field trip. While this was happening, the half-elf was busy formulating a plan with Optimus about how to reach their destination. William's original plan was to follow behind the bus where Belle was at to ensure that nothing out of the ordinary was going to happen to her. Since that was no longer possible, the red-headed teenager decided to just use Soleil to instantly teleport in K-City. After formulating the plan in his head, William left the university to find a place without people. There, he summoned Soleil and used his quickshot war arts to turn it into a railgun by using the system's navigation guidance. The half-elf had already placed a tracker on Belle that allowed Optimus to monitor her all the time. With these steps taken, he would be able to instantly go to her location using his lighting strider skill if something life-threatening transpired. Several hours later, the management classes arrived at their destination. The travel had been smooth, which made William breathe a sigh of relief. The university had made a reservation for the Grand Pavilion Hotel, which was also the best hotel in K-City. As soon as the students were properly guided to their respective rooms, Belle took the elevator on her own to room 369. Before she could even knock on the door opened by itself, showing William, who was looking at her with a smile. "Are you perhaps lost, my lady?" William asked with a mischievous smile. If you were looking for good company, then you came to the right place. I will be your host and ensure that you will have a pleasurable stay in my accommodations. William didn't even wait for Belle to reply to him, as he gently pulled her inside the room before closing the door and locking it properly. What method of transportation did you use to get here? Belle inquired. She was quite curious about how William reached K-City before her. I flew, William answered as he led Belle to sit on the couch. So, Miss President, what is your itinerary for the day? Belle smiled as she snuggled into her beloved's protective embrace. We have no plans for today, Belle replied. Everyone was told to just check out the facilities of the hotel and not leave its premises. Tomorrow we will spend the whole day at the theme park. It has been years since I've gone to one. This time, I would like to challenge myself and ride the roller coaster. What a coincidence. I also plan on going to the theme park tomorrow, William said with a smile. And, to be honest, I also haven't experienced riding the roller coaster. I would be honored to take the challenge with you, my lady. Belle hummed as she closed her eyes. When she was younger, she wished that she could go to the theme park with someone special. Now that William was here, her wish would soon be granted. William was enjoying his intimate moment with Belle, but for some reason, something was niggling the back of his mind. It was as if he had been in K-City before, which he found weird because this was the first time that he had come to this place in both of his lifetimes. Am I just overthinking things? William thought as he poked Belle's nose with his finger. I guess I'll know tomorrow when I accompany Belle to the theme park. There's no rush. In the end, the half-elf decided to toss this matter aside and focused on teasing the black-haired beauty in his arms, which ended up being a passionate kiss. Right now, the only thing that mattered to him was Belle. The half-elf would not allow anyone or anything to get in the way of their precious time together, which the duration of was still unknown to him. William stared at the entrance of the amusement park with a serious expression on his face. Will, is there something wrong? Belle asked in a worried tone. Are you perhaps not feeling well? William broke out from his daze as he lightly squeezed Belle's hand to tell her that he was fine. He had already felt that the city was familiar to him, but after going to the theme park, the haze that clouded his mind finally disappeared. The half-elf didn't know what to think about this discovery, because it still felt surreal. After regaining his composure, he smiled at Belle as he gave her an excuse in order to ease her worries. This is the first time I'm coming to an amusement park, William replied. I'm just overcome with emotions. What are you, a country bumpkin? Paula commented from the side. You've never gone to the amusement park all your life? William could only smile bitterly at Paula's inquiry. He would be lying if he said that he hadn't been in an amusement park. The only problem was that the amusement park he visited was already in ruins and the rides were no longer working. Paula frowned when William didn't give an answer to her question. She and Hannah had decided that they would follow Belle inside the theme park. Although they didn't plan to get in the way of the two lovebirds' date, they also had no intention of leaving the two of them alone. After William's performance at the gates of the university, Paula had flagged him as a dangerous individual that might take advantage of her best friend's innocence. Hannah was of the same opinion, so they decided to tag along with the two and not let them out of their sights. Let's go, Belle said as she lightly tugged on William's hand. The four of them showed their tickets and were allowed entry through the gate. William didn't want to ruin the mood, so he tossed away all his worries to the back of his mind for the time being. He didn't lie when he said that this was his first time visiting an amusement park for enjoyment. The orphanage didn't have the funds to take the children out to visit this place to play. It was at the moment when the half-elf decided that when he returned to the Smiles orphanage, he would take all the kids out to the amusement park to play. Maybe I should rent out the entire theme park for a day? William thought as he walked side by side with Belle, while looking at the various rides in his pamphlet. At most it will just cost me 10 million or so. Belle had no idea what her lover was thinking, but looking at how serious his expression was, she just thought that William was deciding on which ride they would take first. Where do you want to ride first? Belle asked after their group stopped in front of a billboard that showed the different rides of the theme park. Bumper cars, William replied. I've always wanted to ride them when I was young, but I never had the chance to do it. Hannah looked at William with a tender gaze because he reminded her of his little brother, who had also asked her to ride the bumper car when she first took him to the amusement park. Paula, on the other hand, didn't expect that William had this childish side to him. She had expected the red-headed teenager to choose the daring rides like the roller coaster or the theme park's signature attraction, Trip to Hell. William noticed Paula's stare, so he glanced at her with a smile. "Is there something wrong with my face?" William inquired. "Yes," Paula replied. "Your fly is open." The smile on William stiffened before he looked down on his pants. Just like Paula had said, his fly was indeed open, which made the half-elf feel embarrassed. Belle and Hannah giggled after seeing William's cute reaction. Paula joined her besties and giggled as well. This made the atmosphere between the four people more amiable, which made Belle quite happy. She had known her two besties all her life, so she was aware that they still hadn't fully accepted William as her fiancé. But, seeing their reactions, she could tell that they were willing to know more about him and support her in their relationship. A few minutes later, William drove his bump car like a carefree child with a big smile on his face. Belle was seated beside him and enjoying the ride together with him. Paula and Hannah were also seated together. The one driving their car was Paula, and a mischievous glint could be seen in her eyes. Without any warning, their car bumped William's and Belle's, which made the half-elf look at the pretty girl with a challenging gaze. Paula smirked as if telling William to bring it on. Half a minute later, the two bump cars started to clash against each other, like they were having a duel. Belle and Hannah could only shake their heads at the two kids who were going at each other's car as if their lives were at stake. Several minutes later, their battle ended with both sides unwilling to admit defeat. "You're such a kid," Paula scoffed. "HMP, I'm already an adult, unlike you who still doesn't have a boyfriend," William replied with a smirk. This comment of his made Paula and Hannah look at Belle in disbelief. Naturally, Belle shook her head, telling her two besties that the rice was still uncooked. Both girls breathed a sigh of relief as Paula glared at William for lying to them. "Stop spouting nonsense, you virgin," Paula stated. "Next time you lie, make sure you come up with a better story." The half-elf rolled his eyes at the pretty lady who thought that he was lying. If Paula only knew how many wives and lovers William had, her face would certainly turn as red as a tomato out of embarrassment. In the end, William didn't correct her, which made Paula think that she had won the argument. "Where do you want to ride next?" William asked Belle, who had a smile on her face the whole time. "Roller coaster," Belle replied. "Let's go." This time, Paula and Hannah felt like backing out. They had never ridden a roller coaster before, so a part of them was hesitant to follow William and Belle on their next ride. However, before the two could even voice their thoughts, William gave them a teasing gaze, which made both girls hold back the words that they were going to say next. "It's fine if both of you are scared," William said in a teasing tone. "You don't have to force yourselves." One of the things that Paula hated was losing. She felt that if she really didn't ride the roller coaster with them, the red-headed teenager would keep on teasing her for the remainder of the day. This was something that she couldn't take lying down, so she had accepted William's challenge. "Who's afraid of who?" Paula replied. "Don't go crying to me later when you get motion sickness. Isn't that right, Hannah?" Hannah, who really didn't want to ride the roller coaster, wanted to back out, but seeing the pleading gaze of her bestie made her reluctantly nod her head. A few minutes later, the two pretty ladies regretted their decisions. Both of them felt nauseous, but refused to give up. However, when William said that the next ride would be the theme park's main attraction, the Trip to Hell, both girls bid their goodbyes as they went to the bathroom to excuse themselves. William smirked as he watched Belle's best friends make their escape. "Now it's just the two of us," William smirked. "Do you want to visit the haunted house with me, my lady?" "Sure," Belle smiled as she firmly gripped William's hand. She wanted to spend the day alone with him, but didn't want to chase her best friends away. Now that the two had left on their own volition, the black-haired beauty smiled because this was something that she had wanted to do for a long time. Her time with William was very precious, so she didn't want to miss even a second of it. She had learned her lesson a year ago, and had regretted it ever since. Now that a second chance had been given to her, she would do her best to fulfill the wish she had long ago. A wish to go to an amusement park with the person she loved, and have a fun-filled day together. Several hours passed, and the group was once again reunited at lunchtime. Paula stared hatefully at William because of the discomfort she had felt after riding the roller coaster. Hannah had mostly recovered, and was able to enjoy the food that she had ordered. Meanwhile, Belle looked like a flower in full bloom, which made the guys in the cafe stare at her with great interest. After her besties had left, William took her to the haunted house, and the two stayed there for a while. The black-haired beauty felt a kind of thrill that she had never felt before as she and William kissed, while hiding from the monsters, staff, that were roaming inside the haunted house. This was also William's first time doing such a thing, but with the powers he possessed, it was quite easy for him to hide himself and Belle in the darkness, surrounded by people and monsters alike. Several of the students from Belle's academy were inside the amusement park, so it was hard for the two of them to do intimate things in public. Although Belle didn't mind, William did. As much as possible, he didn't want Belle to have a bad reputation in the university. Although he had kissed her on the cheeks in front of everyone, that was only on the cheeks. The impact of being seen, while sharing a passionate French kiss, was vastly different from a mere peck on the cheeks. Paula and Hannah knew that something was off, but they didn't have the energy to make a fuss. For the time being, they just focused on eating their food, while watching Belle and William hand feed each other. After eating lunch, the four decided to take the easy rides like the Grand Carousel, Journey to the Center of the World, Jungle Log Bang, and Jurassic Prank. When the sun was starting to set in the horizons, William decided to take Belle to the Grand Ferris wheel. This particular Ferris wheel takes exactly 30 minutes for a full rotation, and William had made certain preparations in order to make this last ride memorable for his beloved, who was looking at the Ferris wheel with an excited gaze. "Paula, Hannah, please, take a different passenger car," William said with a serious expression. This was the first time that William had asked the two girls for a favor, which surprised both of them. "Okay," Paula replied. Hannah also nodded her head in understanding. "Thank you." William smiled as he and Belle entered the capsule together. After spending some time with William, they had gotten to know how William cared for Belle's happiness. Although they had been together with Belle for a very long time, this was the first time they had seen her looking so happy. She was practically blooming, and it made her charm increase by many folds. As the Ferris wheel started to turn, Belle rested her head on William's shoulder. "Did you have fun?" William asked before planting a kiss on her head. "Yes," Belle replied. "I had loads of fun. How about you?" "I enjoyed it too, especially our little expedition in the haunted house." MMM. Both of their hands intertwined with each other, as they casually chatted about the rides that they had visited during the day. The sun had mostly set and the sky was starting to turn dark. When their capsule was about to reach the highest part of the ride, a beautiful flower illuminated the sky. What followed next was a dazzling array of fireworks that made Belle's eyes sparkle with delight. However, the happiness inside her eyes suddenly faded when she remembered the festival in the countryside. It was one of the saddest memories of her life because it was also the day when she parted with William for the second time. Belle's free hand subconsciously held onto William's arm, as if to prevent him from going away. The red-headed teenager somehow understood Belle's fears and cursed himself for being unreasonable. He didn't consider that Belle might have gotten a trauma after their parting. He only thought of making their final ride memorable. Earlier, he left Belle and her two besties in the cafe, while he went to look for the staff that was in charge of the firework display for the theme park. Naturally, he gave the man an offer he couldn't refuse, so the schedule of the fireworks display was changed according to William's preference. After sending a text message to the man, the fireworks display immediately started and he had timed it perfectly. However, his plan backfired because Belle's memories of their parting resurfaced. "Belle, I'm sorry," William said as he held his beloved. "I didn't mean to make you sad." Belle wrapped her arms around William as she nodded her head. "I know. It's just, The thought of losing you makes my heart ache. Don't worry. I will find a way for us to be together. I promise. William lightly patted Belle's back to give her some assurance. Belle just immersed herself in William's warmth and love until the fear in her heart subsided. She understood that William would once again return to his world sooner or later, and she couldn't do anything about it. This was why she was also doing her best to prepare herself for their inevitable parting. Her only wish was that this time around, they would part with smiles on their faces, instead of tears in their eyes. Fortunately, Belle had regained her composure when the ride ended. William lovingly wiped the tear stains from her face, and promised himself that he would make it up to her once they returned to the hotel they were staying at. "Will, I love you," Belle declared as she stared straight into his eyes. "Let this be the last time we will part from each other. Please, find a way so that we can be together. Forever." "I will, you have my word," William replied. "I love you too, Belle." The two of them smiled at each other before leaving their passenger car. Although William's plan didn't get the result he wanted, the time they spent together was still precious. William raised his head to look at the sky. It was very difficult to see the stars in the city, but it posed no problem to him. High above the heavens, amongst the countless stars in the sky, the constellation of Capricorn shone brightly. It was as if it was observing the half-elf from afar, and making sure that he was safe from harm. Somewhere in the world of Hestia, an otherworldly beauty with light blue hair sighed with her eyes closed. She was currently riding a passenger ship headed towards the central continent to reunite with the half-elf, whom she had raised ever since he was a baby. "Love doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be true," Ella said softly. "Just like the feelings he has for me, and for you." The blue-haired lady then opened her eyes to look beyond the horizon. Her gaze was tender and filled with affection. Some naughty children managed to sneak past the walls between worlds. Ella smiled. "Oh, Will, what am I to do with you?" After returning to the hotel, Belle stayed in the room she shared with Paula and Hannah. She told William that she needed some time alone to think, and the half-elf respected her decision. Paula and Hannah didn't know what transpired inside the Ferris wheel. All they knew was that Belle seemed to look a little sad after they returned to the hotel. "Belle, did you and William break up?" Paula asked as she sat on the bed. "Don't worry, I will lend you a shoulder to cry on. I can also help you beat up William if you want." Belle giggled after hearing her best friend's concerned words. "No, we didn't break up," Belle replied. "Also, I doubt that you can even scratch him. Have you forgotten the way he slapped those men in black suits as if they were flies? Do you think you can do better than them?" Paula stuck out her tongue at Belle's witty comeback. A part of her was relieved that her best friend and Will hadn't broken up. However, a part of her was also disappointed. Hannah, who was listening to the conversation between her two best friends, only smiled as she dried her hair. She had just come out of the shower, so her hair was still wet. She wasn't too worried about Belle because although she looked sad, it was not the kind of sadness that came from an argument or a breakup. "What happened then?" Paula asked. "You were all smiles when you entered the Ferris wheel and looked sad when you left. Did William try to force you to do something you didn't want to do?" "No." Belle shook her head. "Nothing of the sort happened. I just remembered a sad memory. That's all." Paula still looked unconvinced, but since she felt like Belle didn't want to talk about it, she didn't force the issue and changed the topic. "Did you see the fireworks?" Paula said dreamily. "It was so beautiful and romantic at the same time. If only I had a boyfriend to ride the Ferris wheel with me at the time, it would have been perfect." "Well, sorry for not being your boyfriend," Hannah, who had started to use the hairdryer to dry her hair, commented from the side. "Why don't you ask William if he has a brother? Who knows? He might be the Prince Charming you are looking for." Paula smirked as she stood up from Belle's bed and tickled the pretty lady who was teasing her. Belle smiled as she watched her two friends' antics. Although she originally planned to stay in William's room tonight, she decided to stay in her own room for the time being. She still hasn't fully recovered from what had happened on the Ferris wheel. She was afraid that if she were to be embraced by William tonight, the last strand of reasoning in her head would break, and they would cross that line that they weren't supposed to cross. Although she knew that this was what both of them wanted, she didn't want to spend their first time together with these anxious feelings bubbling inside her heart. William left the hotel and strolled the city with his bike. Belle said that she wanted some time alone, so he decided to give her some space. For the time being, he decided to confirm for the last time if his suspicions were right. This was the only way he would be able to stop the nagging feeling inside his head that had made him feel uneasy ever since he stepped foot in K-City. After a quarter of an hour, he finally reached his destination. Orion Grand Stadium. William read the big, bold letters that hung on the entrance of the stadium in front of him. It was where he had experienced many unexpected things. A place where he shared wonderful memories with a red-haired beauty, an Amazon princess, and a mysterious lady who was nowhere to be seen. Glory Shelter, William muttered. Without a doubt, this is indeed Glory Shelter. William then stared at the theme park where he and Belle had just left a few hours ago. It was none other than the Mimimider shelter that Avril had ruled back in the Deadlands. So K-City and the Deadlands were one and the same, William thought. I have a bad feeling about this. The half-elf knew that he might just be overthinking things. But after his hunch had been confirmed, he started to feel a little worried. He still didn't know why he had appeared on Earth, but he knew that there were no coincidences in the world. After visiting a few more places, William returned to the hotel to rest. Even if K-City was indeed the Deadlands in his memories, what could he do about it? Right now, the city was vibrant and filled with life, which was the complete opposite of the dilapidated city that was infested with skeletons and zombies. William shuddered when a thought came to his mind. The half-elf then used both hands to rub his face in order to chase away the nightmarish possibility that had popped up inside his head. No good. William sighed. I can't remove this thought inside my head. In order to regain his calm, the red-headed teenager returned to the hotel to rest. He would rather wish that he was just overthinking things than to entertain the possibilities of the worst-case scenario happening. That night, William tossed and turned on the bed. No matter what he did, he couldn't fall asleep. It was only when the sun was starting to rise did sleep come to him. 2 hours later, the door of his room opened and a black-haired beauty walked towards the bed to check on her beloved. William would usually be awake by this time, but after seeing his troubled sleeping face, Belle decided to not wake him up. Sleep well, my love, Belle whispered in William's ears before kissing his cheek. She then left the room to have breakfast with her two besties. Today, they were going to the museum as part of their university's itinerary. Although she felt a little disappointed that William wouldn't be able to accompany her, she didn't take it to heart. Belle knew that there was still plenty of time for the two of them to be together, so she allowed the half-elf to get some much-needed rest. She promised herself that when she returned, she would pamper her beloved and make sure to let him know that she had managed to get over her trauma, and wanted to spend the night with him while they held each other in a firm embrace. Parker Residence. Adele sighed as she looked at the garden of their residence. As someone who appreciated the appeal of flowers, Belle's mother made sure that their garden would be well taken off year-round. Right now, she was thinking about what to do next. After William's unbelievable revelation, she no longer had the heart to prevent her daughter from deepening her relationship with the red-headed teenager. Her only concern was, what will happen once William returns to Hestia? The half-elf had admitted that he didn't know how to cross between worlds, and his meetings with Belle were always an unexpected event. This was why when her husband, Raymond, said that he was willing to give William 5 years for him to find a way to travel between worlds, she didn't say anything and gave her silent approval. I might be too old for this, Adele thought as she massaged her forehead. Adele had given birth to 3 children, with Belle being the youngest. Her eldest son was currently abroad and studying under the guidance of a longtime friend, whose company had branches all over the world. Her second-born, Belle's older sister, was currently traveling around the country, looking for places where she could build a resort to start her own business. Belle, the youngest of the 3, was everyone's treasure. No one in their family would want to see her cry or fall into depression. The way Adele saw it, she had no problems with William marrying Belle, on the condition that he could stay by her side on a regular basis. However, if Belle's mother and father knew that William was already married to 4 wives, with a 5th just around the corner, they would probably go ballistic and strangle the half-elf until he croaked. "You're still thinking about the boy?" Raymond asked as he casually walked towards his wife, who was seated on her favorite bench, with a dazed look on her face. "Yes," Adele replied. "I'm worried about the future. I'm worried about our daughter's happiness." "Dear, are we really doing the right thing?" Raymond didn't answer and simply held his wife's hand, giving her a form of assurance that everything was going to be well. "We can reach K-City in 2 hours if we use our helicopter," Raymond proposed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to inspect our company branch over there? I'm free right now. Why don't we go together?" Adele smiled before nodding her head. She was the kind of person that felt uncomfortable if she didn't face a problem head-on. A week had already passed since their meeting with William, and a heavy atmosphere had fallen inside the residence since then. "Let's go," Adele said as she stood up from the bench while holding her husband's hand. "Let's have a short vacation with Belle in K-City." Paula kept on yawning as they visited one exhibit after the other. She was someone who didn't really have an eye for art and preferred looking at fashionable clothes, as well as handsome models in magazines. Belle and Hannah, on the other hand, weren't that knowledgeable when it came to art, but they were able to appreciate such things, making Paula feel like she was the oddball in their group. Naturally, they were surprised when they didn't see William in the museum. They thought that the half-elf would be waiting for them at the entrance, just as he had been at the amusement park yesterday. When they asked Belle what happened, she just smiled and told them that he was still asleep. Belle had slept in the same room with them, so they immediately ruled out the possibility that William had been exhausted due to physical exercise. The boys of Belle's class also noticed this, but they just thought that the red-headed teenager was just not interested in works of art. Ever since William's amazing showcase of strength, none of the boys who had a crush on Belle made any further moves on her. They all decided to back away and forget about her completely, looking for other beautiful fishes in the open sea. Near the end of their tour in the museum, one of Belle's professors approached her. Her intention was to remind her about their next stop in today's itinerary. They were scheduled to visit the Orion Grand Stadium to watch a baseball match, after they had all eaten lunch at a fancy restaurant that their school had reserved for them. Belle's role was to ensure that no one would play truant and go to other places, aside from what was written on their schedule. All offenders would be punished after they returned to the university, and the black-haired beauty was there to remind them that they wouldn't be able to get off scot-free if they broke the rules. She was always the one chosen to play this role because all the students listened to her, especially the boys who liked to create trouble. It is very hard to say no when a beautiful lady was telling them to behave, especially when that lady's fiancé could easily clap their cheeks and send them flying several meters in the air. After the tour of the museum, everyone returned to the parking lot where their buses were waiting for them. After making sure that everyone in the business management classes were all accounted for, the buses left the scene and headed to their next destination. Belle stared outside the window thinking about her beloved, who might still be sleeping inside the hotel. She hoped that when she returned, William would be there to meet her, so that they could have dinner together. While this was happening, a black orb of darkness, the size of a basketball, appeared in the clear blue sky. It was slowly expanding and getting bigger in size with each passing minute. Unfortunately, everyone in K-City was so busy living their day-to-day lives that they didn't even have time to look up at the sky to see the looming disaster that was slowly forming above their heads. James, who was currently exploring the void, stumbled across 2 little girls, who seemed no older than 10, walking hand in hand. Both girls were looking in their surroundings teary-eyed, looking so helpless and lost. A single glance was enough to tell James that they were twins because they looked exactly alike. What made the old coot frown was the fact that they were in the void, a place where space and time flowed erratically. One single mistake and you would find yourself trapped in an unknown world, or sent back to the past or to the future. When one of the girls spotted James, she immediately pointed at him, which alerted her other twin. "Great-grandpa!" Both girls cried out at the same time as they ran towards James, crying like, well, the little lost girls that they were. Although James had his doubts, he still dismounted from Sleipnir and knelt down to receive the two adorable, pink-haired girls that had called him great-grandpa. For James, the words great-grandpa were music to his ears. Besides, he had a hunch that he knew who these twin girls belonged to. Woo-woo-woo, great-grandpa, I'm scared. One of the pink-haired girls buried her head on James' chest as she cried her heart out. Maple is scared, great-grandpa. Woo-woo-woo, great-grandpa, I'm scared. The other pink-haired girl also buried her head on James' chest as she cried her heart out like her twin. Cinnamon is scared, great-grandpa. James lovingly patted the heads of the two adorable girls. There, great-grandpa is here. James coaxed the twins so that they would stop crying. Where are your parents? What are you doing in this place? Whoa, big sister took us out to play, Maple replied. But we got separated after a strong wind blew us away. Whoa, great-grandpa, help us find our big sisters, Cinnamon pleaded. They might be here somewhere. James nodded as she lifted the two girls to ride Sleipnir. The moment sat on top of James' 8-legged horse. The two pink-haired girls stopped crying and started patting its neck. Sleipnir had the ability to ensure that the riders he had recognized wouldn't fall off his back no matter how fast he ran. Since James personally made the two girls mount his back, Sleipnir had also recognized them as his riders. Even if James didn't secure them in place, they wouldn't fall off even if he ran at full speed. The twins were already shouting things like, "Giddy yap," or "Run horsey run," which made James smile. The image of the pink-haired girl that always stayed beside William appeared in his mind, and it made James want to go back to Hestia, just to give his grandson a good smacking, for being an irresponsible father. You said you got separated from your big sisters, James said. How many big sisters accompanied you to this place? Cinnamon started to count with her fingers, while Maple tugged on James' arm. We came with 3 big sisters with us, Maple said while showing 4 fingers. That's 4. James chuckled as he put down one of Maple's fingers. This is 3. Maple, seeing her mistake, happily raised her 3 fingers again and showed it to James. 3 big sisters. Okay. James nodded. Let's look for your 3 big sisters. Sleipnir, run around the surrounding area. If you find any traces of living people, head in their direction right away. Sleipnir neighed as he ran at a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow, which made the 2 adorable girls cheer and laugh on his back, which made the old bandit's heart melt at the heartwarming scene. Back at K-City, the black orb of darkness had already expanded to be the size of a car. A minute later, a mirror flew from its dark depths and flew towards the north of the city. 2 minutes later, another mirror appeared. This time, it flew towards the south. As time passed, more and more mirrors appeared and flew in different directions. After an hour, exactly 9 mirrors hovered at the skies above the borders of the city. On their surface, a bright pulsing light could be seen, which was slowly, but surely, expanding on the entire surface of the mirror. It was at this moment when the buses of the university were headed towards Orion Grand Stadium to watch the baseball match, on which their university's baseball team was competing. Currently, the buses were not moving because the traffic light was still red. It was at this moment when they heard a loud cracking sound that reverberated in the entire city. A black tower suddenly appeared in the sky, and with its appearance, all the power in the city went out. Even the battery of the bus that Belle and the others were currently riding was drained of its energy, making its function cease to exist. What is going on? The professor who was seated near the driver asked in confusion. However, before the bus driver could give a reply, a gigantic black foot suddenly stomped down on the road in front of them, making the ground tremble, and the bus shake uncontrollably. Manually open the door now, Belle ordered as she stood from her seat. Open the door. We are in danger. As someone who had seen the unbelievable scenes in William's memories, Belle understood that what was happening was not normal. Fortunately, the bus driver was already a step ahead of her, and was already attempting to open the door manually. Half a minute later, the door of the bus opened and everyone started to leave the bus in a disorderly manner. When Belle finally made her way out, her eyes widened at the unbelievable scene in front of her. A golem made out of darkness was slowly materializing right in front of her. Are they shooting some kind of movie? One of the boys looked around, hoping to see a movie camera to assert his claim. Damn! Are they shooting the sequel for Revenger's End fame? Where's Thor? I want to see Thor. Spademan, where are you? I'm a big fan of Captain America. Do you think I can get an autograph? All around Belle, people were pointing at the giant black golem with shocked expressions on their faces. Some of them were recording the scene, while others were busy taking pictures with their cell phones. In minutes, the appearance of the black golem had spread across several social media platforms, making K-City the focus of everyone in the country. Instead of panicking, the people in the area found the whole thing interesting, because the golem wasn't moving and simply standing in place. They even thought that it was part of a movie scene, and they were lucky enough to be included in the production of such a film. However, Belle knew that this wasn't a movie or a T.V. shoot. She knew with absolute certainty that sooner or later, the giant black golem would start to move, and that was when their nightmare would begin. Everyone, leave this place now, Belle ordered. This is not some kind of movie. That's a real golem. Everyone run. As if waiting for that cue, the black golem roared, making everyone in its surroundings unable to move their bodies. The black golem looked down and stared at Belle. After looking at her for a few seconds, it extended its hands towards her, wanting to capture the strong-willed young lady, who had recognized it for what it was. Half an hour before the golem appeared in K-City, William had just stepped out of the shower room, while drying his hair with a hand towel. It was already lunchtime and he only had a few hours of sleep. Even so, he didn't have any problems with it. His only concern was that he was unable to accompany Belle to the museum and tour the exhibits with her. After wearing a matching pair of pants, shirt, and blazer, the half-elf left his room to go to the restaurant inside the hotel to eat. The moment he entered, he received playful winks from the staff that were tasked to assist their guests in the buffet-style restaurant that William chose to eat lunch. Feeling mischievous, the half-elf returned their playful winks with winks of his own, making the ladies blush in embarrassment. After choosing a few dishes that caught his eyes, William sat on the table near a 60-inch T.V. that was currently showing a noontime K-drama. William had just finished taking a bite of a fried chicken when the program came to an abrupt halt and the face of an anxious news anchor suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the screen, bold letters in red could be seen which read, "Live Emergency Report. We interrupt your daily program to bring you this emergency broadcast." The news anchor reported with a serious expression on his face. A large, unidentified object, which looks like a black tower, has appeared in the skies above the city. Suddenly, something emerged from the black tower and descended on the city. It was a giant black orb that made William immediately bolt out of the restaurant as he ran towards the exit of the hotel. Everyone was so preoccupied with what was happening that they didn't notice that the red-headed teenager had left in haste after seeing the news on TV. It was at that moment when the giant black orb started to transform. A pair of legs appeared and stepped on the street with a loud crash, creating a mini shockwave that sent nearby cars flying several meters in the air. The guests of the restaurants gasped in shock as they listened to what the news anchor had to say next. "This just came in from the mayor of the city," the news anchor announced as he read the words that were appearing on the computer in front of him. "A state of emergency has been declared in K-City. Everyone near the center of the city are advised to evacuate as quickly as possible. The police force has already been mobilized to head to the scene in order to help people evacuate. Please, cooperate with the authorities to ensure your safety and wait for further instructions. Roads are expected to receive heavy congestion. Do not hesitate to travel on foot in order to reach a safe location. Everyone, please, proceed with caution." William flew a few meters above ground, traveling over the streets towards the center of the city. When the people saw him fly past them, all of them looked in his direction and started snapping pictures. "Wow, is that Superman?" He must be one of the Revengers. Where is the camera? I want to join the movie. Did you get a picture? Mine is blurry. I knew I should have pressed the record button instead. As William neared the center of the city, he could see a lot of people running away in panic, while looking behind them. The black golem had mostly materialized itself, and was currently standing still, motionless. According to William's estimates, the black golem was around 100 meters tall, 328 feet. Suddenly, the black golem roared, which made the people near it paralyzed in fear and shock. As if seeing something interesting, the black golem looked down and reached out to grab something from the ground. William's heart almost stopped beating when he saw where the hand was headed. Immediately, his entire body was covered by lightning, as he shot towards the hand that was about to grab his beloved. Belle could only stare helplessly at the giant hand that was about to grab her. Just like her classmates, she was standing rooted in place, unable to move even the fingers on her hands. Just as the hand was about to grab her, a flash of light suddenly appeared and knocked the giant's hand away, making the giant scream in pain. "Bastard! How dare you covet my fiancée?" A red-headed teenager shouted as he stood between Belle and the black golem who had attempted to grab her earlier. The half-elf raised his hand and snapped his finger, which caused everyone in the surroundings to regain control of their body. "Belle, take everyone away and leave this place," William said as he turned his head to look at Belle, whose face was filled with anxiety. "This is not my first time dealing with giants. I can handle this, now go." William flew to the air and summoned Rui Jingu Bang. Right now, he needed to buy time and ensure that the giant black golem wouldn't be able to hurt the civilians. For that to happen, he needed to block all of the giant golem's attacks. William's brows were furrowed because no matter how much he and the system tried to appraise their enemy, they couldn't tell its rank or any information about it. The red-headed teenager briefly glanced at the ground, just in time to see the university students and the other people running away towards the south of the city. His and Belle's gaze met, and the latter gave him a firm nod to tell him that she understood. He was quite thankful that Paula and Hannah were there to pull Belle away because the latter kept on looking behind her. After seeing that they had run a safe distance away from him, the half-elf shifted his attention to the giant black golem whose eyes glowed crimson red. This might get messy, William thought as the giant swung his arm to give him a punch. The half-elf didn't panic and activated his heroic avatar. Right now, he needed to ensure that everyone would be able to evacuate safely. The giant hand and Rui Jingu Bang met, creating a metallic ring that spread across the center of the city. It marked the start of a battle that would bring William's worst fears to life. "Isn't that boy Belle's fiancé?" One of the teenage boys that had just snapped out of his paralyzed state pointed at William. "Yes," his friend answered. "I can't possibly forget that red hair of his. Even now, I'm still in awe of how he slapped those gangsters. Turns out that he's not an ordinary person. Damn, did you see how he knocked that giant's hand away? That was wicked. I knew our university's Belle would not choose an ordinary person as a fiancé. That boy was a freaking superhero. Is he perhaps one of the Revengers? Will his superhero friends make an appearance too?" Everyone watched as the red-headed teenager floated between Belle and the giant black golem who was roaring in anger. "Belle, take everyone away and leave this place," William said as he turned his head to look at Belle, whose face was filled with anxiety. "This is not my first time dealing with giants. I can handle this, now go." As William flew towards the giant black golem, Belle ordered for everyone to run towards the south, away from the battle. The professors who accompanied the students on their trip snapped out of their daze and hurriedly repeated Belle's orders. Those who didn't want to budge were reprimanded heavily. The professors even threatened that they would be suspended, and their parents called to the university. The threat of the teachers worked and the students obeyed. But some of them weren't able to stop themselves from taking out their cell phones and started to take pictures of the William and the giant golem. Some of them even attempted to record the scene, but stopped after getting smacked by their professors in the head, forcing them to evacuate the place with bitter expressions on their faces. Paula and Hannah ran behind Belle, but both of them were still in shock and in disbelief. They never thought that the red-headed teenager that they casually talked to was actually someone with superpowers. Belle, is William really a superhero? Paula asked as she ran beside her best friend. Belle gave her best friend a sidelong glance before turning her head to look at her beloved, who was busy blocking the giant golem's repeated attacks. No, Belle answered. But right now he has no choice to be one. Although Belle knew that her beloved was strong, there was an unexplainable anxiety inside her heart that she couldn't explain. The mirrors that were floating around the borders of K-City started to glow brightly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from one of the mirrors and flew towards the nearest mirror that was located on its right side. When the beam of light landed on the surface of the second mirror, it bounced off and traveled to the next mirror on its right. As the beam of light traveled around the borders of the city, a magic circle started to form in the skies. When the beam of light hit the surface of the last mirror, a barrier appeared along the border of the city, preventing anyone from coming in and going out of the city. However, before the barrier completely covered the city, a helicopter managed to enter it at the last minute. This was the helicopter that belonged to the Parker Corporation, which was managed by Belle's mother, Adele. What in the world is going on? Adele frowned as she looked at the black tower and the giant black golem that could be seen at the center of the city. Just what is happening? Raymond also didn't understand what was currently happening in K-City because they had just arrived at the scene. Contact Belle, Raymond said. We will pick her up and get out of this place. Adele nodded. The reason why they came to this place was to see Belle. Now that an unknown threat had appeared in the city, it was best to take their daughter to safety. Fortunately, Belle picked up after her phone rang twice, which reduced the anxiety in Adele's heart. Belle, where are you right now? Your father and I are here in K-City and riding a helicopter, Adele asked as soon as the call connected. Are you safe? Yes, Belle answered. There was a trace of worry in her voice after hearing that her parents were also in K-City. Ma, why are you and Papa here? The city is not safe. You should turn back now. No, we will not leave without you, Adele replied in a firm voice. Where is William? Ask him to accompany you to a safe place and we will pick both of you up. Are Paula and Hannah with you? We can take them with us as well. There was a brief moment of silence before Belle answered her mother's question. Paula and Hannah are with me, Belle stated. However, William is not here. He is currently fighting against the giant golem, in an attempt to buy time for the people in the surrounding area to evacuate. What? William is fighting against that thing? Adele gasped in shock as she gazed at the giant black golem in the distance. The giant golem was currently swinging its arms to attack something, but it was too far for Adele to see who it was fighting against. Adele was shocked enough that she was grateful to be using the helicopter's headset instead of her cell phone, since she would have most definitely dropped her phone when she heard Belle's words, that the one that was fighting against the giant golem was the same boy who had asked for her daughter's hand in marriage. Raymond, who had just been listening to his wife's and daughter's conversation, flipped the comm switch so he could talk to Belle. Where are you right now? Raymond asked. Let's meet up first. We can talk about what to do next when you and your friends are safe and sound. Belle knew that time was crucial, so she immediately told her parents the nearest landmark near her location. Raymond flipped the comm switch again so he could talk to the pilot of the helicopter. Sir, we can only stay airborne for 1 more hour, the pilot stated before pointing at the light barrier that surrounded the city. Also, I'm not sure if we can get past that light anomaly that looks like a barrier from a movie. I suggest that after we pick up the young miss, we refuel at our company's helipad. Raymond nodded in understanding. Very well. Let's pick up my daughter first. We can worry about refueling and getting out of this place later. The pilot nodded as he steered the helicopter towards the center of the city. Although he didn't want to be near the giant golem, his employer's daughter was currently in the danger zone. So he gritted his teeth, while praying to the gods for their safety. William, who was currently doing his best to minimize the damage in his surroundings, was getting pushed back little by little. Right now, he couldn't actively hit the giant golem because he was afraid that the golem would knock down the skyscrapers around them, causing massive casualties. Due to his heightened senses, he was able to see that there were still many people inside the buildings. Some of them were even recording the battle in real time, which almost made the half-elf vomit blood in anger. "Motherfuckers! Do you think this is some kind of movie stunt?" William shouted with all of his might. "If you don't want to die, then evacuate the buildings now." The half-elf waved his hand and shot a barrage of stone bullets at the windows of the nearby skyscrapers to make the fools who were recording his battle realize that they were in great danger. The sounds of windows shattering and screams of people echoed in the surroundings. William made sure that only the windows of the buildings would be destroyed, and the people behind them would be unharmed. Fortunately, the destroyed windows had the intended effect that he wanted. All the people in the buildings started to evacuate for real this time, which made the half-elf sigh in relief. However, after seeing his display of concern to the surroundings, the giant golem suddenly changed its strategy. Instead of attacking the red-headed teenager in front of it, the giant golem swung its arm towards the nearest building with the intention of destroying it completely. "Shit!" William cursed out loud as he swung Rui Jingu Bang upwards. The golden staff extended and slapped the giant black golem's hand upwards, preventing it from hitting its target. However, as if it expected that to happen, another arm grew out from the right side of its body to deliver another strike to the building that William had just prevented it from hitting. Before the attack connected, William delivered his own punch to deflect the attack, while his entire body was clad in lightning bolt. A resounding crack was heard, but it was not the golem's hand that broke, but William's. The half-elf had a pained expression on his face as he landed on the ground. The knuckle of his right arm was bleeding, and the bone could be seen from his injury. He didn't expect that the golem was incredibly hard, that his full-forced attack wasn't able to destroy its intended target. The thing that surprised him the most was that Sun Wukong's body was nearly invincible. Right now, he was in his heroic avatar form, so very few things could withstand his might even if William fought barehanded. The fact that the one that got heavily injured was him, and not the golem, only meant one thing. The golem far surpassed the threshold of the ranks of demigods. William immediately changed his job class to Life Wizard and cast a powerful regeneration spell on his arm. He also drank a rejuvenation potion to speed up the process because he couldn't afford to wait for it to recover completely. He and Optimus couldn't gauge the strength of their opponent, which further strengthened his guess that he was at least fighting something at the pseudogod rank and above. However, there was one thing that confused William: those with that kind of power had to pay a price for descending into the mortal realm. Since the giant golem dared to do so, it only meant that it was not afraid of the repercussions of its actions. "This golem is simply a puppet," William thought as he glanced at the black tower floating in the sky. "The mastermind must be inside the black tower. If I can break past its defenses, I might be able to stop this golem's attacks." William's plan was good, but there was one problem. He couldn't leave the giant black golem alone because if he did, it might start a rampage that could kill many innocent people. "Damn it!" William cursed internally. Unlike the scenario in the Deadlands, William was able to wield his powers on Earth without any repercussions. The only problem was that he couldn't summon his King's Legion from his domain, because the laws of the world didn't allow it. While William was staring daggers at the giant golem that towers above him, the giant raised its head to roar at the sky, as if telling the owner of the Black Tower to give it permission to unleash its powers. A few seconds later, several arms jutted out of its body, which made William's face turn grim. "Fuck!" The half-elf wasn't able to stop the F-word from escaping his lips after the giant golem grew 6 menacing arms that gleamed in the sunlight. William then stared at his injured arm and the frown on his face deepened. For some reason, his regeneration powers weren't working properly. Although the injury to his right hand was regenerating, it was healing at a much slower rate. Unfortunately for him, the giant didn't intend to wait for him to fully recover. It once again attacked the building beside it with a fervor that made the hairs at the back of William's neck stand on end. The half-elf knew that the giant golem knew that he didn't have a choice. If he didn't block its attack, the building would collapse, killing the people inside it. William gritted his teeth as he turned into a lightning bolt. He knew that it was a futile endeavor, but he still did it. If he could only buy the people some time to evacuate, even if it was just a few seconds, perhaps some of them would be able to survive. Raising his left hand, he blocked the first attack, and blocked the second one as well. However, the third sent him smashing towards the building, breaking the skyscraper in half. The half-elf's body flew hundreds of meters away from the building before crashing on the hard stone pavement. Blood streamed down the side of his lips as he glared hatefully at the giant golem who was looking down at him with ridicule. Although the giant golem didn't say anything, its eyes seemed to tell William that whatever he was doing was meaningless. William's body was aching, but he still forced himself to stand up. It was at that moment when he realized that the place where he crashed down was a place where people had gathered to escape the center of the city. Once again, William changed his job class and used a powerful healing spell on his entire body. Although he seemed fine on the surface, the giant golem's attacks had caused him some internal injuries. Now I'm sure of it, William thought as he grimaced in pain. That golem is a divine creature of some sort. Blood was also coming out from his nose and ears, which made him look like a sorry sight. After chugging another bottle of rejuvenation potion, William was about to fly and confront the giant golem once again. A little girl approached him to offer the half-elf her handkerchief. "Big brother, are you a superhero?" the girl asked with an anxious expression on her face. "Can you beat that monster?" William smiled as he accepted the handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains on his lips and nose. However, before he could even answer, a teenage boy stepped forward to drag the little girl away from William. The half-elf assumed that he was the girl's older brother, so he just continued to wipe his face with the handkerchief given to him. "He's no superhero," the boy said as he stared at the disheveled red-headed teenager who was holding the golden staff in his hand. "How can a superhero get beaten up? Look, he's bleeding all over." The people around the two children nodded their heads. They didn't see William fighting against the giant black golem, and only thought him as a lucky person who managed to survive the golem's attack. "You're right. I am not a superhero," William answered as he used his magic to clean the handkerchief in his hand. "But right now I have no choice but to be one. Also, I think you have a misunderstanding about heroes." William returned the little girl's handkerchief before his body hovered above the ground. Lightning bolts snaked around his body, making the air around him tremble. Stormcaller and Soleil hovered above him as William decided to bring out his big guns to fight by his side. "Even heroes have the right to bleed," William said softly as he flew towards the giant black golem with a determined look on his face. The people who didn't think much of William earlier all gasped in shock as they saw him transform into a lightning bolt and streaked towards the giant golem that had started to destroy the buildings around it like it was having fun. William was feeling frustrated. His injuries were healing at a slow rate while the giant golem in front of him was wreaking havoc like a little child throwing a temper tantrum. In short, the situation was very tricky, and his mind was working at full capacity in order to think of a way to deal with his current dilemma. It was not as if he couldn't beat the crap out of the giant black golem, but the problem was that the entirety of K-City was filled with people. Fighting against the giant golem would require him to devastate the surrounding area, which would lead to thousands of people dying. This was something that the half-elf couldn't do, so his hands were tied. The giant golem, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. It was a creature that was born to destroy and take the lives of others. It had noticed that William was only resorting to defending against its attacks, so it decided to just destroy the surroundings and force the puny insect to meet his attacks head-on, causing the latter's injuries. Its initial plan worked, and it successfully dealt a great blow to William. After realizing that its strategy was working, it focused on destroying everything in its path, killing thousands of people within minutes. K-City had a population of 3 million people, which made it very difficult for William to go all out, especially since a barrier had erected itself along the borders of the city, preventing people from coming in or going out. The red-headed teenager's heart ached after seeing the bodies of the people that had been crushed by the collapsed building in their surroundings. A good number of them had been trampled by the giant black golem, who seemed to think that destroying buildings and killing people were fun. This infuriated William as he smashed Rui Jingu bang on top of its head, making it cry out in pain. Stormcaller and Soleil took that opportunity to fire lightning bolts and fireballs at its eyes, intensifying the damage it was accumulating. William flew towards the giant golem's head as he summoned one of the weapons in his possession. This was the first time that he was personally going to use the weapon, but he was confident that he would be able to give the giant golem in front of him a very painful experience. You think killing people is fun, right? Since that is the case, I'll make you feel what dying feels like. William roared as he pulled back his arm in preparation to throw the weapon in his hand. Lightning God War Art 13th form. William's eyes were filled with killing intent as the weapon in his hand turned crimson red. Go for the kill. Gibalg. The famous spear that was known to cause mortal pain and death to whoever it pierced, flew towards the giant golem's right eye, leaving a trail of crimson light behind it. The black giant golem wanted to swat it down, but Stormcaller and Soleil fired their long-range attacks at its head, making the giant golem miss its target. Gibalg pierced through its eyes and firmly embedded itself inside its head, making the giant howl in pain. However, the deadly spear was far from finished from its onslaught. 2-meter-long jagged spikes jutted out of the spear's blade in every direction, making it look like a porcupine, causing immense pain to the giant. A minute later, several red lines appeared on the giant's head and started to spread across its entire body like giant bulging blood vessels that were writhing out of control. Legend had it that once Gibalg had pierced its target, it would make them suffer insufferable hell, making them wish they were dead. Right now, the giant golem was feeling that pain and it was driving it crazy. It no longer attacked its surroundings, but solely focused its attention on William, wanting to have its revenge on the pesky fly that dared to antagonize it. However, William had already thought of a way to deal with the giant without endangering the populace. William held Rui Jingu Bang with both hands as he rose above the giant's head. He then swung the golden staff as it grew in size, becoming as long and thick as the giant golem in front of him. 4. William shouted as he hit the giant black golem like a golf ball, sending it flying towards the sea. Rui Jingu Bang was also a divine weapon, so it didn't have a problem when fighting against objects of the same tier. The moment the giant golem landed on the sea, it made a huge splash, sending waves flying in every direction. William immediately turned into a lightning bolt to go towards the golem and prevent it from coming back to the city. The giant black golem was furious after receiving William's attack, so the moment it was able to, it stood up from the sea and roared towards the sky. However, that was a mistake because the infuriated half-elf was 100 meters above its head. Sit down, son, William ordered as he slammed Rui Jingu Bang into the giant golem's head. Currently, the thickness of the golden staff was that of a castle, which forced the golem to sink down into the sea like a nail being hit by a hammer. The size of the Rui Jingu Bang further increased as the half-elf smashed down for the second time, pinning the bastard golem in place. That's William, Adele gasped in shock as she stared at the unbelievable battle that was happening in the sea. Yes, Belle replied with a trace of pride in her voice. That's him. Belle's parents had managed to pick up their daughter at the place they had agreed upon. Since there were plenty of seats in the helicopter, they also took Paula and Hannah with them. The two girls had been Belle's best friends for several years, and Raymond and Adele were very fond of them. Paula, who used to be at odds with William, was rendered speechless after seeing how the red-headed teenager was single-handedly fighting against a giant that was almost as tall as a skyscraper. Amazing, Paula muttered. Belle, your fiancé is amazing. Belle nodded. After seeing the battles that William had fought in his memories, she was sure that the half-elf was capable of dealing against the giant black golem. However, for some reason, there was a nagging feeling at the back of her head that seemed to tell her that this was just the beginning of something more sinister. As if waiting for that cue, the black tower that was floating in the sky glowed 3 times. Half a minute later, 2 giant black golems descended upon the city, sending a new wave of screams and panic through the people who were caught in the 2 golems' landing sites. William, who was about to smash his golden staff to the struggling golem that he had pinned down on the sea, froze in shock. He was already having a hard time pinning a single giant golem down, and two more had just appeared. Images of the deadlands flashed inside his head, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Although the half-elf had faced many difficult situations in the past, he had to admit that the current situation was making him feel a sense of helplessness. It was not only William who felt helpless with the current situation that they were in. Raymond, Adele, Belle, Paula, and Hannah, who were inside the helicopter, had a bird's-eye view of what was currently happening in the city. People running through the streets, screaming and crying for help. Cars crashed against each other as they tried to get as far away from the golems as possible. People along the borders of the city were banging on the barrier with whatever they could smash at it, in the hopes that they would be able to create an opening and get through it. The policemen tried to assure the people that everything was going to be fine, but were unable to quell the fear and anxiety that was taking hold of everyone's senses. If there were two words that could be used to describe the current circumstances of K-City, they would be none other than complete pandemonium. Suddenly, loud noises came from the sky as several fighter jets appeared over the horizon. All of them fired their missiles towards the barrier, while aiming at the two giant golems. Unfortunately, their missiles weren't able to destroy the barrier. Not even a crack appeared on its surface. Even so, they didn't give up. They fired all of the missiles they were carrying, hoping that a concentrated attack would create a miracle. After a series of loud explosions, the hope of everyone crumbled. The barrier remained strong, and the aerial reinforcements of the country couldn't break it. The appearance of the fighter jets gave William an idea. He aimed the oversized Rui Jingu bang on the barrier and fired a railgun to break it. A deafening sound reverberated in the surroundings as William's attack collided with the barrier. Unlike what happened to the missiles, William's attack had caused a small crack on its surface. However, before the half-elf could even rejoice, the crack regenerated instantly, forcing William to try something daring. Quick shot war art fusion form. William aimed at the barrier for the second time. Blitzer railgun. William fused with Rui Jingu bang as it smashed towards the barrier with great tenacity. Several cracks started to appear on the barrier, which gave everyone hope. But before they could fully celebrate, the earth under their feet shook. Just as William finally created a hole through the barrier, something unexpected happened. The entirety of K-City rose up 100 meters to the air, making William's plan to allow the people to escape by breaking the barrier useless. The hole that he had also made a while ago regenerated in less than 5 seconds, preventing the fighter jets from entering the city's airspace to provide military support. William knew that creating another crack on the barrier was a futile idea. Even if the jet fighters were able to get past the barrier, so what? Their current weapons were ineffective against the giant golems, and their entry might just make the entire situation take a turn for the worse. Just as the half-elf was about to think that things couldn't get any worse, the Black Tower once again glowed brightly. This time, the people that had died during the golem's rampage started to stir from their deathly slumber. "Gods, please, don't do this," William muttered with dejection as the dead people propped themselves up and stood on their feet. Their body parts that had been crushed earlier reformed and reattached themselves to their owner's body, making them complete. The once lively city had now taken a step to become a full-blown apocalypse movie in real life. Just as William was thinking of what to do next, the sole helicopter flying in the sky caught his eyes. Due to his heightened senses, he was able to tell that Belle, her parents, and her best friends were inside the helicopter. It was that moment when William resolved himself that no matter what happens, he would do his best to allow the helicopter to leave K-City in one piece. Although it was a bit selfish of him to prioritize saving the life of his beloved, this was something that William had decided. Even if many people died, as long as Belle was alive, he would be able to fight against the giants without holding back. After making his decision, he flew towards the helicopter in order to tell them about his plan. But before he could even get near it, a red beam of light shot out from the Black Tower and destroyed the helicopter's rotors, making it freefall towards the ground. "New!" William shouted as he turned into a lightning bolt to catch the falling helicopter. Due to his speed, he managed to catch the helicopter and dodge the Black Tower's second beam attack, which was aimed at the body of the helicopter. William carried the helicopter near the border of the city, away from the giant golems and the zombies that were now starting to hunt for those who were still alive to feast on. After finding a good place to land, the half-elf slowly placed the helicopter on the ground. He then tore open the door to check if everyone was safe. Belle! William glanced at his beloved, who seemed to have lost consciousness while strapped to her seat with a safety harness. Raymond and the pilot were the only one conscious, while all the girls had fainted when the helicopter started its freefall. After a quick diagnostic, William breathed a sigh of relief after finding out that the ladies were fine and had just passed out from fright. Just to be on the safe side, he cast a healing spell on all of them, which allowed them to regain consciousness after the spell ended. "Listen," William said as he held Belle's hand. "The city is no longer safe, and I can't take you out of this place even if I wanted to. The best thing you can do is hide. I will do my best to prevent the golems from coming to this location, but the zombies on the ground might pose a threat. Do your best to find a hiding place where they cannot see and reach you." The red-headed teenager wished that he could summon his King's Legion to defend Belle, but it was not possible. Suddenly, a small chirp reached his ears as a small portal, the size of a golf ball, appeared beside him. Ethan, William's little wren, forced itself out of the small portal, but it was stuck. The half-elf hurriedly tried to widen the gap in order for the little guy to pass through. A few seconds later, the wren circled William's head before landing on Belle's shoulder. "Chirp! You will protect her?" William looked at the little bird with a dumbfounded expression. "Chirp!" The red-headed teenager didn't know if he should laugh or cry on Ethan's confident reply. He didn't know how the little wren was able to get past the laws that prevented his other friends from coming over to help him, but he was still thankful that at least one of them answered his call. "Okay. Take care of her," William said with a serious expression. "If you fail, I will make sure to roast you later. Chirp!" Ethan patted its chest with its wings as if telling William that he had nothing to worry about. Right now, the half-elf could only trust that his little wren had something up its sleeves that gave it the confidence to tell its master that everything was going to be fine. "I'm going," William stated. "All of you, please be safe." Just as William was about to fly away, a delicate hand grabbed onto his arm, stopping him in his tracks. The half-elf turned around to see Belle look at him with a worried look on her beautiful face. "Be careful," Belle said before kissing William's right cheek. "That is for good luck. Don't you dare die on me." William smiled and nodded his head. How could he possibly die when he still hadn't kept his promise to Belle and his other wives? He had no intention of doing so. So many people were waiting for his return, and he couldn't allow himself to fall here. "Understood," William replied. "Be safe, Belle." The half-elf then flew in the direction of the nearest giant golem without looking back. It was at that moment when William realized that if he wanted to turn this entire situation around, he must pay the price of it. A price that he never wanted to pay unless he was left with no other choice. "And no, don't come closer. No!" A man screamed in fear as a group of zombies managed to encircle him. With no place to go, the man was helplessly pinned down and bitten by the zombies while he screamed with all of his might. A minute later, the man stood up and joined the ranks of the zombie horde, in search of other people to turn into one of their kind. This scene was happening all over the city, and William couldn't do anything about it. Right now, his priority was to deal with the two giant black golems. These behemoths could kill more people than all the zombies combined, so it was a no-brainer for William to prioritize them over the other. Just like he did with the first golem, William sent the next golem flying towards the sea, hitting the other giant golem that was just about to reach the shore. Before the two could even recover their footing, another golem smashed against them. However, the half-elf wasn't done with them just yet. Rui Jingubang's thickness was now the size of the glory shelter. With a single thrust, William smacked the three giant golems and sent them smashing towards the barrier. Although he knew that the golems would just regenerate the damage they received in less than a minute, it was the only thing he could do. William needed to buy himself enough time to deal with the root of all problems, which was the black tower floating in the sky. After sending the pesky golems to the sea, William then smashed Rui Jingu Bang towards the black tower with one full-powered strike that was strong enough to decimate an entire mountain. Unfortunately, his plan didn't work because an invisible barrier stopped his attack in its tracks. William was all too familiar with this phenomenon. He already had his suspicions, but after attacking the black tower, his suspicions were confirmed, which made him sigh internally. "Allah!" William muttered. "I will need to find a way to break it." The red-headed teenager didn't know how the Deadlands ended up between the boundaries of life and death. He didn't know many things, but one thing was for sure. The black tower in front of him was more powerful than the one in the Deadlands. While the half-elf was trying to find a way to break through the black tower's defenses by repeatedly smashing it with his oversized golden staff, the black tower glowed brightly, as if enraged by William's actions. 12 more giant black golems appeared in the city, landing on the more populated areas, but the black tower wasn't finished. Thousands of cloaked figures, the size of normal humans, appeared, and they were all holding a death scythe in their hands. They were like the grim reaper of death that William had seen in the Deadlands, albeit smaller. Even so, William didn't dare to underestimate these cloaked figures because he couldn't tell how strong they were. Without waiting for the giant golems to start a one-sided massacre, William plucked up several of his hairs and blew on them. These hairs turned into a dozen clones, which dealt with one giant each. The half-elf knew that summoning more clones would just hasten the speed of how long he could keep his heroic avatar active. But there was nothing he could do about it. There was only so much that a single person could do in the face of 12 giants, plus 3 more that were currently making their way towards the land from the sea. While the red-headed teenager was busy fighting against the golems, the cloaked figures descended on the city and started killing people. They were the grim reapers that ferried souls to the afterlife. Right now, their purpose was to take as many souls as they could, which would then be taken to the Black Tower to act as its power source. With each slash of their death scythes, people collapsed on the ground and their souls were harvested from their bodies by the cloaked figures that represented death. People collapsed on the ground in droves, making them prime targets for the zombies who chased anything that had a semblance of life in them. Just as Belle, her parents, and her besties were looking for a safe place to hide, a dozen grim reapers descended from the sky and flew towards them. Adele screamed as she grabbed hold of Belle in a protective embrace. She was using her body to shield her from harm, while Raymond stood in front of his wife and daughter and took a fighting stance. Although he knew that this act was futile, the only way he would allow these grim reapers to get close to his family was over his dead body. When the grim reapers were only dozens of meters away from their designated targets, a small wren flew in their direction. Without warning, Ethan's body glowed and transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 meters. The little wren had transformed into a roc, which was a feared monster in the world of Hestia. An adult roc had a wingspan of 12 meters and preyed on anything that it could carry, including elephants. Ethan bit on one of the grim reapers, while its 2 claws grabbed 2 others. It then spun its body around, creating several wind blades that sliced off for more grim reapers, making them turn into particles of light. In that single exchange, Ethan dealt with 7 cloaked figures on its own. But it was not enough, as the remaining 5 flew towards Belle's group with weapons raised high. Ethan screeched as it tried to turn its body around in order to save Belle and the others. It had made a promise to William that it would protect the black-haired beauty with everything it had. But the enemy was just far too many. The Grim Reapers encircled the entire group because it wanted to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Paula and Hannah screamed, while Adele hid Belle behind her. Raymond, on the other hand, had resolved himself to fight to the death in order to protect his family. "I'm sorry, Will," Belle muttered as the Grim Reapers swung their death scythes towards their bodies without showing any mercy. Just as the cloaked figures swung their death scythes to claim the souls of the people that they had targeted, 5 glowing silver arrows pierced through the Grim Reaper's body, turning them into particles of light. Everyone except Raymond had closed their eyes during the moment of life and death, so they didn't see how the Grim Reapers died. Only Raymond managed to compose himself as he glanced in the direction where the arrows came from. At the end of the street, a young lady, who seemed to be in her early teens, walked towards them with a bow in her hand. She was wearing a set of lightweight armor with an intricate design that glowed faintly. Her long, black hair was tied in a ponytail and held up by a purple butterfly hair clip. Although she was still young, her beauty was enough to mesmerize anyone who laid their eyes on her. "Good thing I arrived in time," the young black-haired beauty muttered. Raymond's eyes widened in shock because the young lady walking towards them had an uncanny resemblance to his daughter, who had just opened her eyes to look at the face of their savior. Belle's heart trembled after seeing the girl's face because she knew, with absolute certainty, that she was looking at someone very precious to her. "What is your name?" Belle asked as her lips trembled. She had seen Rizel in William's memories, which made her feel envious and jealous. However, when she laid her eyes on the young lady who shared her same features, she understood then and there that one of her wishes had been granted. "Stella," the young lady answered with a smile. "Stella von Ainsworth." After giving out her name, Stella drew on her bow and 3 silver arrows materialized in her hand. With one swift motion that neared perfection, the young lady released the string of her bow, and the 3 silver arrows pierced through the heads of 3 more Grim Reapers that had wandered over to their location. After killing her targets, she continued walking towards Belle. Ethan, on the other hand, transformed back to its original form and perched itself on Belle's shoulder. It deemed that Belle was safe, so it no longer felt the need to retain its battle form. When William went to meet Dias and Hebe in that strange world, Ethan was transported to the Valley of the Monsters, where it had met the mother of all monsters, Echidna. There, the little wren was given the opportunity to drink some of her blood, which allowed its body to mutate and take on the form of a giant rock. Echidna's blood also made Ethan very smart, which allowed it to make quick decisions, just like what it did when Belle and the others were attacked by Grim Reapers. For the little wren, Stella was not a threat because it could sense William's and Belle's bloodline flowing inside her body. Because of this, it didn't make any move to attack the girl and allowed her to come close to them. "Here, wear this," Stella said as she presented a golden bracelet to Belle. "Papa needs all the help he can get." "Papa?" Raymond asked. "Who's your papa?" The corner of Stella's lips curled up into a smile as she pointed at the red-headed teenager who was busy attacking the Black Tower. "I'll be going now," Stella stated before winking at Belle. "Everyone, please take care." As soon as Stella said those words, the sandals she was wearing grew wings. She then jumped to the roof of the nearest building and disappeared from sight, leaving Belle, her parents, and her 2 best friends, looking in the direction where Stella had gone. As William fought against the giants, he noticed glowing orbs of light flying in the direction of the Black Tower. He was very familiar with this scene because this was what happened whenever someone died in the Deadlands. Their souls would be housed inside the tower and stored to be used as a battery to power its operations. After the souls had lost their strength, the tower had 2 options for them. One was to use the souls as a catalyst to turn them into undead. The other one was to send them to the cycle of reincarnation to start their lives all over again. William was stuck in a dilemma. If K-City was indeed the Deadlands, then whatever he was doing right now was pointless. The result had already been determined from the start, and the only thing he could do was to accept that this was inevitable. However, William didn't want to accept it. He wouldn't accept it. Right now, Belle was inside K-City. No matter what happens, he wouldn't allow her to turn into an undead creature, or have her soul be used by the tower then discarded after she was no longer of use. This was something that William would prevent no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing everything to ensure her safety. Suddenly, a giant red portal that spanned for miles appeared in the sky above K-City. William felt that something very ominous was going to happen because the number of monsters that the tower created increased drastically. It was also at that moment when the city trembled, as it once again rose towards the sky. The half-elf's expression became grim when he realized that the city was being sucked up toward the red portal, which would spell bad news for those who were still alive within the city. "William," When this city enters that portal, the possibility of any life remaining in the city will cease to exist. Tell me, do you wish to save everyone? Optimus' voice broke William out of his daze as he firmly nodded his head. Very well. You have two choices. The first one is to teleport all the people from the city towards the ground before this place is swallowed up by the red portal. In order to do this, you need to use your Einherjar job class and create perfect clones of yourself. After doing so, you will harness the power of the mirrors and use the laws that you have already absorbed in the Deadlands to teleport everyone out of the city. Since the laws of the Deadlands have already merged with your body, mass teleport will be possible. Unfortunately, if you choose this option, you will be rendered motionless and will not be able to defend yourself against any attacks. William nodded his head in understanding. Although this move was risky, as long as he endured a little, he would be able to save everyone. How about the second option? William inquired. Same thing. You will need to use your Einherjar job class to break through the Black Tower's defenses. However, I have a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling? Yes. I feel like if we break the Black Tower's defenses, the final boss will make an appearance. Right now, we can't gain any information on our enemies, which puts us at a disadvantage. The red-headed teenager narrowed his eyes as he looked at the red portal above him. The time had come and he knew that no matter what choice he made, he would lose something important to him, and it made his heart ache. Just as William was thinking on what choice to make, the Black Tower in front of him started to change form. It shrank to 1/10 of its size and formed a humanoid appearance. It had long hair, but calling it hair was not appropriate because they were like long slithering snakes that extended up to 3 meters, and they eyed William with contempt. The face was similar to that of a human with a red gem on its forehead, but since it was made from the Black Tower, the body was completely black, like obsidian. The 10-meter-tall creature eyed William with its golden eyes, and its mouth opened to a sneer revealing its fangs. Okay, looks like we go with option 2, William muttered as he gripped Rui Jingu Bang firmly. However, just before he was going to charge at the enemy, a voice that came from the red portal made him freeze in place. Ah, so you're here, Chloe shouted as she waved her hand at her disciple. Hola, William. William looked at Chloe with a confused expression on his face. Sixth Master? What are you doing here? Obviously, I'm looking for you, Chloe replied as she flew towards William. I met these 3 sisters along the way and they said that if I enter their portal, I will find you. Looks like they didn't lie to me, so here I am. The corner of Willem's lips twitched because of his 6th master's explanation. Although he understood that Chloe wasn't smart, she wasn't gullible either. For her to believe those 3 sisters required her to take a leap of faith. It just proved that she was dead set on finding him, which made the half-elf feel a little happy inside. Do you know the name of those 3 sisters? William asked. What 3 sisters? Chloe asked back as she tilted her head in confusion. The 3 sisters that opened a portal so you can appear here. What are you talking about? The little familiar scratched her head as if trying to remember something. When she entered the portal, her memory of the 3 sisters was still fresh. However, after half a minute, she had forgotten about them completely, which was the same thing that had happened to William when he appeared on Earth. Never mind. It's not important. William decided to just focus on the problem at hand for the time being. With the appearance of his 6th master, he had gained a reliable ally. It was at that moment when the suction power of the red portal strengthened. Optimus immediately informed William that if nothing was done, the entire city would be swallowed by the portal in 2 minutes. Because of this, the half-elf decided to take a gamble. 6th master, can you stall that thing for me? William asked the little fairy who was busy looking at her surroundings. Chloe eyed the 10-meter-tall alien-like creature and frowned. Just like William, she couldn't appraise its rank, which made the little fairy smile fearlessly. Finally, a worthy opponent. Chloe raised her small fist. Our battle will be legendary. Okay, I'll handle this thing or whatever it is. You do what you need to do. Understood. William nodded. Good luck, 6th master. William backed away so he wouldn't be involved in the battle that was about to take place. Truthfully, among the enemies that he had faced, nothing scared him more than his sixth master. The little fairy was practically a cheat-like existence that was able to ignore the laws of the world. If the one who attacked the Black Tower earlier was Chloe instead of William, there was a higher chance that her attack would break through because of her abilities that defied all logic. Chloe fearlessly smiled as her body was enveloped with a bright light. When the light receded, an adorable girl, who was the same height as Chiffon, floated in the sky. Her short blonde hair with curls in the end fluttered in the breeze, and her blue eyes that were as clear as the sky locked on to her target. For Chloe, fighting against strong opponents was something she looked forward to. She was the only opponent that William recognized who had the ability to instantly kill him with a single punch, if he were to not take her seriously. Suddenly a loud ringing sound reverberated in the surroundings, as the bells of the different churches in K-City rang at the same time. It was as if it was a sign that told everyone to endure for as long as they could because help was coming. William hovered in the air with his eyes closed, as his hair slowly turned white. With Chloe fighting the Black Tower, the half-elf could focus on the 9 mirrors that had locked the entire city in a protective barrier. Also, he needed to bend the laws to stop K-City from entering the red portal at all costs. The moment the city was engulfed by the portal, it was game over for every living human that was still trapped in the city. "Heroes of Valhalla," William said firmly. 13 perfect clones appeared behind William holding the mythical weapons that had once wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Longinus, also known as the Holy Spear of Destiny. Some say that it had the ability to pierce through almost anything. Chrysolicatos, the bow that was dedicated to the goddess Artemis, the god of hunting. It was said that it could shoot many arrows at once, covering the sun like rain. Gibalg, the spear of mortal pain that inflicted suffering to whoever was unlucky enough to be impaled by its deadly tip. Caliban, a mythical holy sword that was said to be responsible for choosing the one true king that would lead the world to a new era. The Grail sword, a sword used by a famous knight who had served loyally to his king and fought alongside him through the harshest of battlefields. Gallatin, every light casts a shadow. If one was light, then this sword represented the darkness. The sword that tried to prevent the downfall of a kingdom, but ultimately failed in the end due to the overwhelming numbers and superiority of the foes it faced. Arondite, a sword that could only be wielded by the strongest knight of an era. Only the best could wield this blade, and anyone who was foolish enough to try would lose their mind in the process. Clarent was a ceremonial sword that matched the power of the legendary weapon that was wielded by one of the true kings of Midgard. Deadly and steady, sometimes it is often called the Kingslayer by many. These weapons were special even among the weapons in William's arsenal. They were the weapons that had accompanied William in almost all of his lifetimes. Sometimes he wielded them, sometimes they were wielded by others. However, one thing was certain: whenever he needed them, they would appear and answer his call. "Scatter," William ordered, and his 13 clones flew in different directions. 9 of them went to where the mirrors were located. 1 of them went to where Belle and her group was in order to protect them. 3 went to deal with the giants that were starting to wreak havoc in the city. William, on the other hand, hovered in the air as he activated the laws of the Deadlands that he had managed to collect. His goal was the hardest of them all, which required all of his concentration. While everyone was dealing with the enemies, he channeled his power to connect with every living human in K-City so he could teleport them away from it. He was doing Plan A, B, and C all at once because the situation was that dire. William didn't know if Chloe could beat the transformed Black Tower. He didn't know if his clones could successfully prevent the city from entering the red portal. And he didn't know if he would be able to save everyone from that gruesome fate that awaited them if his other plans were to fail. However, he didn't have a choice. Right now, the only thing he could do was give it everything he got, and pray to the gods that the woman he loved with all of his heart would be able to leave this death-infested city alive. The death toll inside K-City was steadily rising. As more people died due to the zombies and Grim Reapers, the undead army slowly grew. Now, they numbered in the tens of thousands, and there was simply no way to stop their advance. William had his hands tied dealing with the giant black golems, and trying to prevent the city from getting sucked by the red portal that was getting nearer with each passing second. After taking a deep breath, William closed his eyes as he channeled all of his strength in gathering the still living humans in one part of the city, so that he could mass teleport them all in one go. The red-headed teenager didn't have this ability. Fortunately, the 9 mirrors did. Since he had absorbed their laws in the Deadlands, he was able to manipulate them to a certain extent. His only regret was that he couldn't take over them completely and use them to his advantage. "Optimus, let's start," William ordered. "Are you sure? There's no turning back if you go with this route. According to my calculations, the most ideal option is to just teleport Belle, her parents, and her best friends away from this place. As long as you do that, the losses you will gain are minimal." William took a deep breath before answering the system, who only had his best interest in mind. "True. If I just turn a blind eye to everything around me, then that is certainly the best option to take," William answered with a calm expression on his face. "However, if I choose that option, I will feel guilty my whole life." Somewhere far away, a mother hid her daughter behind her as she brandished a chair towards a zombie in order to protect her. The zombie was blown away by the impact, and the chair was destroyed, but another zombie took its place. Lunging at the woman, it was prepared to bite her neck to end her life. Just as its nefarious teeth was about to sink its fangs on the mother's neck, the mother and daughter pair disappeared from the house and reappeared where Belle's group was. William had teleported both of them at the nick of time, saving them from further harm. "Optimus, I'm not trying to be a martyr or anything," William stated as he kept on teleporting those who were currently in danger. "However, I can't turn a blind eye when gods play with the lives of mortals. This is something that I cannot allow no matter what. Not back then, not now, not in the future." Beams of light flew towards the southern part of K-City where Belle's group had been relocated. Beads of sweat formed on William's forehead as Optimus helped him lock on the people that were in immediate danger. "Tell me, Optimus, am I stupid for doing something unnecessary?" William asked. "Yes, but I guess that is what it means to be human. Even if you're only half human right now. Since you chose this path, then I will help you carry it out till the end." "Good. Optimus. Remember what I told you before." "Understood. Leave it to me, Will." "Thank you." William opened his eyes as he resolved himself to do what he couldn't do in the past. When the giants of destruction trampled upon Asgard and destroyed everything he held dear in his life, he was unable to stop them. Even when he gave everything he had, it was still all for naught. That's why this time he would not falter. He would not fail. "I'm sorry, Belle," William said softly as he pressed his fist over the shining blue gem on his chest. "In the name of the All-Father, I command my body to unlock the first seal of my power." The sky darkened as dark clouds covered the sun. William's body glowed in a pale silver light. "Warriors are not always the fastest or the strongest of men," William stated as the radiance around him intensified. "Warriors are those who choose to stand between their enemy and all that they love or hold sacred." A pair of white wings protruded from behind his back, and a silver armor that the Einherjars wore to battle adorned his body. William chanted as the powers that had been bestowed to him thousands of years ago manifested in full. Southern continent. Wendy raised her head to look at the sky. Her eyes glowed with power as she held the spear in her hand firmly. Thor, who was always by her side, also raised its head and howled towards the heavens. Its body grew in size as the streaks of lightning on its body glowed brightly. Inside the Thousand Beasts domain, Charmaine and the other elves raised their heads towards the sky. Their hearts trembled as William's voice passed through their minds. It was an unusual sensation, as if they were being bathed in some kind of power that they had never felt before. A few seconds later, all of them gathered. They knew what they had to do, as if they had done it countless times in the past. Their prince had spoken, and they would answer his call. "What sort of dream is that, Odin? I dreamed I rose up before dawn, to clear up Valhalla for slain people. I aroused the Einherjar, bade them get up to strew the benches, clean the beer cups, the Valkyries to serve wine. for the arrival of a prince. William smiled as he finished his chant. Right now, he felt the power that he had wielded in a time that had been long forgotten. Although it fell short against the battle against the army of destruction, it was more than enough to accomplish the goal that he had set out to make. Caretakers of those that have fallen, come and wave the flags of battle. Today we fight and show the gods our courage. To Odin and Thor we pay our homage. Show them the might of Asgard, William ordered. Sing our songs of victory and make the world remember our names. Ride of the Valkyries. William raised his hand and several portals appeared above him. A powerful hymn echoed across the city as the winged horses carrying the maidens of war appeared in the battlefield. Suddenly a golden portal appeared, and from it came a 3-meter-tall wolf whose body was cloaked in lightning bolts. Seated on its back was none other than William's first wife, Wendy. Her long blonde hair danced in the breeze, making her look like a war goddess that had descended into the mortal realm to wage war against those who were foolish enough to oppose her. In her left hand, she held a banner that fluttered freely, showing its unmatched majesty and glory. It was the banner of the Angorian war sovereign that William had made when they were still in the southern continent. In her right hand, she held a silver spear firmly in her hands. Its blade glowed faintly as if it was looking forward to the battle that was about to be waged. Wendy's blue eyes turned crimson red as she circulated the power in her body. She had many questions to ask her husband, but that would have to wait until he dealt with the small fries that were now flying in their direction. The Valkyries, headed by Charmaine, fell into formation behind Wendy, for the elven beauties knew that the young lady in front of them was not only their master's wife, but their captain as well. "Your orders, my liege?" Wendy's gaze landed on William, whose eyes looked back at her with love and affection. "Safeguard the people and annihilate anything that dares to stand in your way," William ordered. "Go and show these fiends no mercy." "As you command," Wendy shouted. "Rally to me," Thor roared as it ran in the sky as if it was running on land. The Valkyries followed behind her as they summoned their bows to strike. "Kill," Wendy ordered. What followed next was the whistling of arrows as they rained down on their enemies. The deadly formation flew across the city and decimated the undead and grim reapers that were in their path. Those who were on the ground were captivated by the grand sight. They all cheered and saluted the warrior maidens who had saved them from their plight. The city, which was slowly being sucked toward the red portal in the heavens, stopped midway, as William's clones successfully took control of the mirrors. As the battle between Chloe and the transformed Black Tower intensified, the clones started to slowly, but surefly, make the city descend towards the ground. Although they couldn't use the mirrors to break the barrier, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the city would be safe from the red portal above their heads. "Aya!" Chloe shouted as he smashed her fist against the enemy's chest, that she and William decided to call Deimos, sending it crashing towards the ground. William's sixth master had a devilish grin on her adorable face as she descended and smashed her fist against the enemy's chest a second time. She was a familiar born to fight. Anything that required punching, smashing, kicking, beating up, breaking, and obliterating fell under her forte. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chloe was born to fight. Her master, Celeste, was the virtue of chastity. The beautiful elf's combat power was close to zero, and she relied on her two powerful familiars to fight for her. Chloe specialized in physical attacks, and Claire in magical attacks. Both of them were the brawn and the brains behind Celeste, and ensured that no one would be able to hurt her under their watch. The Deimos broke free from Chloe's bombardment and roared in anger. Its powerful barrier was useless against the violent young lady, whose punch could easily shatter it to pieces. The reason why Chloe was a cheat-like existence was her ability to break any law with her physical attacks. Even the strongest barrier would crumble under her relentless assault. "Ha! Stop roaring, you weakling," Chloe shouted. "I'm going to obliterate your ass and make sure to wreck you good." The only drawback of her rule-breaking power was that she would curse at her target, which William thought was unfair. Not only did the little fairy have the power to smack you, she would even curse you as well. What kind of penalty was that? After receiving several strikes from the battle junkie fairy, several cracks appeared in the Deimos body, which forced it to unleash several laser beams that forced Chloe to evade. The Deimos hurriedly backed away and unleashed an ear-piercing scream that made all the people in K-City who heard it feel their souls trembling from their bodies. A few seconds later, all of them collapsed on the ground, and golden orbs of light left their bodies to fly towards the Deimos who intended to devour them all. The scream also reached Belle's location, and everyone in their surroundings felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies. It was at that moment when the golden bracelet on Belle's wrist that had been given to her by Stella shone. Immediately, a golden dome appeared around her, enveloping all the people that William had gathered in their location. The effects of the soul-stirring scream disappeared, and although several people collapsed on the ground, their souls didn't leave their bodies. Unfortunately, only a small minority was protected, while the rest of the survivors in K-City fell to the ground with their souls flying towards the Deimos in the sky. "Oh no, you don't!" Chloe shouted as she kicked the Deimos away and prevented it from devouring any of the souls that it had conjured. However, just like iron filling attracted to a magnet, the souls also flew in the direction of the transformed Black Tower, which frustrated Chloe. "Ei! Stop playing dirty, you!" Chloe shouted as she once again kicked the Deimos farther away. Unfortunately, there were also souls flying towards her enemy from that direction, which the Deimos happily absorbed. After eating hundreds of souls, the Deimos body turned golden. Just as Chloe was about to deliver another punch to it, the Deimos also unleashed its own punch, meeting the familiar's attack head-on. The result was Chloe smashing towards several skyscrapers like a bullet passing through watermelons. After devouring hundreds of souls, the power of the Deimos intensified, surpassing Chloe's current strength. "This is bad," Chloe muttered as she propped herself up from the rubble. "Celeste just bought these clothes for me. Now they're going to be ruined." The familiar wiped the blood that streamed down at the side of her lips as a cheeky grin appeared on her face. "That's more like it," Chloe said as she flew towards the Deimos while laughing like a little witch. "It's boring to punch a punching bag. Now, this is what I call a fight." The two once again clashed, and this time, it was the golden Deimos that got blown away by Chloe's punch. William's sixth master had a peculiar ability. She grows incredibly strong when she gets injured. This was another reason why the half-elf called the familiar a cheater. She was simply a monster hiding behind an adorable face. Knowing that it was at a disadvantage, the Deimos was planning to devour more souls when it heard the sound of singing. It was faint at first, but it gradually became stronger. On top of a skyscraper, in the middle of the city, two little girls held each other's hands as they sang together. The souls that were flying towards the Deimos stopped in midair before slowly turning to fly in the twins' direction. While all of this was happening, William was busy teleporting the collapsed bodies to the south of K-City where Belle was located. Although their souls had left their bodies, their physical vessels were very much alive, so the half-elf decided to relocate them first. He had a feeling that once their souls were returned to their bodies, they would once again regain consciousness, or at least that was what he hoped would happen. Although the half-elf was unsure of the identities of the two girls, he was glad that they were on his side. He simply watched the adorable, pink-haired twins, who reminded him of his wife, Chiffon, sing their hearts out. Their bodies swayed slightly as the souls gathered around them, as if they were spectators watching a performance. A minute later, the twins stopped singing. They glanced at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. Suddenly, both girls opened their mouths wide and devoured the souls that were floating around them. William almost did a double-take when he saw this scene. He was now unsure if the twins were allies or enemies, because the two of them were devouring the souls of people as if they were just drinking some fruit juice. The Grim Reapers who were tasked to collect souls all flew towards the twin girls because the Deimos was locked with Chloe in battle. When the two girls saw the scary-looking Grim Reapers heading in their direction, both of them hugged each other and cried out loud in fear. "Don't come close to Maple. If you do, Maple will cry. See, cinnamon is not tasty. Please don't eat cinnamon." The Grim Reapers didn't give a hoot about what the two girls were saying. The only thing they planned to do was slice them in half, so that all the souls that Maple and Cinnamon had devoured would return to their master, which was being beaten black and blue by the little juggernaut, whose strength was steadily increasing. While the two little girls were crying out in fear while hugging each other, the Grim Reapers closed in on them with weapons held high. William was currently immobile and unable to move from his spot. He had no choice but to watch helplessly as the two girls were swarmed by Grim Reapers in every direction. It was at that moment when a shower of silver arrows descended from the sky, forming a protective tornado around the pink-haired twins. The tornado destroyed any Grim Reaper who dared to come close to them. Hundreds of Grim Reapers died in that single exchange, while 100 more died after the tornado expanded. The moment that a small opening was created, a golden lasso appeared out of nowhere and wrapped itself around the two little girls, who both screamed in fright. With a powerful tug, Maple and Cinnamon were pulled from the top of the building. Both girls were crying and calling out their mama and papa to come and save them. The twins disappeared from William's view, and no matter how much he scanned the surroundings, he wasn't able to detect their presence. It was as if both girls vanished into thin air. "System, find their location," William ordered. "I've already done a thorough scan on the area where they were taken away from, but nothing is appearing on the radar. They might be using some powerful artifacts to hide their presence from my detection." The half-elf frowned. The appearance of the two little girls were unexpected, as well as the shower of silver arrows that came out of nowhere. However, the one thing that surprised him the most was the appearance of the golden lasso. It was impossible for William to not identify such a thing because he had seen it used many times in the past. The half-elf didn't need to be a genius to connect the dots, but he still found it hard to explain why they had appeared in this timeline. Wendy had also noticed the exchange from afar, but she had no time to investigate what happened. She and the Valkyries were busy eliminating every undead and Grim Reapers that they encountered around the southern area of the city where William had transported the survivors. For the most part, the Grim Reapers didn't pose any threat to them. Thor's lightning bolts, as well as the arrows of the elves, killed all the enemies before they could even come close. The only problem was that their group was only a little more than a dozen, and they were fighting against tens of thousands of enemies that were starting to swarm to their location. Now that all the humans were gathered in one location, the enemy forces had also congregated to form an unstoppable army that washed over the city like a tidal wave. Wendy didn't falter as she held William's banner in her hand firmly. "Kyrie eleison," Wendy shouted as a dome of light covered the Valkyries as they faced the tide of enemies head-on. The undead and Grim Reapers that clashed against the dome of light were instantly annihilated by the holy power that emanated from the banner in Wendy's hand. The elves didn't stand idle while this was happening and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the unending tide that was pouring towards them. William had ordered them to become the first line of defense against the enemy and protect the people behind them, so they didn't budge one step and stood their ground. As the enemies continued their suicide assault, the light of the barrier that Wendy had erected started to dim. The blonde-haired beauty knew that their defensive barrier was reaching its limit and could shatter any time. Even so, she refused to give up. This was the first time that William had personally asked her help, so she had no intention of failing her mission. The elves were of the same mind. Even if their arms were starting to ache, and their fingers bled from pulling the strings over and over again, none of them stopped attacking. They were William's Valkyries, his personal unit that would carry his banner in the battlefield. No matter what happened, they shouldn't fall no matter what. "Illuminate the world." Rongaminiad. A beam of holy light sliced through the battlefield, instantly turning those it hit into particles of light. William's clone, that had been assigned to protect Belle and the others, extended his help in order to help Wendy and the Valkyries to hold the front lines. Even so, it was not enough as more enemies advanced steadily. "Exterminate, Cursilicatos." Thousands of arrows that glowed eerily cut through the enemy ranks from the west, as another one of William's clones, that were fighting against the giant black golems, lent his aid from the distance. "Cut through the firmament," another clone roared. "Raise the world, Arondite." A black laser beam passed through the enemy's ranks, annihilating everything in its path. After these combined attacks, the numbers of grim readers were drastically reduced as they scattered like wild ducks hearing the sound of gunshots. Judging by the current state of the battlefield, William and his forces were gaining the upper hand. Although they were being overwhelmed with numbers, it was tolerable, and he couldn't foresee any immediate danger to those he was doing his best to protect. However, just as William was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his sixth sense suddenly kicked in and warned him of a danger that was coming from above their heads. Suddenly, a powerful pressure, that was similar to a mountain descending upon his shoulders, erupted from the red portal in the sky. Wendy and the Valkyries were all caught by surprise, and were forced to crash to the ground due to the unbelievable power that seemed to hold the entire world in its grasp. A loud explosion erupted as Chloe crashed into the building right next to William. The golden Deimos she was fighting suddenly became stronger, and she lost in a contest of strength between the two of them. 3 more figures crashed on the ground at William's feet as 3 of his clones that were fighting against the giant black golems were blown away by their powerful counterattack. William's expression became grim as he stared at the red portal that was hiding a powerful presence within. He knew that the mastermind had finally decided to take the matters in his own hands and interfere with the battle. After spending time with the gods, he was certain that there was a being that far surpassed the power of mortals, observing them from the heavens. As the half-elf and the other defenders tried to resist the pressure that was holding them in place, the city once again started to rise towards the red portal. When the floating city was halfway to its destination, William saw a pair of golden pupils staring at him from the depths of the portal, which made the red-headed teenager's heart shudder. Gritting his teeth, William forced himself to stand up as he gathered all the power in his body. He had long expected that this whole incident wasn't simple. When he saw the Deadlands for the first time, he wondered how such a big city that closely resembled a city belonging to Earth had appeared between the boundaries of life and death. Today, he found the answer to his question, and he didn't like it one bit. The final boss has arrived, and with it, the fate of the entire city had finally taken a turn for the worst. William's clones, who were currently standing beside the 9 mirrors of the Deadlands, hurriedly left their stations and returned to his side. They lost control over the mirrors, and no matter what they did, they couldn't stop the city from rising up towards the red portal. Since that was the case, they needed to regroup in order to think of a new solution on how to deal with the problem. The half-elf and his allies all gathered outside of the golden barrier that was made by the golden bracelet that was currently on Belle's wrist. The red-headed teenager didn't know how the black-haired beauty acquired the bracelet in her possession, but he didn't have time to ask that now. With the power of the golden barrier, all the humans that were inside were unharmed by the powerful pressure that was currently descending from the heavens. Wendy and the rest of William's Valkyries had taken a formation with the half-elf at the center. The blonde-haired beauty faced the enemies in front of her, as she firmly held William's banner in her hand. William's clones were at the forefront of the formation, taking defensive positions. The weapons on their hands glowed and created a secondary barrier that protected them, and the people that were sheltered by the golden dome behind them. The half-elf closed his eyes as memories of his little brothers and sisters at the Smiles orphanage disappeared from his memories. Taking a deep breath, he once again opened them as he stared at the golden eyes that were looking down upon them from the center of the red portal. A snort filled with contempt echoed across the city as the golden Deimos, the giant black golems, the grim reapers, and the undead all made their way towards the southern part of K-City where all the survivors had been gathered. The giant golems smashed every building that they came across, just because it was blocking their path. The countless grim reapers hovered above the sky like a plague of locusts that was about to devour all life from the world. As for the undead, they were the least of all the threats, but threats nonetheless. They walked shakily towards the south without any sense of urgency. It was as if the end result wouldn't change whether they arrived sooner or not. The Deimos opened its mouth and gave an eerie chuckle that made the people's hearts skip a beat due to fright. Right now, everyone had only one question in their minds, and that was, how can we leave this place alive? These were the words that Raymond subconsciously muttered as he stared at the helpless situation in front of him. Earlier, He felt that they still had a chance to win against the stacked-up odds that were not in their favor. Unfortunately, that dream shattered the moment a being that far surpassed the realm of mortals intervened in the battle. So annoying. Chloe clicked her tongue as she glared hatefully at the Deimos that she had been beating up earlier. Even if she had lost an exchange against her enemy, it didn't bother her one bit. Her only concern was that she couldn't afford to leave William's side because the enemies might overpower their defensive formation and involve the innocent people in their battle. "Will, is there anything we can do?" Chloe asked. William nodded. "We can only do the thing we can do, Sixth Master, and that is to fight." "You're right," Chloe grinned. "Times like this, sitting down to talk is useless. Let's just smack them good and smash them to pieces until they can no longer regenerate." William smiled because he had already expected this reply from his Sixth Master. Right now, he and Optimus were busy making plans for how they would deal with the enemies that were almost at their doorstep. "We can no longer stop K-City from being swallowed up by the red portal. This is already a done deal. I'm afraid that aside from the enemies in front of us, we also need to deal with that divine creature." "Yes," William agreed. "Still, that is one big snake. This is going to be tough." William's vision had passed through the void and saw the owner of the pair of golden eyes that were staring at him. It was a gigantic black serpent that was at least 400 meters tall. The only good news is that its rank is currently at the pseudo-god realm, a step away from being a true god. I'm very sure that it will not let us leave peacefully, so a fight is inevitable. "I can't summon Sun Wukong, and my heroic avatar is already used up," William stated. "Also, I will need a long time to channel enough magical powers to teleport everyone. Our options of leaving this place are dwindling down. I don't know if our protective barrier or Bell's Golden Dome will be enough to safeguard the people when we enter the red portal." "Well, it just means that you need all the help you can get. Why don't you summon Elliot and Conan to come here and fight by your side? We still didn't have any data about the familiar fusion. Maybe it can help tilt the tide of battle by a small margin." William had almost forgotten about his two familiars that were currently in Hestia. They were a part of his soul, so he could summon them anytime and anywhere. "Okay, sounds like a plan. Do you have other ideas?" William asked. "Yes, but if you need to wait for the right opportunity to unleash its power. We only have one shot at this, so you will have to put everything on the line to make this work." William listened patiently to the plan that Optimus had formulated. According to its calculation, their chances of winning was 5% at most. Even so, 5% was better than 0, so the half-elf was more than willing to give it a try. "Come forth, Elliot Conan," William ordered. "The time has come to fight together." Two lightning bolts descended from the sky. One was white, the other black. They were none other than William's two familiars, whom he hadn't seen since he had left Hestia Academy to search for the Hall of Thunder in the Forbidden Ground, Seventh Sanctum. "My goodness! Did you accidentally poke the hornet's nest, Will?" Elliot asked in a teasing tone as he landed on William's right shoulder. "Kakeek, just a bunch of golems, and a giant snake." Conan chuckled as he landed on William's left shoulder. "This is going to be fun." "Ho-ho, you say it's fun, but why are your legs shaking? Are you stupid? This is excitement. This great Conan is looking forward to fighting a great battle." William smiled because the banter of his two familiars lightened his mood up by a bit. He had fought with Elliot and Conan when they were clearing the dungeon of Atlantis, but he had never used his familiar fusion skill with both of them. "Elliot Conan, activate 70% of your powers," William ordered. "We will fight them together." "Got it." Kakeek. The two familiars' bodies floated in the air and grew until they turned into 14-year-old versions of William. They then pressed their hands against William's back as they activated the skill that would merge the three of them together. A skill that would give William a taste of the power of a true familiomancer. Familiar fusion. The wings behind William's back changed color as they turned into streaks of white and black lightning. Power surged inside William's body as he gained full access to the powers of his familiars. "So, this is what it's like to merge with you two," William thought. "How is it?" Elliot asked. Do you feel that you can take on the entire world right now? Kakik. Although we still can't beat that giant snake, defeating its lackeys is not a problem. Conan voiced his assurance. The change on William's body carried over to his clones. All of them also grew a pair of white and black wings made of lightning. Chloe, who was hovering beside William, suddenly had a brilliant idea as she placed her hands behind William's back. Sixth Master, what are you doing? William asked. I plan to merge with you as well, Chloe answered with a smile. Is that even possible? I don't know, but it's worth a try. Just like William, Chloe was also unsure if it would work. Her master was Celeste, and she held a piece of her soul, just like Elliot and Conan held a piece of William's. However, the violent familiar knew that even if she were to fight against the Golden Daimos, her power would fall short because there was a pseudo-demigod that was interfering with her battle. Since that was the case, she was more than willing to merge with William so they could fight against the big boss that was looking at them with contempt. Chloe's fists were itching to give the gargantuan black serpent a good beating in order to vent out her frustrations. Familiar fusion, Chloe shouted. William wasn't expecting anything to happen, but suddenly Chloe's body turned into particles of light and flew towards the gem on his chest. A few seconds later, the half-elf's body was assaulted by an extreme pain that he had never felt before. It was as if someone was forcefully intruding on his body and trying to squeeze itself in. Similar to a glass filled with water, the moment a foreign object were to be placed inside it, the water would overflow. This was what was happening to William right now, but without the spillover. It was as if his body was forcefully integrating the foreign object inside it, without letting go of anything that belonged to it, causing William extreme pain. William spat a mouthful of blood as the blood vessels bulged inside his body. The half-elf felt as if he was being split apart from within. Seeing his sorry state, Wendy and the elves couldn't help but look at him anxiously. However, the monsters had already arrived in front of them, so they had no choice but to face the enemies in front of them. Everyone, hold your ground, Wendy ordered. Valkyries, open fire. The elves once again initiated a volley of attacks which passed through their protective barrier, covering the sky in an arrow shower. They didn't waste their time targeting the giant golems, and merely focused their attacks on the grim reapers that hovered in the sky. The giant black golems opened their mouths and unleashed a breath attack that made the protective barrier tremble. Even so, William's clones, that had been boosted by the power of the familiars, gained Elliot's defensive prowess. They had summoned several elemental shields, creating a third layer of protection against the long-range attacks of their enemies. Meanwhile, while all of this was going on, William struggled to pacify Chloe's power that was starting to merge with his body. In order to protect William's body from being destroyed from within, the power of his Einherjar job class started to burn his memories at a faster rate. All of his memories from when he was a child until he had grown to a teenager flashed before his eyes. William subconsciously tried to hold onto these fleeting memories, but they disappeared before he could even grab hold of them. Suddenly, a very dear memory appeared in front of him. A pair of teenagers, wearing pirate costumes, made their way to the festival in the countryside. The two of them visited many stalls and ate many snacks along the way. Then, the images of an unusual stall appeared where a mysterious lady beckoned for them to check what she has to offer. You have good eyes, young lady, the saleslady said with an approving tone. This silver ring is part of a pair. The name of this ring is called the Ring of Vega, and its counterpart the Ring of Altair. Legend has it that if two people were to exchange and wear these rings, no matter how far away they are from each other, they would eventually be reunited. Just like the legend of the star-crossed lovers. No! William shouted as he used all of his willpower to contain the power that was rampaging inside his body. I won't let you take this memory away from me. William roared in anger as his body shone like a miniature sun. There were things that he could sacrifice and things that he couldn't. There was no way in hell where he would just stand by and allow something so precious be taken away from him. When the light receded, everyone saw William half kneeling on the ground. The armor that he had worn earlier had disintegrated, leaving him stark naked. The only thing that covered his body was the pair of wings that sprouted on his back. On the back of William's right hand, a tattoo that looked like the Celtic triquetra appeared. White smoke rose up from his body as the half-elf panted for breath. He felt like dying, but this sensation only lasted for a minute before his body stabilized. "Okay, the break's over." Chloe's lively and vengeful voice was heard inside William's sea of consciousness. "Let's pulverize that snake and turn it into stew. Let's go." "My goodness, we'll catch his breath first," Elliot's carefree voice commented. "You sure did something very reckless. We almost kicked the bucket." "I really thought that we were a goner," Conan said anxiously. "Fortunately, we'll manage to pull through at the last second, or else we're going to take a one-way trip to the cycle of reincarnation." Conan's worried words almost made William chuckle, but he couldn't because even breathing was painful. The sound of explosions could be heard around him, but William paid them no mind. A strand of golden lightning bolt briefly streaked within the depths of his pupils as he slowly stood up from the ground. A suit of armor slowly covered his body once more, as the power of his Einherjar job class stabilized. This time, instead of silver armor, the armor he wore was golden. It was very similar to the one Odin wore in battle 1,000 years ago. William looked at the golden eyes that were staring down on him from within the depths of the red portal. He looked at it steadily without batting an eye as golden lightning streaked across his body. Half a minute later, the entirety of K-City had been sucked up by the red portal. It was at that moment when the survivors finally saw the gargantuan beast that was waiting for them in the void. "Who are you?" William asked the towering serpent who was looking down on them as if it was looking down on insects. The gargantuan black serpent flicked its forked tongue as if finding William's question quite amusing. "Apophis," the black serpent replied. "Remember my name, boy, for it is the name of the god that will send all of you to the afterlife." "Apophis," William muttered. "Do you have any idea who this guy is?" "Optimus?" "Yes. He is one of the gods of chaos who is the mortal enemy of the sun gods. He was banished to the void after he was defeated and lost a big part of his divinity. This might be the reason why his rank had regressed to that of a pseudogod." William clicked his tongue. He had never had a good relationship with the sun god, Luff. The mere thought of fighting against the sun god's mortal enemy irritated William to no end. "Are you sure the plan you told me will work?" William asked. "Yes, as long as you live long enough to execute it." William nodded his head in understanding. He then glanced at his clones, who all gave him a brief nod of understanding. They knew the role that they needed to play, and they would leave the rest to William. "Wendy, please hold the line for as long as you can," William said softly as he and his clones flew outside the protective barrier. Right now, his clones' priority was to fight against the enemies, while Wendy's and the Valkyrie's roles would be to protect the people behind them. William felt regretful that Chloe's power didn't carry over to his clones. If that had happened, then the threat of the enemies that they were facing would decrease drastically. Even so, William had no choice but to wrap this battle up quickly. He couldn't afford to fight a protracted battle because he would lose far too much if that happened. "Let's go," William ordered as he and his clones turned into lightning bolts and charged through the enemy lines. The red-headed teenager's target was none other than Apophis. As long as the god of chaos stood, they would always be at a disadvantage. The gigantic serpent didn't see any of the insects as a threat to his existence. His only goal was to collect the power of souls in order to regain the divinity he had lost in the battle against his mortal enemy, the sun god, Ra. This conceited thinking was quite normal to the god whose powers could only be challenged by those of the same rank. He didn't even consider the half-elf who was flying straight at him to be a worthy opponent. William didn't care what the giant serpent was thinking as he shortened the distance between them. Only when he was 100 meters away from his opponent did he activate his skill heroism, which he had gained after gaining the Quickshot Shepherd job class. Whenever William was fighting against an opponent who was stronger than him, he and his allies would gain a 50% boost to their overall strength. William's current strength was at the peak of the demigod rank after merging with Chloe. With the help of the skill heroism, His power was further boosted to unprecedented heights. Although he was still far from the pseudo-god realm, he had gained Chloe's cheat-like abilities which would allow him to break the laws of the void without having his memories taken from him. The power of the elements swirled in William's right hand, making the emblem on the back of his hand shine. He planned to use the strongest attack that he could muster to deal with the gigantic snake that towered above him. Impudent insect, Apophis flicked its massive tail to swat the annoying fly that dared to challenge its divinity. The speed of the attack was simply too fast, making it impossible to evade. The only thing that William could do was to meet the attack with an attack of his own. World-End Tempest. William roared as he smashed his strongest attack at the tail that reminded him of what it was like to be on the opposing end of an enlarged Rui Jingu Bang. The tail was simply massive. Even the half-elf felt like what he was doing was futile, but he still went ahead and met the attack head-on. A powerful explosion took place as William's strongest attack collided with Apophis' tail. However, the clash only lasted for a mere second before the half-elf was sent crashing towards the ground, destroying several buildings along the way. The last building that he had crashed into even fell on top of the half-elf, crushing him under its weight. Wendy and Belle, who was paying close attention to William, felt their hearts tighten inside their chest as they witnessed their beloved being crushed by a building. He was their only hope, and seeing how the giant serpent had sent him flying with a casual flick of his tail made them very anxious. If he, the strongest of them all, couldn't beat Apophis, then the only fate that waited for them was death. Just as the two were thinking about William's safety, a loud explosion occurred as William freed himself from the collapsed building that had fallen over him. Shit, that hurt, William cursed internally. Chloe's power had now taken effect after he had received damage from the Black Serpent's attack. His strength was now multiplied by 5, but that was not the half-elf's current concern. Although he had a grim expression on his face, he and Optimus finally saw the possibility of their plan succeeding. Remember, Will, we only have one shot. Make it count. Understood. William gritted his teeth as he flew towards Apophis, who no longer cared about him. It was more interested in the people that were shielded by the golden dome of light, so it slowly made its way towards them. The god of chaos loved suffering, so he wanted the people to feel despair in their last moments as he devoured their very lives from their bodies. Wendy and the Valkyries tensed when they saw through the Black Serpent's intention. However, even if they knew that Apophis was planning to do, what could they do about it? It was at this moment when William descended from the sky, making a beeline towards the giant serpent's head, while chanting words that came from a world that had now ceased to exist. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. A stone tablet flew out of the gem on William's chest, followed by another, until 7 tablets hovered around him, forming a circle. Celestial God, ruler of the skies that has long been forgotten, may you hear my desperate prayer, William chanted. Grant me your strength, so I may slay the enemies that bring chaos upon the world. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. The tablets shone brightly, imitating the rays of the sun with William at its center. Marduk, let your eternal light pierce through the darkness, and burn my foes in glorious flames. William roared. Obliterate all who stand before me. Enuma Elish, the 7 tablets of creation that came from a world that had ceased to exist, enveloped William's entire being in a radiant light, forming a miniature sun. Apophis, who had sensed the dangerous attack coming from behind him, tried to evade it, but it was already too late. He had grown complacent that William couldn't do anything to him, so the god of chaos ignored the half-elf completely. A loud, pain-filled shriek erupted from his jaws as the miniature sun smashed against his head with a vengeance. Right now, he was only at the realm of a pseudo-god, and the attack that William used was an attack that contained the true divinities of the gods that had left their wills on the 7 tablets of creation. A blinding light covered the entirety of the Deadlands, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The Grim Reapers and the undead all burst into flames as the light shone upon their bodies. The bodies of the golden daimos as well as the giant black golems started to crack as the cores in their bodies were burned to ashes. None of them saw the image of the god whose sword had pierced through Apophis' head, pinning him on the ground. Apophis' screams echoed across the void as he regretted his decision to turn his back on the half-elf, whose memories of his past life burned alongside the radiant rays that chased away the seeds of darkness, which had planted themselves inside everyone's hearts. When Belle opened her eyes, she found herself staring at a giant crater that was slowly filling up with seawater. The wind brushed past her, ruffling the hair on her head. It was then when she realized that she was no longer in the city where a great battle was being waged. She had returned to Earth, along with the other survivors, who were now gazing at the same scene as her. Gazing at the giant crater where K-City used to exist. The golden dome that was protecting all of them had long disappeared. Everyone was still in a daze, but it didn't take long for all of them to comprehend that they had somehow survived the hellish nightmare they were in, and would live to tell the tale to others. Will! Belle looked around to find the red-headed teenager, but he was nowhere to be found. That was the moment when she raised her head to look up at the sky. A red portal hovered in the sky, as red lightning bolts snaked across its borders. The black-haired beauty felt an ache in her heart as she saw flashes of light appearing from within the red portal's black depths. Sounds of explosions, similar to the rumbling of thunder, spread throughout her surroundings. Clearly, the battle was far from over. They were merely teleported out of the city and returned to Earth, so that they wouldn't be hit with the crossfire that far surpassed their realm of understanding. Some distance away from the crowd, two pink-haired girls opened their adorable mouths and blew bubbles out of them. Although they looked like bubbles, they were actually the souls of the people that they had devoured earlier. These souls returned to their rightful bodies, and would regain consciousness not long after. After all the souls were released, the pink-haired little girl named Cinnamon burped, while her twin sister, Maple, patted her back to make her feel better. Standing beside them were their two older sisters, who were staring at the red portal in the sky. They had also been teleported out of the city in the aftermath of William's attack that forced everyone, except himself and his clones, to return back to Earth through the red portal. "Big sister, Maple wants a hug," Maple said with her arms spread wide. Her older sister, who had long, red hair, picked her up and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Me too, big sister. Cinnamon wants a hug as well." Cinnamon latched onto her other big sister, who had long, black hair. The black-haired beauty picked up her litter sister and gave her a kiss as well. After doing so, all of them stared at the red portal where flashes of light could be seen here and there. As warriors, they knew that it was the sign of intense fighting that could only be witnessed in the void. "In the end, you chose to fight alone," Wendy sighed as she gazed at the red portal in the heavens. She knew that William had teleported her away because he cared about her, but her heart still ached at the thought that her first love was risking his life in battle, while she remained safe from harm. While she was deep in thought, Charmaine and the elves walked up to her and gave her a respectful bow. "Lady Wendy, what should we do now?" Charmaine asked. "Should we head back to the portal and assist Sir William?" Wendy reluctantly shook her head. She understood that even if they returned to the city to help William, their presence would only serve more of a hindrance than help. Just as Wendy was about to return her gaze to the sky, she noticed someone approaching her from the corner of her vision. William's first wife turned her head to her left side and stared at the black-haired beauty, who was staring back at her with a determined gaze. "Your name is Wendy, correct?" Belle asked. "Will told me many things about you." Wendy nodded. "You must be Belle. Will has also told me many things about you." Both ladies appraised each other, and Charmaine felt a subtle pressure coming from both of them. No sparks flew from their eyes, nor words of challenge were spoken. Belle and Wendy simply stared at each other and tried to learn more about their beloved's first wife/true love. "Thank you for loving Will," Belle said. "Because you were by his side, he was able to love again." Wendy just smiled and nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Thank you for continuing to love him as well. I want to ask you many questions, but unfortunately, my time is up." Wendy's and Thor's body was slowly turning into particles of light. She and Thor were forcefully taken by William from Hestia, and the time that she could remain in another world was limited. "Don't have any regrets," Wendy said as she stared at the black-haired beauty in front of her. "Time waits for no one. He no longer belongs to this world. Sooner or later, he will return to our world. I pray that before that happens, you will be able to finally let go of him. Don't worry. I promise to take care of him in your place." Wendy gave Belle a sweet smile that irritated the black-haired beauty. Although William's first wife hadn't explicitly said anything, she had hinted that Belle could just stay on Earth and leave William in the care of his wives back in Hestia. "The next time we meet, we will have a long discussion about this," Belle replied with a determined gaze. "I love William, and I will find a way for the two of us to be together." "You do that," Wendy replied in a teasing tone. She then waved her hand to bid goodbye with a smug expression on her face. "I'll wait for you on my home turf." After saying her final farewell, Wendy returned to Hestia. Belle sighed internally after the blonde-haired beauty disappeared. Although she didn't want to admit it, Wendy had locked onto her with an incredible pressure. The captain of the Valkyries looked so confident, and so at ease, knowing that she was William's first wife, and nothing could shake her position in his heart. Because of this, Belle finally decided on one thing. As long as William returned safely to her side, regardless of what her parents think, she would definitely do everything in her power to not have any regrets. "Will," Belle said softly, "win and come back to me." After William unleashed the might of the 7 tablets of creation, Apophis received a fatal injury that would have killed any demigod. Unfortunately, he was a former god, so he had survived William's attack. Even so, his strength had decreased greatly in an effort to prevent his injuries from worsening. "Damn you!" Apophis roared as he unleashed a breath attack at the half-elf, who was also suffering from serious injuries. The half-elf raised his hand and the 7 tablets of creation formed a circle in front of him, creating a barrier to block the pseudo-god's attack. Even though the barrier had successfully prevented the breath attack from reaching William, it was not able to stop the force behind it. A muffled groan escaped William's lips as he endured the attack that made him skid across the ruined streets for hundreds of meters, until the breath attack ended. The cut on his right cheek was bleeding, as well as the other injuries he received during his exchange with Apophis, but he didn't have time to heal them. The enraged black serpent's head had a hole in it, with blood spilling out like a river. If he wasn't a former god, he would have been dead by now. "Optimus! How long?" 15 more minutes. "I might be dead by then." "Then don't die. Problem solved." William sighed internally as he moved his battered body using his willpower. "How dare you!" Apophis roared in anger as his body slowly shrank. "How dare you challenge the might of a god!" The half-elf raised his middle finger at the god of chaos, who had now shrank to a 3-meter-tall humanoid snake. This was the form of a naga that William had encountered in the dungeon of Atlantis when he was challenging the lower floors of the dungeon. He wanted to tell the angry Apophis that this wasn't his first time fighting against a god. However, he chose not to say anything because even breathing posed a great challenge to him right now. Using an attack that belonged to a god of creation is something that should be used as a last resort, William thought. It's like firing 1,000 railguns at once. My body and stamina will not be able to use it a second time. Stormcaller fired several lightning bolts at the naga in order to give William some breathing time. Unfortunately, all it did was make the injured Apophis more angry, which made him attack William with unrestrained fury. "Take 3 steps to the right," Elliot said, "and execute a roundhouse kick right after," Conan commented. Both of William's familiars were helping him from his sea of consciousness. Right now, Elliot was using his power of clairvoyance to see a few seconds in the future, while Conan calculated the most effective attack that would deal significant damage to their enemy. The half-elf followed the advice of his familiars and executed a roundhouse kick after taking 3 steps to his right side. The kick landed on the naga's chest, sending him crashing towards a building in the distance. Due to the heaviness of William's injuries, Chloe's ability had multiplied his strength to its limits. Because Apophis received an almost lethal injury, he was forced to use its divinity in order to prevent it from worsening. Because of this, William's attack was now capable of dealing significant damage to his enemy. However, he knew that even if he punched and kicked Apophis for an entire day, he would still lose in the end. The only thing that could kill the pseudo-god was an attack infused by a powerful divinity. How many minutes? 12 more minutes. William's legs were already shaking in an effort to support his body. After a brief struggle, he went down on one knee as breathed heavily, ignoring the stinging pain in his chest. The building where Apophis crashed suddenly exploded as the angry Naga rose up towards the sky. "I've had enough of you. Time to die." Just as the god of chaos was about to unleash an attack that would destroy a quarter of the city, he felt a disturbance at the western outskirts of K-City. Narrowing its eyes, its vision zoomed in on an underground subway where William's 13 clones were hiding. They were busy channeling powerful flames into a spear that floated at the center of their formation. The spear was none other than Soleil. Because of the absence of the sun, it couldn't unleash its strongest attack, which was one of Apophis's weaknesses. Soleil was a spear that belonged to the sun god, Luff. Since William was no longer able to unleash the power of Enuma Elish to call upon the will of Marduk, his only hope was to charge Soleil manually and let it deal the killing blow on the pseudo-god, while he was still in a weakened state. Apophis was very sensitive to the power of the sun, so the moment he discovered the power of Soleil, it immediately changed its strategy and decided to deal with the greatest threat first. Warning: Apophis has discovered where the clones are hiding. William raised his head just in time to see the Naga aiming its powerful attack at the western part of the city. "Where are you looking at? Face me," William shouted as he pointed his finger at his adversary. Dual EX. Just as Apophis was about to unleash its concentrated breath attack, its body unconsciously moved, which forced it to face William's direction. A powerful blast erupted from its mouth and headed straight towards the half-elf, who unleashed all of his defensive spells to protect himself from harm. Conan unleashed several elemental shields and physical shields in front of William, while the 7 tablets of creation formed a barrier around him. Elliot unleashed a concentrated lightning bolt to face the breath attack head-on, but it only lasted for a second before it was swallowed up by Apophis's hate-filled assault. A blinding explosion erupted in William's location, which created a mushroom cloud in the sky. When the smoke receded, the half-elf laid at the center of a mile-long crater, with blood seeping out of his lips, nose, ears. The tablets of creation lay scattered on the ground beside him. Having used up all of their powers to defend William, they all flew towards the gem on William's chest in order to recharge their divinity. The half-elf gagged as more blood rose from his throat. He was unable to hold it back because he no longer had the strength to do so. Because of this, more blood seeped out of the corner of his lips as he stared at the dark sky above him. Several of his bones were broken, and the wounds on the different parts of his body bled freely. Right now, William was already feeling lightheaded due to the loss of blood. However, he knew that the moment he closed his eyes, he would not be able to open them again. Apophis snorted after seeing the aftermath of its attack. However, it would need a few more minutes before it could fire another attack that was as strong as the one that it had unleashed. The god of chaos wasn't faring well either. After using its breath attack, it wouldn't be able to attack William's clones due to its injured state. The pseudo-god eyed Soleil critically and deemed that it would be able to recover its strength before the spear could reach the point where it could threaten his existence. Right now, it was the only weapon that posed a threat to the god of chaos, so it took its observation seriously. "This hateful insect," Apophis cursed internally as it shifted its gaze back to William. "To think that a bug is able to make me suffer such a setback. I will make sure to torture his soul later." The Naga steadied its breathing as it slowly gathered the magical energy present in the void. As someone that had been banished by the gods and forced to wander this endless world, Apophis had learned a few tricks during his exile. A brief stalemate descended on the battlefield as both sides tried to buy some time to unleash their strongest attacks. All of them knew that their next clash would decide the victor and the loser, and the god of chaos vowed that he would be the one who had the last laugh. William breathed painfully as he tried to move his body, but it was to no avail. No matter what he did, He could not gather any strength to even move his finger. He was like an oil lamp that had burned all of its fuel reserves and could no longer produce light. Optimus. 8 minutes. William's clones couldn't move from their position because the moment he chose to manually charge Soleil, all of them could no longer move from their position. If someone broke out of the formation, the other clones would receive a backlash and ruin everything that they had worked up until now. Just as William was thinking of how to deal with the current situation, 2 adorable faces appeared in his line of sight. William blinked as he looked up at the 2 pink-haired girls that were looking down on him while munching on gummy bears. For a brief moment, the half-elf thought that he had unknowingly kicked the bucket and arrived at heaven. There was simply no way for the 2 angelic little girls to appear in this damnable place, just to eat gummy bears in a carefree manner. Would you like some? One of the girls asked. Never mind. Maple is a good girl, so I will give you one even if you don't ask. Maple forcefully placed a red gummy bear inside William's blood-stained lips as if it was not a big deal. She was not aware that William couldn't chew because he no longer had the strength to do so. See, Cinnamon is also a good girl, Cinnamon stuttered as she hurriedly took out a gummy bear from her small pouch and forfed William as well. What's wrong? You don't like it? Maple asked as she tilted her head. And maybe he wants more? Cinnamon offered an answer. Then let's give him more. The 2 pink-haired girls almost dumped all of their gummy bears on William's mouth, which made the latter want to cry a river of tears. As more gummy bears entered his mouth, the half-elf was 1 step closer to dying from suffocation. I managed to survive a breath attack from a pseudo-god, but I will meet my untimely death due to gummy bears, William grieved internally. Girls, both of you look like angels. But are you devils in disguise? Just who did you get this trait from? Maple stopped giving William the gummy bears because she noticed that the half-elf's complexion was turning pale. Cinnamon also noticed this change as she looked worriedly at the red-headed teenager, whose cheeks were bloated like a croaking bullfrog. Are you having trouble breathing? Maple asked as she turned towards her twin sister. When people stop breathing, do they die? Cinnamon nodded. Dead people don't need to breathe because they are already dead. The 2 girls glanced down at William and resumed eating the remaining gummy bears on their pouches. Both of them were very carefree that they even traded gummy bear flavors, while looking at William's suffering. Just as William was about to really die from suffocation, the words of the 2 girls flashed across his hazy mind. Dead people don't need to breathe because they are already dead. William thought as a realization came to his mind. Using the last bit of control in his mind, he ordered Optimus to switch his job class to Vampire Progenitor. Immediately, the feeling of suffocation disappeared, and William felt a form of energy gathering towards his body. Due to the battle against Apophis, he had forgotten many things, and he was unable to think properly because of the hazy feeling in his head. Right now, they were in the void, and K-City had started to gather the power of the dead. With the laws that had merged with his body, William recovered his strength at an alarming rate. After regaining the control of his body, the first thing he did was to eat the damnable gummy bears inside his mouth, which made the 2 angelic little devils clap their hands in amusement. William propped himself up in a seating position as all the broken bones and wounds all over his body regenerated completely. Thank you, William said as he patted the 2 girls on the head. The twin girls giggled before running away from him. But before they disappeared completely, they waved their hands and reminded him of what he needed to do. Beat the bad guy, Maple shouted as she raised her small fist to the air. Beat the bad guy. Cinnamon imitated her twin sister as she too raised her small fist to the air. After saying what they needed to say, they ran away holding each other's hand and disappeared from William's sights not long after. Apophis, who saw everything from start to finish, couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't know where the 2 pink-haired girls came from, but since he was unable to move from his location, he decided to ignore them. He was paying close attention to William and knew that the half-elf was on the verge of dying. The pseudo-god even laughed internally when he saw the 2 girls attempt to kill the red-headed teenager through suffocation. When William's vital signs completely disappeared, He felt regretful that he wasn't the one that dealt the finishing blow to the half-elf. However, when his enemy, whom he thought was already dead, suddenly stood up, Apophis felt that something had gone terribly wrong. William didn't say anything and simply stomped his foot to instantly appear in front of the pseudo-god, who had almost recovered a bit of his strength. The half-elf's fist smashed into the center of the Naga's face, which sent the humanoid snake flying. He didn't pause his attack and followed up with a continuous barrage of punches and kicks, which made Apophis feel a world of pain. "You insect! How dare you!" Apophis had enough and exchanged blows with William, who accepted it without backing down. This time, powerful shockwaves descended across the entire city as they pummeled each other to oblivion. "It's time for you gods to stop looking down on mortals," William shouted as he gave the Naga an uppercut which sent the wounded pseudo-god flying towards the sky. "You will never win against a god," Apophis roared as he tried to regain it, forcefully righted itself mid-air. "Not now. Not ever." The god of chaos gathered his divinity on his fist and met William head-on. Their fists smashed against each other, which sent the half-elf crashing towards the ground. "After I kill you, I will also kill that black-haired lady with the golden bracelet," Apophis declared. "If not for the two of you, my plans would have succeeded. I will torture both of your souls and hear your screams till the end of time. I will make you regret going against me." The Naga unleashed a dragon breath made up of black flames in order to end William's life once and for all. Since this was the void, he could easily capture the souls of anyone who died and prevent them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Apophis's plan was foolproof except for one thing. It shouldn't have mentioned that it would hurt Belle because she was William's reverse scale. Another powerful explosion shook the entire city as the pseudo-god looked at his enemy. Both of William's arms had been vaporized when he used them to block the attack, which made Apophis very happy. However, when the two arms instantly regenerated, the smile on its face instantly disappeared. The half-elf flew towards the sky and hovered 100 meters away from Apophis. Killing intent oozed out of his eyes as he gazed at the god who threatened his beloved. "Time's up. It's time for you to die," William declared as he raised his right hand. A blazing trail of fire appeared in the western part of the city, which headed in William's direction. When Apophis saw this, his survival instincts kicked in as he decided to flee into the void as much as possible. Due to his scuffle with the half-elf, he had completely forgotten about the spear of the sun god that was being charged to deal with him. "Too late," William sneered. "Do you think you can threaten my loved ones and get away with it?" Duel EX. Apophis, who had almost flown outside the border of the Deadlands, felt a very powerful tug that stopped his escape. "Damn you, mortal!" Apophis hatefully bellowed as he transformed into his original form. Only by using his true body would he stand a chance against the attack that could potentially end his existence. William held the blazing spear in his hand as he pulled back his arm. He stared fearlessly at the gigantic black serpent that had opened his jaws to devour him whole. "Bloom in the battlefield," William roared as the triquetra tattoo on the back of his right hand shone brightly. The flames surrounding the spear spread like wildfire as a projection of the sun god Luff appeared behind William, which meant that the half-elf had successfully activated the divinity that had been lying dormant within the spear for hundreds of years. Fleur du Soleil. Soleil flew towards the giant snake like an arrow, but it transformed into a red phoenix midway. The moment the phoenix and the gigantic black serpent collided against each other, the void trembled as an explosion that was as powerful as a supernova detonated within its desolate darkness. The blast was so powerful that William was blown away from the borders of the city and fell into the void. As his body descended into the darkness of the void, a name escaped his lips before he lost consciousness. He had given everything in that last attack of his, and was now truly and utterly spent. Tears streamed down the side of his face as he fell into a bottomless pit. He prayed that the next time he opened his eyes, the precious things that he held dear in his heart would not be taken away from him. As William's body fell from the floating city into the void, two pairs of hands grabbed hold of his body and guided it towards the red portal that was slowly shrinking in size. After the half-elf's body passed through the portal, two beams of light entered the gem on his chest. The red-headed teenager wasn't aware that two angelic little devils had entered his thousand-beast domain. It would be a few days before he would discover what had happened, which would lead to unprecedented consequences that the half-elf wasn't prepared to face. The moment he returned to Earth, his body fell like a kite that had lost its string, which was immediately noticed by Charmaine, who was paying close attention to the red portal in the sky. The pretty elf urged her winged horse to fly towards the sky in order to catch her master. Belle noticed the commotion, so she also looked up to the sky to see where Charmaine was headed. Due to the distance, she could only see a barely noticeable dot in the sky that was descending from the red portal. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized that the person that might be falling was her beloved. It was at this moment when Belle wished she could grow wings and fly towards the sky. Suddenly, she heard a chirp from her shoulder and realized that William's little wren, Ethon, had perched itself on her shoulder without her notice. Ethon chirped for a second time as it hopped off Belle's shoulder and transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 meters, scaring the people around her. The giant bird turned its head on Belle before using its beak to point at its back. The black-haired beauty understood what Ethon was trying to say, so she immediately mounted its back without a second thought. The giant bird activated its ability to prevent Belle from falling off, before spreading its wings to fly towards the sky. Due to its speed, it overtook Charmaine and her winged horse, which made the pretty elf pout. She wanted to be the one to catch her master, but she knew that overtaking Belle was impossible. Since that was the case, she just continued to fly upwards to ensure that the black-haired beauty would be able to catch William. If not, she would be more than happy to catch him instead. As Ethon neared William, it activated its wind magic to make the half-elf's descent slower, until he stopped falling and just floated in the air. Belle carefully reached out to hold William in her arms. Her heart ached as she looked at his pale face, which seemed devoid of all colors. A moment later, Charmaine arrived at the scene and eyed her master with a worried expression on her face. "Let's return him to the ground first, so my friends and I can heal him," Charmaine proposed. Belle nodded and Ethon gave a screech of approval. They then descended from the sky, but chose to land a kilometer away from the location of the survivors of K-City. The other elves rode their winged horses and went to where Belle and Charmaine had landed, to help treat their master of his injuries. 10 minutes later, William's complexion was slowly becoming better after being bathed in the healing magic of the elves. Belle looked at him anxiously, while holding his hand. In the beginning, the half-elf's hand felt very cold. Only after he received the treatment of the elves did it regain its warmth, which decreased the worry in Belle's heart. After 5 minutes of continuous healing, the half-elf slowly opened his eyes. The first person he saw was the pretty elf who served as his personal maid, Charmaine. William still felt very weak, but he didn't have any trouble in propping his body into a seating position. Before he could even say anything, a black-haired beauty wrapped her arms around him and gave him a tight hug. "I'm glad you're safe," Belle said with tears streaming down her eyes. "I was very worried about you, Will." Soon, she started sobbing, while still clinging to William's body. Belle's body shuddered uncontrollably as she vented out her frustration and helplessness for being unable to offer any help to her beloved. William just sat there and allowed the young lady to cry her heart out as he tried to understand the current situation. When the black-haired beauty hugged him, his first reaction was to move away, but his body didn't cooperate and remained in place. He was about to ask the girl if they knew each other, but the moment this thought appeared in his mind, Optimus' voice rang inside his head. "Will, don't say anything. I know you are confused, but I advise you to not speak even a single word. If you don't heed my warning, I promise you that you will regret it for the rest of your life." The half-elf's words immediately got stuck in his throat. He and Optimus had been together for a very long time, and he would be foolish not to take his warning seriously. Belle, who had felt something wrong in William's reaction, pulled her head back to look at his face. When their gazes met, The young lady's heart skipped a beat because Williams was looking at her as if he was looking at a stranger. She wanted to ask him if he had completely forgotten about her, but she didn't dare to do it. Belle was afraid that if she asked, her greatest fear would become a reality. The half-elf stared at Belle with wonder. He could feel his heartbeat beating wildly inside his chest, and his body aching to hold her in his arms. This feeling perplexed William because he could tell that every fiber of his being was longing for the young lady who was staring at him with eyes filled with fear and heartache. Suddenly, the expression of the black-haired beauty changed as she cupped William's face. Her eyes no longer showed fear or sadness. It was replaced with a burning determination and passion that made William's heart ache. "Will, you are the beginning of my letter, the contents of my poem, and the ending of my fairy tale." Belle said these words softly as she gazed at her beloved with tenderness and affection. She didn't know how William had crossed the boundaries between worlds in order to meet her, but there was one thing that she was sure of. No matter what happened, she couldn't allow the two of them to part like strangers. Even though it might be futile, she needed to try. This was the least she could do for the man who loved her with all of his heart. From within the haze of William's mind, a bright firework illuminated the dark sky. Soon, more fireworks painted the darkness with a myriad of colors that allowed him to see a younger version of himself, with tears streaming down his eyes. The young William looked so lonely as he stared at the sky, while standing on a flower field. A few seconds later, a young lady with long, black hair approached him and hugged him from behind. His eyes widened in shock when the two of them kissed. Little by little, broken fragments of his memories merged together to allow him to see the young lady's face. It was at this moment when a single tear streamed down the side of William's face as he watched this scene unfold. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those words to you," the young lady said. "I was being selfish." William buried his face on her chest and listened to her heartbeat. "Belle, I love you. Always have, always will. Now and forever." Belle hugged him and kissed his head lovingly. "So you say, but you have so many girls waiting for you back in that fantasy world of yours. I'm sure that you will forget about me soon." "I will not," William said firmly. "For the past 14 years of my life, I have always kept you in my heart." "You don't have much time left," Belle cupped William's face. "Let's not waste it." William agreed with her wholeheartedly as he raised his head. Their lips once again pressed against each other as they savored their last kiss together. More tears streamed down the side of William's face as she looked at the love of his life, whom he had almost forgotten. It was at this moment when he wrapped his arms around Belle and hugged her tight. "I'm sorry, Belle," William said. "I'm sorry." Belle hugged him back and the two of them held each other while their tears fell freely. The elves, who were watching this scene, glanced at each other before leaving the two of them behind. After the two of them calmed down, William held Belle's hand and kissed her forehead. He then looked at her with a serious expression, as he asked her an important question. "Belle, will you marry me?" William asked. "Yes," Belle answered before giving William a quick kiss on the lips. "I will marry you. If my parents don't agree, let's just elope together. Don't worry. I will make them agree no matter what." "Okay. I believe you." The two star-crossed lovers held each other in a loving embrace, as several jet fighters flew past them, and dozens of helicopters arrived at the scene. For them, they no longer cared about the aftermath of the battle. What was more important was the limited time that the two of them had together before William returned to his world. Less than 95, 59, 48. Do you wish to remain in this world? Yes/no. While Belle and William were rekindling the love that they had for each other in the outside world, a commotion was happening inside the Thousand Beast domain. Chiffon stared at the two adorable little girls who were looking back at her while they ate their gummy bears. She could feel her heart beating fast in her chest as her body subconsciously moved to hug the two of them. The two little girls didn't resist and allowed Chiffon to wrap her arms around them. Although William's pink-haired wife didn't know how the two girls had appeared inside the Thousand Beast domain, her not-yet-developed maternal instincts kicked in and held the two girls tightly. Lilith, who was right beside Chiffon when the two girls appeared, stared at the three of them with a shocked expression on her face. "No way," Lilith muttered. "Could it be?" As someone who had already seen her future daughter, seeing the two little girls made Lilith feel something like a déjà vu. After having her fill of hugging the two girls, Chiffon excitedly held their hands and asked them a question. "What are your names?" Chiffon asked. "Papa said that I can't tell you my name," one of the girls answered. "He warned us that if we did, it might cause a time para. Para? Cinnamon. What is that again?" Cinnamon tilted her head as she looked at her twin sister. She then frowned as if thinking really hard the answer to Maple's question. After a while, a sweet smile appeared on her face as she remembered the answer to her sister's question. "I think it's called time para jokes," Cinnamon replied. "Maple, I am hungry. I'm hungry as well. Should we go to the beehive to get some of their honey?" Lilith almost facepalmed when she heard the two little girls' conversation. However, Chiffon's face bloomed like a beautiful flower after the two girls accidentally blurted out each other's names. "Are both of you hungry?" Chiffon asked with a smile on her face. "Don't worry, I know how to cook pancakes. Do you like pancakes?" "Maple likes pancakes. Cinnamon likes pancakes as well." "Okay, let's go to the villa," Chiffon stated as she held both of their hands. "Help me cook it, okay?" "Okay." Lilith watched the three happy pink-haired girls walk towards the villa while chatting happily. She didn't know if this was a good thing or bad thing, but for some reason, she was worried that their sudden appearance would cause her fiancé some trouble. As if waiting for that cue, two beautiful teenage girls appeared inside the Thousand Beasts domain. Ash and Princess Sydney made their appearance because they wanted to look for William. Something unexpected had happened and it caught both of them by surprise. Just as the two girls were eating in the cafeteria of the academy, Ian suddenly transformed into a girl. Fortunately, the two of them were in a private room, so no one was able to see what was happening. Before she transformed into a girl, an unfamiliar voice spoke inside her mind. The voice said, "I now lift the curse that I placed on your bodies. The boy, William, has accomplished a great undertaking that gained my recognition. All of you are lucky to have someone like him in your life." After hearing those words, Ian felt something snap inside her sea of consciousness. After that, she reverted back to her original form. She also noticed that the ancient power that had been sealed inside her body once again rose to the surface. Ash felt very happy at the sudden turn of events, so she immediately invited Princess Sydney to go to the Thousand Beasts domain with her in order to look for William. The two of them hurriedly left the cafeteria and went to Princess Sydney's room to open their connection to William's domain. As soon as they appeared, they saw Lilith staring in the distance. Out of curiosity, both girls looked in the direction where she was looking and saw Chiffon walking hand in hand with two little girls who had the same hair color as hers. "You, the Amazon standing over there," Princess Sydney said. "Who are those girls? Don't you know that you can't randomly bring strangers inside this place?" Lilith stared at the beautiful princess and gave her a sweet smile, which made Princess Sydney feel like centipedes were crawling on her skin. "No one invited those two kids to come to this place," Lilith answered. "You know that the only people that can enter the Thousand Beasts domain are those who have gained William's permission. Since they are here, it means that William knows them to a certain extent." Princess Sydney frowned when she heard this. She knew that what Lilith said was the truth, but her smug expression was making her feel irritated. The Amazon princess was looking at her as if the two of them were equals, which made the seductive princess very uncomfortable. Ash, who was listening at the side, had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at Chiffon and the two kids that had just entered the villa together. As someone who shared half of William's heart, she was very sensitive to things that were related to William. When she saw the two kids, she distinctly felt that a part of them belonged to the half-elf. This had never happened before, so she immediately walked towards the villa in order to investigate the odd sensation that she was feeling in her chest. Princess Sydney felt like talking to Lilith wouldn't have any results. Since that was the case, she decided to follow Ash and personally interrogate the two children, whose appearance today was the first time she's seen them. Inside the villa, we first mix flour, sugar, and salt, Chiffon said as she placed the ingredients inside a bowl. Then we add the eggs, milk, and a little bit of oil. The two adorable girls looked at Chiffon as she cracked the eggs and placed them inside the mixing bowl. She then placed the eggshells to the side and started to mix the ingredients together. Maple and Cinnamon reached out to grab the eggshells and put it inside their mouths. They then chewed on it, making loud cracking sounds, which almost made Chiffon drop the bowl she was holding. Mama said that we shouldn't waste food, Maple said after swallowing the eggshells. Cinnamon nodded her head in agreement. Maple and Cinnamon are good girls. We always listen to what Mama tells us. Chiffon's surprised expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile that would melt the hearts of anyone who saw it. Good girls. Chiffon praised the two little girls who were giving her the "please praise us" look on their faces. After hearing Chiffon's praise, the two girls also smiled, which gave Chiffon the strong urge to hug and squeeze the two of them to oblivion. Who do you love the most? Chiffon asked. Your mama or papa? Maple loves both of them. Cinnamon loves them both. It was this scene that Ash and Princess Sydney saw when they arrived at the kitchen. The gem on the beautiful mermaid's chest glowed faintly as she approached the two little girls who were now looking back at her with smiles on their faces. Hello, my name is Ash. Ash introduced herself. May I know your names? No. Maple shook her head. Sorry, but we can't tell you because of the time parajokes. Cinnamon nodded her head as if in support of her sister's words. Then, can I just hold your hands? Ash decided to compromise and just settle for holding the two girls' hands. Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Okay. Let's hold hands. The two girls enthusiastically presented their hands to Ash, which the latter took with a smile on her face. The two girls were simply so adorable that Ash wanted to pinch both of their cheeks to test how soft they were. The moment she held their hands on her own, the blue gem on her chest glowed brightly. Ash's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the two girls, who were looking at her reaction with amused expressions on their faces. The two of you are? Ash muttered as she stared at the two girls before shifting her gaze to Chiffon, who was looking back at her with a smug expression on her face. After hearing Rizel's story from William, the pink-haired girl felt very envious of Lilith. However, after seeing Maple and Cinnamon, these feelings disappeared and were replaced with a happiness that made her feel as if she was on cloud 9. Princess Sydney didn't understand what was happening. Although she was a very smart lady, the concept of a time paradox was foreign to her. Although she felt the two girls closely resembled Chiffon, she only thought of them as Chiffon's cousins on their mother's side of the family. Ash would have thought the same if not for the fact that she shared half of her heart to William. The beautiful mermaid was also not familiar with a time paradox, so she was finding it hard to believe the current situation that was right in front of her at the moment. How? Ash asked as she looked at Chiffon in confusion. This was the only question that she could ask because no matter how much she thought, she couldn't come up with an answer that wouldn't break the boundaries of her common sense. I don't know, Chiffon answered as she shook her head. We can only ask William when he returns. It was at that moment when Maple's and Cinnamon's stomach chose to make gurgling noises. The two adorable girls looked at Chiffon with pitiful gazes as if to tell her that they were very hungry. Sorry, I'll cook this right away, Chiffon said as she hurriedly mixed the ingredients inside the bowl in order to prepare the best-tasting pancakes for the two adorable little girls, who made her heart feel complete. A commotion happened in Country K, hours after K-City disappeared. Dozens of videos showing the giant black golems and the destruction they caused to the city appeared in YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and many other social media platforms. Everyone thought that this was just a CG animation made by famous filmmakers and animation artists. But when the state media announced the news on a nationwide broadcast, everyone finally realized that it was all true. When the news anchor showed the video of a red-headed teenager fighting against the giant black golems that was recorded using a cell phone, everyone immediately wanted to know his identity. Minutes after the national broadcast ended, numerous posts saying, "Please marry me, superhero. Give me your babies, Mr. Handsome. Is that a Revenger in real life?" and many other similar topics were posted on all of the famous forums all over the country. Of course, this news also reached the international community. Various governments made their move to try and recruit the handsome revenger that was clad in lightning bolts. They sent their best ambassadors and negotiators in order to entice the red-headed teenager into becoming a part of their nation. Because of this, the president of Country K decided to take action, and personally left the capital to visit the Parker residence, where William was currently staying. He and his officials knew that they needed to strike while the iron was hot and form a strong connection with William, so he wouldn't be poached by the other countries who planned to offer him citizenship, as well as many other benefits that would entice any ordinary man. Unfortunately, William wasn't an ordinary person, so when he got wind that people were trying to make contact with him, he did what he needed to do, and that was to run away. This move of his placed great pressure on Raymond and Adele, who were forced to take the limelight and entertain the VIPs who came to their residence in droves. "I heard that the boy named William is your daughter's fiancé. Congratulations, Mr. Parker," the president of Country K said with a smile. "When will they be getting married? I think we should let them marry here in our country." Beads of sweat started to form on Raymond's shoulders as he tried to keep the smile on his face from breaking. "Belle is still too young to marry," Raymond replied. "I don't think she's ready to take that step yet." The president nodded his head and handed a few documents to Raymond. "All the same, I brought the marriage certificate with me. All that is needed are their signatures," the president stated. One of my subordinates also managed to reach out to William. After a brief dialogue, he agreed to the wedding, which will be held tomorrow at noon. Raymond's smile stiffened after hearing the president's words. In an act of defiance, he tore the marriage contract and made it look like an accident. "I'm sorry," Raymond hurriedly apologized. "I was so shocked that I wasn't able to stop myself, Mr. President." The president laughed and waved his hand casually. "Don't worry, I have 1,000 of those prepared," the president replied. "Losing one or two isn't a big deal. The wedding will be held at Norse Church in the capital. Everything has been arranged, including the guests. We also made sure that it will be announced on the 6 o'clock news tonight, nationwide, to tell everyone that the two of them are going to get married in this country. Don't worry, we have upped the security and we will not allow any foreign guests to try to poach your son-in-law from this country." The corner of Raymond's lips twitched because everything was happening so fast. Even he didn't know where William was hiding. The only thing that he knew was that after the incident in K-City, the half-elf took his daughter away and disappeared from the eyes of the public. Even Paula and Hannah, who were Belle's best friends, didn't know where they were. The president smiled at Raymond, whose smile had completely collapsed. Adele, who was seated beside her husband, could only sigh internally because she understood that this was already a done deal. With the president of the country giving the marching orders, only fools would dare to get in the way of her daughter's happiness. Also, she no longer had any problem with William marrying Belle. She had witnessed how the half-elf risked his life in order to protect not only her daughter, but all the people in K-City. She could still remember the scene of William burning as brightly as a sun in order to attack the gigantic snake that was headed in their direction. It was the most beautiful thing that Adele had ever seen, and with William's performance, she would be a fool if she let other people get their hands on her future son-in-law. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel protected by the president's personal security force, William and Belle enjoyed a bath together in a big bathtub. The half-elf had still not fully recovered from the battle because he had exhausted his physical, magical, emotional, and spiritual power in the fight against Apophis. His head would droop from time to time as he fought off the drowsiness that was taking hold of his senses. Belle didn't mind and personally washed his body, and treated her beloved like a king. Some of William's injuries hadn't healed yet, especially the cut on his right cheek that was injured from the pseudo-god's attack. Several other wounds could also be seen on William's body. Although they were no longer bleeding, their appearance made the black-haired beauty understand just how hard the red-headed teenager had fought for all of their sakes. Although the half-elf had assured her that the wounds would fully heal in time, she still felt heartbroken seeing them on his body. The injuries dealt by the god of chaos were not easy to heal. Even the strongest healing potions in the god shop could only stop their bleeding. However, William didn't lie. It would only take a month of continuous treatment before all the scars on his body disappeared completely. Belle lovingly kissed his cheeks as she used her delicate hands to scrub William's chest. If this was an ordinary situation, the half-elf would have definitely used his naughty hands to return the favor. He would help clean every nook and cranny of Belle's body, until the latter's face turned beet red. Unfortunately, he had finally succumbed to sleep after holding back his drowsiness for the past few hours. Since her beloved could appreciate her effort to seduce him, she decided to just focus on her task and let him get a good rest. She kissed all of his scars and prayed that they would heal properly. After she finished cleaning William's body, she suddenly recalled the interaction that happened a few hours ago. As someone who had memorized all the officials of her home country, Belle wasn't able to hide the surprise on her face when the president's spokesman arrived at their hotel in order to talk to William. The half-elf didn't shy away from the man, and the two of them talked about many important things. Yes, they talked about many important things like having a church prepared by noon tomorrow, so that she and William could marry. To her shock, the president's spokesperson readily agreed to William's request, which made Belle feel that something was off. She didn't mind marrying William. In fact, she wanted to marry him so badly after knowing that he only had 4 days left on Earth, before he needed to return to the world of Hestia. What she was surprised about was that the president of the country had gone out of his way to get on good terms with William. Although Belle had already expected something like this to happen, she didn't expect that it would happen in the span of a few hours after the incident in K-City. "Tomorrow, the two of us will finally get married," Belle muttered as she lightly caressed William's face. "I pray that your feelings for me will remain forever, even if your memories fade away in the future." The black-haired beauty planted a kiss on William's forehead as she lightly brushed his head. She hoped that when morning came, she and her beloved would stand in front of the altar and make their vows to each other. Vows that no one, not even the gods, could take away from them. The next day, William stood in front of the mirror while he looked at his black suit, which he had bought in the god shop for this special event. Due to the shotgun wedding that he had requested from the president's spokesperson, they didn't have time to pick the clothes for the bride and the groom. However, this was not a problem for William. The god shop had plenty of wedding dresses and suits that could be bought at a moment's notice. The good thing about these clothes was their auto-fit function, which changed the clothes so they would perfectly match the wearer's size. Belle was quite concerned about her wedding dress because this was something that most ladies on Earth cared about. However, all of her worries disappeared after seeing the wedding dress that William had prepared for her. This was the most expensive wedding dress that had been personally crafted by the god of weddings, Hymenaeus. Although William wanted to see how Belle looked in the wedding dress he'd gotten her, he resisted the urge and left her with the ladies that the president had hired to assist her and her mother, Adele. The church was surrounded by men wearing ceremonial dresses. They also carried ceremonial firearms to act as a deterrent for anyone who planned to cause trouble at the wedding. William walked towards the aisle, under the curious gazes of thousands upon thousands of people. The media had also been invited to broadcast the event live to the masses both local and abroad. Because of this, many girls swooned after seeing the devilish smile of the handsome half-elf, who would become the trending topic of the entire world. All of them wished that they could marry someone like him. After arriving at the altar, William stood straight like a sword with a calm expression on his face. He had fought many hard battles in his lifetime, but for some reason, his heart wouldn't calm down, no matter how hard he tried. For him, marrying Belle was a dream come true. Although it didn't show on his face, a part of him was afraid that everything that was happening right now was just a dream that would disappear the moment he woke up. "Calm down, Will. This is not a dream. Take deep breaths and relax." Listening to the system's advice, William closed his eyes and took deep breaths to calm himself down. A minute later, he felt more at ease even though the beating of his heart made it feel like there were 1,000 galloping horses that were going to war in his chest. Suddenly, the doors of the church opened once more, and several pretty ladies walked in, throwing flower petals as they made their way down the aisle. Everyone's heads turned to look at this procession with great curiosity because all of them wanted to see the lucky young lady who had managed to capture the heart of the hero that had been ranked the #1 husband material in the world. William's eyes widened in shock when the young lady of his dreams appeared in front of him. Belle walked slowly, but steadily, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Her face was covered with a veil, but her charm and elegance oozed out of her body that made William unconsciously suck in a deep breath. Even though there was a veil covering her face, William's eyesight was able to pass through the veil and see Belle in her full splendor. The black-haired beauty looked so beautiful in her wedding dress that William felt like he was falling in love all over again. A sweet smile hung on her lips as she drew nearer to the altar where her groom was waiting for her. Raymond and Adele looked at their daughter with tears in their eyes. They knew that this day would come, but they never thought that it would come so soon. Belle's older siblings were also present inside the church. The president pulled some strings to bring Belle's older brother, Ethan, and older sister, Kate, back so they could witness their younger sister's wedding. At first, they were angry because they thought that their sister was being forced to marry someone against her will. However, after learning the identity of her groom, Belle's older siblings tossed everything they were doing to the side and flew back home on the first available flight. They wanted to be there to share this wonderful occasion with their little sister. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Belle was the treasure of their family. Anyone who dared to make her cry would suffer the wrath of everyone in their household. When Belle was only a few steps away from the altar, the half-elf wasn't able to keep the silly grin on his face from widening. Fortunately, he was handsome enough so no one thought that it was out of place. Half a minute later, the priest that would perform the ceremony walked through the door on the left side of the room behind the altar. When the half-elf saw the priest, his eyes widened in shock because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The priest ignored William's dumbfounded look as he stood in front of the bride and groom with a smile on his face. He then raised his hand as he started to preside over the wedding. To all present I say, we are gathered here, not to witness the beginning of what will be, but rather what already is, the priest declared. We do not create this marriage because we cannot. We can and do, however, celebrate with William von Ainsworth and Belle von Ainsworth the wondrous and joyful occurrence that has already taken place in their lives, and the commitment they make today. The priest then scanned everyone in the church as he continued to proceed with the wedding. Should anyone present no of any reason that this couple should not be joined in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold your peace, the priest said. Everyone remained in their seats and calmly looked at the altar. None of them had any intention of stopping the wedding, or at least, that was what Belle's parents and the president of Country K believed. I do not agree with this wedding. A young man barged inside the church doors with an aggrieved expression on his face. I have loved Belle for many years. I will not hand her over to any arg. The young man wasn't able to finish his words because a wooden mallet smashed into his face, sending him sprawling on the ground. The mallet then flew back towards the altar and ended up in the priest's hand, which the latter lightly thumped on his open palm, while eyeing everyone in the room. Is there anyone else who opposes this marriage? The priest asked in a challenging tone. Noon inside the church was able to stop their face from twitching after seeing what had just transpired. There were several people who planned to cause trouble for the young bride and groom, but after seeing the fate of the young man who was being dragged away by the subordinates of the president of the country, all of them remained in their seats and kept their lips shut tight. Who would willingly desire to get smacked in the face by a wooden mallet? Only masochists would do that. After seeing that there were no more fools who wanted to get whacked by his wooden mallet, the priest nodded his head in satisfaction and returned his attention to the bride and groom. Breaking his dignified expression, the priest smiled and winked at the half-elf, who was finding it hard to hold back the laughter that was bubbling inside his chest. James, William's grandfather, cleared his throat as he hid the wooden mallet inside his robe. As someone who had been pushing his grandson to give him as many great-grandkids as possible, how could he possibly allow anyone to get in the way of his and William's happiness? With the almighty All-Father presiding over the wedding, no one, not even all the big shots on Earth combined, could prevent him from marrying the two star-crossed lovers, who had continued to love each other, even though they were separated by space and time. After the short incident, the wedding proceeded smoothly. Adele teared up after witnessing William and Belle share their vows of love to each other. Raymond was feeling conflicted, but this was something that almost all fathers felt when they saw their daughters on their wedding day. Belle's older brother and sister were genuinely happy for her, and they wished their little sister all the happiness the world had to offer. James smiled as he wrapped up the wedding with the words that everyone was waiting to hear. With the blessing of everyone who is present here today, I now pronounce both of you husband and wife, James said before giving William a wink. You may now kiss the bride. William didn't stand on ceremony and lifted the veil blocking his wife's face. Under the gazes of thousands of people inside the church and millions of peoples around the world, the half-elf kissed his beloved passionately. A moment later, a thundering applause followed by countless whistling broke out inside the church, as everyone gave their blessing to the newlyweds who had officially become the most popular couple in the world. When the kiss ended, William held Belle's hand firmly as they walked down the aisle. The paparazzi flashed their cameras in order to record this glorious moment that would be seen in the headlines of all the newspapers the next day. After exiting the church, a devilish smile appeared on William's face as he suddenly lifted Belle in a Princess Carrie. This act made the ladies squeal in delight because they found the half-elf's bad boy image very attractive. What do you think you're doing? Belle asked with a smile. She could tell that William was feeling playful at the moment, so she decided to play along with her husband's wishes. I plan to take you flying, William replied before turning towards Raymond and Adele who were right behind them. Father, Mother, Belle and I will just take a short detour before going to the hotel for the celebration feast, William said. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for the two of you this time around. Without waiting for their reply, William slowly floated in the air before flying northwards. He planned to take Belle on a short sightseeing flight of the entire city before going to the 5-star hotel that the president of Country K had rented for them. Kids sure know how to have fun, the president said with a chuckle. Well then, Mr. and Mrs. Parker, shall we go? Of course, Mr. President, Raymond replied. We wouldn't miss it for the world. Adele smiled as she nodded her head. Right now, it was their role to entertain the thousands of guests that had come to form connections with their family. This was a perfect opportunity for her to step up into the international scene and let their company spread its wings and open branches all over the world. Paula and Hannah looked at the half-elf who was flying northwards, while carrying their best friend in his arms. Even now, they still couldn't believe all the things that they had witnessed and experienced. If not for William, the two had no doubt that they would have also been part of the casualties that had been forever lost, alongside the city that had disappeared completely from the face of the earth. Hannah, did William say if he had any older or younger brothers? Paula asked as she looked at where William and Belle had flown off to. I want some of that action as well. The corner of Hannah's lips twitched as she stared at her best friend with a dumbfounded expression. She would be lying if she said that what Paula was saying hadn't crossed her mind as well. However, she found it quite embarrassing to discuss this topic out in the open. Let's ask William tomorrow, Hannah answered. In the end, she also wanted to know if she could have a boyfriend that was superhero material. Paula nodded absent-mindedly. Let's do that. Aren't the two of you going to give them your well wishes? James asked as he turned to the two beautiful young ladies who were looking at the flying couple in the distance. The two beautiful young ladies shook their heads. If he sees me, it will just make things complicated. The young beauty with long red hair and amber eyes answered with a smile. As for me, I don't want Papa to see me, the black-haired young lady replied. He still doesn't know of my existence, so if I suddenly appear in front of him, it might cause unexpected consequences. James chuckled but didn't force the issue. The fact that he was able to see his future great-granddaughters was enough to make his trip through the void worth his while. Ah, great-grandpa, I have a favor to ask, the young beauty with long red hair said. Maple and Cinnamon have snuck inside Papa's domain. A day has already passed since then, and I'm afraid that they have been causing all sorts of difficulties for those poor elves inside it. We will be leaving on the same day that Papa returns to Hestia. If possible, we want our two naughty sisters out of the Thousand Beast domain by then. The young lady with long black hair then handed a silver bracelet to James. Great-grandpa, let Papa wear this bracelet. It will help him break the laws of Earth and allow him to enter the Thousand Beast domain. The effect of the bracelet will wear off in 2 days. I hope that Maple and Cinnamon will be taken out of the domain by then. James nodded as he accepted the silver bracelet. It would be easy to pass this bracelet to William. Also, he wanted to spend a little more time with his twin great-granddaughters before they returned to their own timeline. I'll pass this to William at the party later, James replied. However, I think he will only be able to take Maple and Cinnamon out tomorrow morning. After all, today is a special day for him and Belle. Stella smiled and nodded her head in understanding. Naturally, she wouldn't want to ruin William's special day. Although she felt bad for the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain, she was willing to wait for one more day before the two little angelic devils were returned to their side. Inside the Thousand Beast domain, due to the time difference between Earth and Hestia, Maple and Cinnamon had been inside the Thousand Beast domain for more than a week. During their stay, the two angelic devils had visited all there was to visit, while being accompanied by Chiffon. The pink-haired girl didn't allow the two children to enter the dungeon of Atlantis because she was very worried about them. When Ash asked Chiffon about Maple and Cinnamon, the pink-haired girl only told her that the one with a better grasp of the current situation was Lilith. Finding this as an opportunity to one-up Princess Sydney, Lilith was more than happy to tell Ash and the succubus princess about what had happened in the Deadlands. After listening to her tale, Princess Sydney's expression became serious. As someone who had wanted William's babies from the start, this was a blow that she couldn't take lying down. Because of this discovery, Princess Sydney tried to befriend the two little girls by bribing them with food. To her surprise, Maple and Cinnamon didn't shy away from her, and occasionally called her Mama Sydney from time to time. This left Princess Sydney and Morgana smitten with the two adorable children. She was often found carrying one of the twins whenever she took a stroll inside the Thousand Beast domain. Ash was very amused by this scene, while Chiffon felt conflicted. A part of her wanted to monopolize her future babies, but since Princess Sydney was one of her sisters, she reluctantly allowed either Maple or Cinnamon to accompany her when she appeared in the Thousand Beast domain. Princess Sydney would ask the two girls questions from time to time, but both of them would only shake their heads to questions pertaining to the future. In the end, the succubus princess gave up, but her relationship with the two girls didn't change. For her, William's babies are her babies. This was why she would pamper, feed, kiss, and squeeze Maple and Cinnamon every day after her classes in Hestia ended. One day, while Chiffon and Princess Sydney were feeding Maple and Cinnamon pancakes, Ash asked an innocent question, which completely changed the atmosphere inside the villa. I wonder what Will is doing right now? This was the innocent question that Ash absent-mindedly muttered after sipping her tea. She didn't know that a certain little girl, who had just finished eating one of her pancakes, would answer her question. He's getting married right now. Isn't that right, Cinnamon? Maple asked. Cinnamon replied. All the ladies in the room froze, including Charmaine, who was pouring tea for everyone. Maple, sweetheart, did you just say that Will is getting married? Princess Sydney asked. Yes, Maple replied before eating the pancake on her plate. They should be in the middle of the marriage ceremony right now. Ash and Chiffon frowned, while Lilith was dumbstruck. The Amazon princess had thought that she would be William's fifth wife, but the order had changed and she was being pushed out of the spot that she had claimed as her own. Maple, did Will perhaps save or pick up a girl in a dungeon? This time it was Ash who asked the question. She knew that William wasn't that loose when it came to relationships. There was no way he would just suddenly marry a girl out of the blue without a good reason. Cinnamon, who was being hand-fed by Chiffon, tilted her head to the side as she looked innocently at Princess Sydney. Maple shook her head. There was no dungeon on Earth, so how could her papa pick up a girl in a dungeon? It was just not possible, you know? Do you know the identity of that girl? Princess Sydney asked. I'll give you 20 pancakes if you answer me. Maple frowned. For a brief moment she was moved by the bribe that the beautiful princess was going to give her. But, In the end, she persevered and shook her head firmly. "Sorry, I can't tell you that Papa is marrying his first love," Maple answered in an innocent tone. "Papa told me that I shouldn't tell you no matter what." "Excuse me?" Princess Sydney blinked in confusion after hearing Maple's answer. She had no idea who William's first love was, because she had never bothered to ask him about other women. When she became William's fiancée, she had said that she didn't care how many wives William had as long as he would love her just as much as they would love him. Although she didn't want to admit it, she felt that with her good looks, wits, seductive body, and prowess in bed, she would easily become the red-headed teenager's favorite. However, after spending time with him, Princess Sydney and Morgana realized that William was someone who truly loved her and his other lovers. They both felt that competing with Wendy, Ash, Est, and Chiffon was a useless endeavor. Although she understood that William didn't love all of them equally, he still loved them and treated them as if they were the most precious things in his world. Princess Sydney and Morgana had learned to accept this setting, but after hearing that William was marrying his first love, something inside her snapped. First love? Is she talking about Celine? Princess Sydney shook her head. Celine is in Hestia, and William is currently not in Hestia, so this is impossible. If that's the case, could it be Est? No. The two of them were best friends before they turned lovers, so it's not her either. If that is the case, then there is only one answer. It is someone William met before Celine. The succubus princess frowned because this was the only possible explanation she could think of at this point in time. Lilith was in the same boat as her love rival. She had just recently become William's fiancée, and was not aware of how many lovers the half-elf had. Although she didn't want to admit it, she felt an ache in her chest after knowing that her fiancé was marrying his first love. Ash and Chiffon, on the other hand, glanced at each other with a knowing look. Both of them had talked to William about many things, and the half-elf didn't hide anything from them, especially the name of his first love. However, what confused both of them was that they thought that Belle lived in Hestia. They were not aware that the person the half-elf was talking about was his first love from his past life. The celebration feast at the hotel where the president of Country K was well on its way when William and Belle arrived at the venue. Countless VIPs from all over the world had tossed their important matters aside just to be able to attend their wedding. Of course, this was the perfect place to form connections with the most influential people in the world, so even when the groom and his bride were not around, the people made sure to mingle with their peers, as well as potential business partners for future collaboration. Raymond and Adele, who had been forced to entertain them while William and Belle were away, were naturally the center of attention. Everyone wanted to talk to them, and if possible, collaborate in whatever way possible in order to strengthen their connections. Adele was the one managing the family business, while Raymond was managing their hospital. Although both of them work in separate fields, that didn't stop them from shaking hands with presidents, prime ministers, kings, and even oligarchs from all over the world. Belle's parents knew that from this moment onwards, their family could forget about being low-key ever again. The moment William landed carrying his wife in his arms, the people at the scene immediately perked up and were all smiles. The half-elf knew that he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, he saw someone happily taking a few dishes from the buffet table, and decided to dump all the responsibilities on the old scammer's shoulders. The red-headed teenager helped Belle to stand up before addressing everyone who was looking at him like a golden goose that they didn't plan on letting go. Friends who came from all over the world, I am very happy that all of you have come to give us your blessings, William said with a smile. As you may already know, today is a special day, so I don't wish to talk about politics and business-related topics. However, that doesn't mean that my Ainsworth family is not interested in your proposals. William paused as he walked towards the buffet table while holding Belle's hands. Everyone's gazes followed him until he stopped in front of an old man who was putting several fried chicken legs on his plate. Everyone, let me introduce to you the head of our family, William announced as he rested his hand on the old bandit's shoulder. Here is my grandfather, James von Ainsworth. Every decision in our family goes through him first. That's why I would appreciate it if you discuss political and business-related matters with him. James gnawed on a chicken leg as he looked at the crowd of people around them. Naturally, Belle's parents, as well as those who were seated near the front of the altar, recognized the old man who presided over William's and Belle's wedding. James didn't mind being used as a scapegoat this once because he understood that William had a more important duty to attend to, and that was to save his strength in order to increase the number of their family members. Since that was the case, the old man was more than happy to take one for the team and deal with the hawks and vultures who planned to give him gifts and bribes. Since they are offering things for free, it would be a shame for him not to take them, right? Everyone, just call me James, James stated with a smile. You've already seen how awesome my grandson is, but did you know that I am more awesome than him? The corner of William's lips twitched after hearing his grandpa's words. He planned to use the old coot as a scapegoat, and yet the old scammer managed to toot his own horn and tell everyone that he was more awesome than him? Ridiculous. However, before William could even say anything, James handed a silver bracelet to him and whispered something to his ear. This bracelet will allow you to temporarily visit your domain, James whispered. There are two little pink-haired girls that snuck inside it while you were unconscious. However, you don't have to deal with them today. Both of them are harmless, so it's fine if you wait until tomorrow to pick them up. For now, prioritize the honeymoon with your wife. Do I make myself clear? William blinked once then twice after hearing James' revelation. He didn't expect that the two gummy bear-eating girls had trespassed into his Thousand Beast domain without his permission. He was very tempted to take a quick look at the two of them, but James' meaningful gaze told him that he should just wait until tomorrow before bringing them out of his domain. Those little girls should have met Chiffon by now, William thought as he nodded his head to his grandpa to tell him that he understood his intentions. Although he was very curious about what was currently happening inside his domain, he also understood that now was not the time to visit it. James smiled and turned his attention to Belle, who was looking at James with a surprised expression on her face. I'm very happy to have you in our family, Belle, James said. Please, make as many babies as you can with my grandson. The more the merrier. The black-haired beauty blushed because she didn't expect William's grandfather to say something like that in front of everyone. William, on the other hand, just chuckled because he knew that James wanted to expand their family lineage as much as possible. To be perfectly honest, the half-elf was looking forward to leaving the party as soon as they could, so he and Belle could have some time alone together. Now that they were married, there was nothing more that could stop him from embracing Belle and consummating their marriage. James then took on his role and talked with the VIP guests that had come from all over the world. Although he and William couldn't stay long on Earth, that didn't mean that James couldn't scam them dry before leaving. As for future collaboration, that could wait until the connection between Hestia and Earth had stabilized. He would just make promises for now, and tell them that he and William still needed to save other worlds aside from Earth from the threat of the giant black golems that had appeared yesterday. He added that if they didn't do that, the giant golems would appear in a random location on Earth and wreak havoc, just as they did in K-City. For the dignitaries of the different countries, this was a very important issue. All of them were very supportive of James and even asked them if there was anything that they could do to help. They even went as far as to say that they were willing to provide state-of-the-art equipment in order to deal with the giant black golems, whose power they had witnessed firsthand. The talks went smoothly and James was able to scam a lot of people. It was a very productive day, and he was very happy with the results. 2 hours later, William and Belle had already snuck out of the party and retired to their room. For the two of them, every minute was precious, so they didn't want to waste any of them if they could help it. I love you, Belle, William said as he stared at his wife, who was still wearing her wedding dress. Belle wrapped her arms around William's neck and kissed his lips. I love you too. After their first kiss ended, a second one followed. This time it was more intense and more passionate. Soon, Belle's wedding dress slid off her beautiful and delicate body, making the half-elf's breathing a little ragged. The black-haired beauty smiled as she started to remove William's clothes. When all of their clothes were lying on the floor, Belle held William's hand and led him towards the bathroom. The sun still hadn't set, so they still had plenty of time to freshen themselves up before she would serve William the main course. Unfortunately for her, the half-elf had other plans in mind. A mischievous smile appeared on William's face as the black-haired beauty filled the bathtub with water. As someone who had already fought numerous night battles with his wives, the half-elf had more than enough experience on how to stroke the flames of passion that were starting to blaze inside Belle's beautiful and irresistible body. "What are you doing?" Belle asked when she felt William's naughty hand caressing her backside. "Just double-checking to see if there are any unseen injuries that I might have missed yesterday," William replied as his hand lightly squeezed the soft bun in front of him. Belle didn't make any efforts to pry William's naughty hand away. She could feel her cheeks burning in embarrassment because she could feel the warmth that was coming from her beloved's touch, which was making her body start to heat up. Seeing that the black-haired beauty wasn't resisting his advances, the half-elf decided to be a little bolder as he pulled Belle towards him until her back was leaning against his body. The black-haired beauty's blush turned a shade redder when she felt something hot and hard pressing against her back. Although she already saw a glimpse of it earlier, she didn't look at it for long because she was afraid that William would tease her about it. She turned her head to look at her husband with a face filled with injustice, but before she could voice her complaint, her lips were sealed with a kiss. It was also at that moment when William's hands moved in to fondle her breasts, which made Belle forget what she was about to say next. Soon, the sound of kissing echoed inside the bathroom. William's three-pronged attack left the black-haired beauty helpless as his lips, his hands, and little will work together to make Belle's legs turn to jelly. William's tongue had already invaded Belle's lips and pried it open. This was not the first time that the red-headed teenager had kissed Belle this way, so she was already used to this kind of intense kissing. When their lips parted, a sigh escaped her lips as her knees almost gave in due to lack of strength. Fortunately, William was long prepared for this to happen, so he carried his wife and lovingly placed her inside the bathtub, where a second round of kissing, groping, and nibbling ensued. The innocent girl's body lay limp in William's arms as he carried her out of the bathtub. The half-elf used wind magic to dry themselves in a matter of seconds because he had reached his limit. Belle's pleasure-filled sighs inside the bathtub almost made him want to eat her up then and there, but he endured because he wanted to make their first time memorable. The moment he laid Belle on the bed, her naked beauty was on full display for William to look at and behold. Seeing the half-elf's heated gaze that wandered all over her body, the black-haired beauty felt so exposed. Even so, she didn't cover her assets, and allowed William to look as much as he wanted. "You're very beautiful, Belle," William said as he lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Belle felt very happy hearing William's heartfelt praise. She had already seen William's wives, and all of them were beautiful in their own right. "Will, please," Belle pleaded. "I can't take it anymore." After William's relentless fondling and teasing, the black-haired beauty's body was burning up with passion. The half-elf had made sure to properly fan the flames of desire in her heart and mind, which made the chaste maiden plead for her beloved to give her relief. Hearing the words of permission from her lips, William once again indulged himself in kissing her soft lips. His hands moved downwards until they slid past her lower abdomen, reaching the entrance of her maidenhood. Soon, William's fingers caressed that place, making Belle's body shudder. She was really very sensitive right now, so any kind of stimulation was enough to make her reach her climax. William then kissed Belle's neck, going down her collarbone. His left hand once again groped his wife's left breast, and lightly pinched the pink tips that were slowly starting to become firm from his sensual touch. The half-elf then kissed Belle's right breast, before sucking, and lightly nibbling the pink tip that was waiting for his love and affection. Unknown to Belle, William was using all of his willpower to control his urges. He was patiently loosening her up, so that their union wouldn't hurt her as much. After enjoying her perfectly sized breast that fit his hands, the half-elf started to kiss her downwards. The moment William's tongue pried open her lower lips and tasted her forbidden fruit, Belle's body shuddered as she reached another climax. The half-elf paused for a bit and checked her condition. Although he wanted to make Belle's first time as pleasurable as possible, he was still worried about her health. A quick diagnostic scan told him that she was fine, and merely basking on the afterglow of her orgasm. William wanted to engrave Belle's entirety to his memories. Her soft sighs of pleasure, her smooth and delicate body, and her disheveled expression that was very different from the composed and calm look that she always wore when she was at the university. He wanted them all and more. William wanted her everything to be engraved in his soul, so that he wouldn't be able to forget her no matter what. When Belle reached her third orgasm, the half-elf knew that she was more than ready for their union. "Are you ready, Belle?" William asked. "Yes," Belle replied with a flushed face. She had never experienced this kind of pleasure in her life, and a part of her was looking forward to giving her chastity to the man she loved with all of her heart. William knew that Belle was already at her limit, so he no longer tarried and spread her legs apart. When William lowered his hips, a gasp escaped Belle's lips as her beloved became one with her. Although she felt a bit of pain, it was not as painful as she imagined it would be. Soon, Belle felt what it was like to be on the receiving end of William's hot and passionate love. He no longer teased her, which she was thankful for, but each time William lowered his hips, she could feel him going deeper inside her body. She could feel how hard he was, and hot she was, and it made her insides melt, knowing that the half-elf wanted her. Belle could feel William's desire to mark her as his woman, as both of them became lost in the storm of passion that had taken over their senses. Just as she was about to reach the peak of pleasure, William grunted as he lowered his hips one last time and shot his essence inside her. The black-haired beauty's body trembled as a wave of pleasure she had never felt before descended on her like a tide, making her lose consciousness due to how powerful her orgasm was. Although she had momentarily fainted, William's manhood was firmly pressed against the entrance of her womb, pouring his seeds inside her. The half-elf panted because this was probably the most intense lovemaking session he had experienced in his current lifetime. His release was so strong that he felt a bit drained afterwards. Running a diagnostic spell on Belle, he was relieved to know that she had just fainted from the pleasure that she had experienced. After a few light taps on her cheeks, the black-haired beauty regained her consciousness. "Are you all right?" William asked as he caressed the side of her face. Belle nodded. Right now, she was too drained to even talk, and merely gave William a brief nod to tell him that she was fine. William's was still buried deep inside her, and from the looks of it, it won't come out anytime soon. The half-elf was paying close attention to Belle's expression and condition. If the latter didn't want to continue, he wouldn't force her, and let her rest. "Does it still hurt?" William inquired as he kissed her forehead. "No," Belle replied. "It only hurt at first, but after a while, the pain disappeared completely. Do you want to continue?" "Yes, but do it gently this time." "Okay," William replied as he once again moved his hips, but this time in a slow manner. Among his wives, Chiffon liked to make love this way, so William already knew what to do. Less than 5 minutes later, Belle once again attained orgasm because the half-elf was simply too good in the arts of lovemaking. Her second time was just as intense as the first. Fortunately, she didn't lose consciousness, but lay panting on the bed as William's seed flowed inside her womb, filling her up with his love. William was surprised at Belle's tenacity. Although she wasn't as physically strong as his wives from Hestia, the black-haired beauty managed to last 5 rounds with breaks in between. The half-elf carried her back to the bathroom and cleaned her up properly. He also used a regeneration spell to help her recover faster and heal any invisible injuries that she might have suffered after their love-making. William then carried Belle back to the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. He had already removed the bed sheets earlier and replaced them with new ones, so his exhausted wife could rest properly. The red-headed teenager covered her with a blanket and observed her sleeping face. The black-haired beauty looked so defenseless that it gave William the strong urge to lightly pinch her cheeks because of how cute she was. Of course, he only thought of this and didn't have the heart to actually do it. "I'm sure that all the guys who love you at the university are cursing me right now," William muttered with a smug expression on his face. The half-elf was sure of it because if he were in their place, he would be doing the same. He would have probably cursed the guy that Belle married to the high heavens, while wishing that his manhood would never stand again. William smiled as he kissed Belle's forehead before hugging her body to sleep. It had been so long since he felt his heart at ease. Before he knew it, He was fast asleep, not from exhaustion, but from the happiness of having Belle as one of his wives. Hestia Academy. Shannon's face reddened as she lowered the brush in her hand to her side. In front of her, an image of a handsome half-elf making love to a black-haired beauty could be seen. The sensual brush strokes and the vivid colors portrayed the scene very clearly. It was so clear that even Shannon, who had been locked up inside the shrine for many years, understood what the two people in her drawing were doing. "I should hide this somewhere where Mother and Father can't see," Shannon muttered as she hurriedly grabbed the canvas, which was still a little wet. She then looked around the room to find a suitable place to hide her drawing. After finding an appropriate place, the young lady took a step forward with a flushed expression on her face. One of her powers allowed her to see events that were happening in the present. The images that appeared in her head were completely random. However, for the past few weeks, the only scenes that were coming to her were related to William's family. She had drawn the battle against the giants that James and his subordinates had participated in. She had drawn William's uncle, Morgan, who was now in charge of the floor of Asgard in the Tower of Babylon. She had drawn a mysterious woman, who was accompanying Eve in the central continent, while being guarded by two powerful minotaurs. And lastly, she had drawn William's battle in the Deadlands, his battle on Earth, as well as William's battle in bed with his new wife, Belle. Due to the images that she had seen with her powers, Shannon had unconsciously become William's fan. She looked forward to every new day for the possibility of drawing more of his adventures, both in Hestia and in the worlds outside of it. Just as Shannon was about to properly hide the canvas in his hand, a beautiful lady appeared in the center of the room and called out to her. "Dearest, have you drawn another painting?" The beautiful lady asked as she walked towards Shannon with a smile. "Come, let me see it. I'm very curious about what you have drawn this time." Mother, this drawing is still not complete," Shannon stuttered as she hid the drawing behind her back. "I will let you see it when it's done. But for now, I would like to rest first." The beautiful lady nodded her head in understanding. She knew that her daughter would feel very sleepy whenever she used her powers to look for images to draw. Because of this, she no longer insisted on seeing her daughter's drawing. Seeing that her mother didn't intend to forcefully look at her drawing, Shannon placed the canvas on one of the shelves that had been built in the living room. She had placed it in the middle of her other drawings, no longer caring that the paint was still a little wet. The most important thing was that she couldn't let anyone see it, or she would definitely die of embarrassment. After making sure that the canvas was properly stored, Shannon went to hug her mother, who returned her hug with a smile. "Did your father come to visit you?" the beautiful lady asked. "I can sense his divinity inside the living room." Shannon nodded her head. "A few days ago he came here for a visit. However, I was busy drawing things, so we didn't have the opportunity to talk." The beautiful lady nodded her head in understanding. Although she and her husband didn't always spend time together because both of them were busy, they would always find time to visit their daughter to check on her condition on a regular basis. "Shannon, do you have a fever?" the beautiful lady asked as she pressed her palm over Shannon's forehead. "You're a bit hot, and your face is flushed. You are not staying up late to draw things again, are you? Are you not resting properly then?" Shannon had a conflicted expression on her face as she tried to think on what to say to her mother. She knew that she couldn't possibly tell her that she was feeling hot and bothered after witnessing William making love to his wife. The young lady would rather bury herself in a hole due to embarrassment than have her mother know the truth. "I'm sorry," Shannon replied. "I saw an interesting scene, and I wasn't able to keep myself from drawing it." Shannon knew that gods could easily tell when people are lying, so she decided to tell her mother half-truths in order to stop her from worrying. She had indeed seen an interesting scene, and she wasn't able to stop herself from drawing it on canvas. Since this was the truth, the beautiful lady could only reluctantly accept her daughter's answer before she led her daughter to the bed where she could have a proper rest. "Rest, my dearest," the beautiful lady said as she sat beside the bed, holding her daughter's hand. "I'll stay with you for a bit, so you can sleep without any worries." Shannon nodded her head and closed her eyes. Only a minute had passed before her soft sleeper breaths reached the beautiful lady's ears, which made her feel better. However, what she didn't know was that even though Shannon was sleeping, her mind was very much active. The young lady's connection with William had remained, and she had seen everything that was happening in real time. If only the beautiful lady and Amon knew that William was indirectly teaching their daughter indecent things. Both of them would definitely be dragging William to their domains so they could strangle him until he begged for mercy. When Belle opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a handsome half-elf looking back at her with a smile. "Good morning, Belle," William said. "Good morning," Belle replied as she snuggled closer to him. William chuckled because he didn't expect that this was the first thing that his wife would do the moment she opened her eyes. "Are you hungry?" William asked. "Want me to order room service?" Belle nodded, but didn't move from her spot. What William didn't know was that the black-haired beauty was trying to assess if everything that happened was a dream or not. After feeling her husband's warmth and the naughty hand that was lightly squeezing her backside, she understood that everything was real. "I'm glad," Belle muttered as she hugged William tighter. What are you glad about?" "I'm glad that you and I are now married." William chuckled as he kissed Belle's forehead. Just like her, he was also feeling very happy that the two of them were finally married after experiencing many hardships. "This is bad," William whispered in her ears. "If you continue to say cute things like this, I might eat you before I eat breakfast." "Okay," Belle replied in a low volume that almost escaped William's strong hearing. He was just teasing her, and didn't expect that she would give him her tacit approval. Because of this, the half-elf and his new wife stayed in their room for 2 more hours before leaving their room to eat. Raymond, Adele, Belle's older brother, and older sister sat at a table with the newlyweds after meeting up with them in one of the hotel's hallways. William happily greeted his in-laws with a dazzling smile that gave Raymond the strong urge to smack him. Seeing Belle's flushed expression, Adele knew that her daughter had finally climbed onto the stairs to adulthood with the man she loved. All of them ate a sumptuous brunch together. Belle's family was quite happy to see the interaction between William and Belle. The half-elf was spoon-feeding his wife, and the latter graciously accepted his care and ate happily. It was as if they were in a world of her own, which made Belle's family almost vomit sugar at their public display of affection. Even so, Raymond's heart was finally at ease knowing that his daughter had finally found the happiness she deserved. Although William still hadn't found a way to cross the worlds to stay by her side, Belle's father was willing to take care of his daughter until the two of them were reunited once again. "Father, I have important news to tell you," William said with a serious expression on his face. "Belle is pregnant." Raymond, who had just taken a drink from his coffee, spat it in the half-elf's face out of sheer shock. "What did you say?" Raymond asked as he stood up from his seat. Because of his shock, he wasn't able to keep his voice low, which made the other guests in the restaurant look at him with concern. Seeing the scene he created, Raymond immediately sat down and glared daggers at the half-elf who had protected himself with wind magic. William flicked the coffee droplets and made it fly back on Raymond's cup, which made Belle's father want to strangle him then and there. "Isn't this a little too fast?" Raymond asked in a hushed voice. "How did you know that she's already pregnant?" "You won't know that until a few days later." "I don't know," William replied. "I just wanted to try saying it once in order to see your reaction." Raymond wanted to curse out loud, but managed to stop himself in time. He understood that the half-elf was just messing with him for the sake of messing with him. Belle lightly thumped William's chest as a way to tell him to not bully her father. The red-headed teenager nodded his head and apologized to Raymond and Adele, as well as Belle's sister for his rudeness. "Don't be like that, William," Adele commented from the side. "I really thought that I was about to have a grandchild. You gave me false hope." "Don't worry, Mother." William patted his chest with a confident smile on his face. "I will do my best to not fail your expectations." There were no longer any fiascos after that, and everyone enjoyed their brunch. Adele invited Belle to go to their room to talk. Now that her daughter was married, she needed to impart some knowledge to her to ensure that her childbearing would not encounter any problems. William, on the other hand, remembered what he had talked with James about a day ago, and decided to visit his Thousand Beasts domain to retrieve the two girls that had snuck inside his domain, while he was still unconscious. When William appeared in the Thousand Beasts domain, he immediately noticed a few things that were out of place. For one thing, he couldn't see any beasts loitering near their residence, which was a first for him. In fact, he couldn't sense any beast near the villa within a mile-wide radius. It was as if the villa had become a no-entry zone, which his legion dared not approach. Thinking that something wasn't right, William entered the villa in order to ask Charmaine what was going on. However, just as soon as he entered the residence, he immediately saw two pink-haired girls seated on the couch in the living room and being fed with cake slices by Chiffon and Princess Sydney, as if they were their bosses. Chiffon? Sydney? What's going on? William asked. The moment he made his presence known, Chiffon and Princess Sydney looked back at him in surprise. Chiffon placed the empty plate on the table and stood up from her seat. She then grabbed Maple's and Cinnamon's hands and led them towards William. This was the first time that William had seen Chiffon look at him with pleading eyes, and it made him wonder what she was going to tell him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for long before his adorable wife stood in front of him, while hugging the two pink-haired girls in her arms, and asked, "Will, can we keep them?" William looked at his adorable wife, who was looking at him with pleading eyes. Meanwhile, the two angelic devils in her arms were busy chewing gummy bears as they looked at William with hopeful gazes. This. William scratched his head. Chiffon, we can't. If the two of them don't return to their timeline, many people will be sad. Chiffon's lips trembled. She had completely forgotten that it was not only her that loved and cared for the two little girls. Even so, she still felt reluctant to let them go after hearing about the time that William and Lilith were able to spend with Rizel in the Deadlands. The half-elf crouched down and looked at the two little girls who had pouting expressions on their faces. Clearly, they weren't happy that they weren't allowed to stay and play with the beasts in the Thousand Beasts domain. Ever since the two little girls had accidentally devoured a few beasts because they were curious about what they tasted like, they had become the public enemies number 1 and 2 to the members of William's King's Legion. Even Urketu wasn't spared when Cinnamon devoured him out of curiosity. Of course, the two girls spat the beasts back out and their lives weren't in danger. Even so, the horrifying experience made everyone go to the dungeon of Atlantis in order to hide from the two terrifying little girls whose hunger knew no bounds. "How long have the two of you stayed here?" William asked. Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before raising 3 of their fingers to show William. "Nearly 2 weeks," Maple and Cinnamon replied in unison. Chiffon giggled after seeing that the two little girls didn't know how to count properly. "Maple, Cinnamon, you're holding up 3 fingers. Remove one and that will be 2. The two little girls were very obedient and followed Chiffon's words. They put down one of their fingers and proudly showed William their 2 fingers. William smiled and kissed both of their cheeks. He would be lying if he said that he didn't want to spend time with Chiffon's future daughters. But he also understood that they needed to return to their own timeline. After looking at the 3 girls' pleading gazes, including Chiffon, William sighed internally and compromised. "The flow of time on Earth is slower than Hestia," William said. "They can stay for a few more days, but when I come to pick them up again, they will have to come with me. Even if you beg, I won't change my mind." "Got it." The 3 girls cheered and hugged William to thank him. Chiffon, Maple, and Cinnamon pecked William's lips repeatedly before going out of the villa to play. Now that they only had a few more days to stay in the Thousand Beast domain, they intend to visit the ants' nest next, and see if they could find something delicious to eat there. After the 3 girls left, Princess Sydney stood up and walked towards William with a seductive smile on her beautiful face. "Darling, you have seen Chiffon's daughters? Have you seen mine?" Princess Sydney asked as she wrapped her arms around William's waist. William shook his head. "No, I haven't seen anyone that has resembled you." "I see. Well then, come with me." Princess Sydney didn't even wait for William's reply as she dragged him away. "Ash is currently at the academy and handling a few matters. She should arrive here in 3 to 4 hours. That should be more than enough time." "Enough time for what?" William asked as beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. For some reason, the seductive princess was making him feel anxious. Princess Sydney turned her head and smiled at William. "I'll tell you when we arrive in your room. It's a very important matter that needs your immediate attention." William was still not sure what his wife was planning to tell him. However, since he knew that the princess wouldn't harm him, he didn't resist as she led him to his room, with a devilish smile on her face. 3 hours later, the door of William's room opened, and the half-elf walked out into the hallway with shaky legs. After they entered the room, Princess Sydney and Morgana pinned him down and milked him dry until little William was knocked out. It was the first time the little guy was defeated in a wrestling match, and it made William question whether his stamina was high enough to satisfy all of his wives. As the half-elf walked in the hallway while using the wall as support, he came across Charmaine and Ash, who had just finished her tasks back in Hestia. After seeing William, the mermaid looked at him with concern because she could feel that the half-elf was a spent candle, whose fire was about to be snuffed out. "What happened?" Ash asked as she supported William's body. She had wanted to see William so badly in order to thank him for lifting the curse that was placed on her. However, after seeing his current state, she remembered Charmaine's tale of William's fight against a pseudo-god, which made her frown. "Has he still not recovered from that battle?" Ash thought as she lovingly hugged the red-headed teenager. "No good. I must help him recover." Charmaine, who obviously knew what happened, was feeling conflicted whether she should tell Ash that William had spent 3 hours inside his room with Princess Sydney, which might have led to his current weakened state. "Don't worry, Will," Ash whispered as she carried William back to his room. "I'll help you no matter what." "Why, you don't have to," William stuttered when he understood that Ash planned to bring him back to his room. "Don't worry, I'll be fine in a while. Just let me rest for a few hours." "Sounds like a good plan. What better place to rest than in your own room?" "Ash, my love, if you really care for me, you will not bring me back to my room. If you do so, I'm afraid I might die for real." Ash giggled because she felt that the half-elf was just teasing her. She wasn't aware that the red-headed teenager had barely survived a battle against 2 succubus princesses, who were just resting a bit before they started the 100th round of their battle with William. Fortunately, William could access the god shop. He immediately bought 2 large bottles of super stamina potion and 2 high rejuvenation potions. Without these stamina boosting and vitality replenishing potions, the half-elf might have gone to the Temple of the 10,000 Gods and entered the cycle of reincarnation with Issei's blessings. "What happened to you?" Belle asked the half-elf, who looked like a dried-up husk where he lay on their bed. "Belle, have you heard the saying, 'Too much love can kill someone'?" Belle replied, "I think I finally understand what that saying means." An amused smile appeared on the face of the black-haired beauty as he sat on the bed beside William. However, that smile immediately disappeared after he saw several red marks on the half-elf's neck, which she was sure didn't belong to her. "Will, I'm sorry, but I was taken by surprise. I didn't expect Sydney and Ash to appear in the Thousand Beast domain." After barely surviving Princess Sydney's, Morgana's, and Ash's 3-pronged attack, William hastily teleported out of the Thousand Beast domain and reappeared inside the bedroom in the hotel back on Earth. He didn't even have time to use healing magic to remove the kiss marks that the 3 ladies had planted all over his body. This was their way of sending a message to Belle that the red-headed teenager was also their husband, and they were her equals in William's heart. Belle could only sigh because she had felt the sincerity in William's voice. Clearly, her husband didn't have a choice in the matter, and simply performed his duty to the other girls who also loved him. "I forgive you," Belle said as she caressed the side of William's pale face. "But, for the remainder of our time together, you are forbidden from doing this again. Do you understand?" "Yes," William replied. "Belle, can I ask for a favor? Can you feed me these 6 bottles?" As soon as Half-Elf finished saying his words, 6 bottles with 3 different colors appeared on top of the bed. The black-haired beauty didn't bother to ask what they were and simply supported William's head, so he could drink them all. After finishing all 6 bottles, William's pale expression became ruddier. However, Belle still felt sorry for him, so she decided to let him rest for a night. Although it was regrettable, she couldn't possibly force her beloved, when he clearly no longer had any juice to give her. As soon as William finished drinking all 6 bottles, he fell asleep, while being held in Belle's protective embrace. According to her husband, he could only stay with her for 2 more days before he needed to once again return to Hestia. Truth be told, she wished that they could spend more time together, but she also understood that it was not possible at this time. Because of this, she decided to believe that William would find a way to meet her. If not, she would find a way to meet him instead. When the 2 of them parted in the countryside, the lady that had given them the rings met with Belle one last time and promised her one thing. Although she was still half in doubt whether the promise that the mysterious lady made was possible, she still held onto the faint hope that it would someday become a reality. "You know, when you told my father that I was pregnant, I was shocked," Belle said softly. However, the shock didn't last long before it was replaced with happiness. "I thought that as long as a part of you was with me, I will be able to carry on even if I have to wait many years before the 2 of us can be reunited." The image of the young lady with long black hair, tied up in a ponytail by a butterfly hair pin, appeared inside Belle's mind. "I wish you could have seen her," Belle muttered before kissing William's forehead. "I hope that I will be able to hold her in my arms a year or 2 from now." The black-haired beauty smiled as she closed her eyes and rubbed William's chest. "Please, do your best, Papa," Belle whispered before she closed her eyes to sleep. That night, she dreamed a happy dream. A dream where their family of 3 went stargazing together, under the gazes of countless stars in the sky. James hovered above the place where K-City once existed. Right now, only a giant crater, that was slowly being filled up by seawater, remained of the once lively city. A city that was considered to be one of the best cities to live in Country K. The old scammer made a few hand seals before pointing it at the crater under him and the sky above him. Suddenly a magic circle appeared under his feet and above his head. When the 2 magic circles overlapped with each other, a pretty lady holding a sword in her hand appeared before James. "We meet again, All-Father," the pretty lady said with a smile. "Or, should I call you Old Bandit James this time?" James chuckled as he eyed the lady in front of him. This was the first time he was seeing her with this appearance, but that was to be expected of a being that had many faces. "What name are you using right now?" James asked. The pretty lady smiled. "This time around, I go by the name Kathy." James nodded in understanding. "Kathy, I need your help. Is a connection between Earth and Hestia possible?" Kathy covered her lips as she chuckled. "All-Father, don't ask questions you already know the answer to." "I know the answer," James sighed. "But I no longer have my divinity. It is impossible for me to connect this realm to the Bifrost Bridge on my own." The pretty girl giggled because it was very rare for the mighty Odin to have a helpless expression on his face. "Very well, I will help you this once," Kathy said with a mischievous smile on her face. "But the only thing I can do is to help you create a relay point. At most, it will take some time for it to become fully functional and allow the Bifrost Bridge to connect to this plane of existence." "That's fine. I'm not in a hurry." "Very well." Kathy turned her attention to something in the distance as her vision zoomed in on the sleeping half-elf who was being held by the black-haired beauty whom he'd just married. "This is the least I can do for you, Will," Kathy thought. "More than anything else, I wish for your happiness." The pretty lady then raised her sword and channeled her authority into it. A moment later, orbs of light came from the bodies of all the people in the world. No one could see this, for only powerful beings would be able to sense its presence. They all flew towards the sword in Kathy's hands like golden comets that came from all over the world. Once all the energy was absorbed, the sword pulsed, telling Kathy that her authority over it was now active. Kathy pointed the tip of the sword towards the north and chanted, "To the north I ask for blessings, so that my voice will be heard." A pillar of red light shot out towards the heavens, which signaled that the first phase of the ceremony was complete. She then turned around and made the same gesture, this time the sword tip pointing to the south. "To the south, I ask for guidance, so that the legacy will be told. A blue pillar of light rose towards the sky to answer Kathy's call. Kathy faced the west and repeated the same gesture. To the west, I ask for leniency. May mercy fall upon me. A green light shone brightly in the western skies, which made the golden light coming from Kathy's sword grow brighter. She turned around and faced east, raising her sword one last time. To the east, I ask for a miracle, so my dreams will become reality. This time, a purple light shot towards the heavens. When all the pillars of the world were ignited, each of them covered the planet with their radiant light, which was equivalent to a spell of the 11th circle. A spell that had the power to affect the entire world. Placing her hand over her chest, right on top of her beating heart, Kathy activated the spell that would allow the Bifrost Bridge to connect to Earth from Hestia. A bridge that connects me to you, Kathy said as if making a pledge. A path that is meant for only me and you. The floor of Asgard in Hestia, the Bifrost Bridge shot out toward the void, which alarmed the residents that were currently living in the floor who belonged to the Ainsworth family. Morgan looked at the Rainbow Bridge with his arms crossed over his chest. Although he didn't know what was happening, he was quite certain that the one behind it was none other than his father, James. The commander of the Red Plague wasn't sure how the bridge operated. The only thing he did know was that only members of the Ainsworth family could activate it. Since that was the case, he ordered everyone to remain calm and not approach the Bifrost Bridge for the time being. This was the only thing he could do to prevent the others from doing anything reckless. Back on Earth, a bridge that shone with the colors of the rainbow descended from the sky and landed on the ground overlooking the giant crater. Although the connection had been properly established, it would still take a long time before those who held Odin's bloodline could travel between the two worlds, like they did thousands of years ago. It's time to go, William said as he smiled at the two angelic little devils that were clinging onto Chiffon's arms. Will! Chiffon had a reluctant look on her face as she looked up at William with an unwilling gaze. William sighed internally, but he steeled himself and patted Chiffon's head. He can understand his wife's feelings, however he needed to be firm, so he could bring Maple and Cinnamon out of the Thousand Beast domain and hand them over to his grandpa. Chiffon, you don't have to worry. William lightly patted her head. There will come a time when you will be able to hug, kiss, and talk to them every day. For now, they need to return, so that their mama will not be too worried about them. William then gazed at the two girls as he crouched down in front of them. Your mama is definitely worried about the two of you, William said in a gentle tone. She must be feeling very sad right now because she can't hug and talk to the two of you. Are you sure you want to leave her alone like that? Maple and Cinnamon suddenly became teary-eyed at the thought of seeing their mama cry. They knew what their mama was like, and she would definitely be heartbroken if she didn't see them for a long time. Maple will go back, Maple replied. I love mama. Cinnamon also loves mama, Cinnamon stated. I will go back as well. William smiled and patted the heads of the two little girls. He could feel his heart melting as he looked at the two angelic little devils that he would surely cherish in the not-so-distant future. Maple and Cinnamon went into tiptoes and kissed Chiffon's left and right cheek at the same time. They then whispered something in Chiffon's ears, which made the latter's lips tremble as she hugged both of them tightly. Both of you be careful, okay? Chiffon said. Make sure to eat on time, and always listen to your mama's words. The two little girls nodded their heads obediently. In the end, Chiffon kissed them both on the cheeks before handing them over to William. As soon as William held Maple's and Cinnamon's hands, Chiffon turned around. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop the tears from falling down her face the moment the two adorable girls disappeared from her sight. The pink-haired girl didn't want the two little girls to see her cry because she was sure that both of them would cry as well. Her time with Maple and Cinnamon were one of the happiest times of her life. These were precious memories that she would keep in her heart forever. William understood what Chiffon wanted to do, so he decided to leave while she was still able to keep her composure. But before doing so, he gave Princess Sydney and Ash a brief nod. The two nodded back in order to assure him that they understood. A few seconds later, William disappeared along with the two angelic devils who were already getting teary-eyed as they stared at Chiffon's small and lonely back. The moment they disappeared, the pink-haired girl collapsed on the ground and broke into tears. Princess Sydney and Ash immediately rushed to her side and gave her a hug, enveloping Chiffon in a supportive embrace. Lilith, who was standing a few meters away, sighed in her heart. She understood the sadness of parting, because she had also experienced it when she and Rizel went their separate ways. Although she wanted to also give Chiffon some comforting words, she deemed that Princess Sydney's and Ash's support would be enough to calm the grieving girl's heart. Woo-woo-woo. Maple is sad. Woo-woo-woo. Cinnamon is also sad. The two little girls latched onto William's leg as he reappeared inside his room. Belle, who was seated on the couch, looked at the two adorable girls, who were bawling their hearts out, with a curious gaze. Although she wasn't 100% certain, she could guess that the two girls were William's children because their eyes were similar to his. "It's okay," William coaxed to the two girls whose tears fell like rain. "You will see your mama soon, so both of you don't have to be sad." It took William a full 5 minutes to get the two little girls to calm down with promises of food. Belle found this scene to be funny because both girls only stopped after the half-elf promised them a feast fit for an emperor. Although there was an all-you-can-eat buffet inside the hotel, William knew that the owner, as well as the staff, would puke blood if the two little gluttons ate there. In order to compromise, he would just ask the hotel to cook a lot of food and serve it to them at lunchtime. After the promise had been made, William was finally able to breathe in a sigh of relief and introduced the two girls to Belle. The black-haired beauty wasn't able to resist Maple's and Cinnamon's cuteness and chatted with them about random things. Belle didn't ask them about their parents, but instead asked them about the world they lived in. Maple was the one who liked to socialize with other people, while Cinnamon was more reserved. She just sat down and listened to her sister talk about their hometown and gave comments from time to time. Seeing that the three girls were getting along, William decided to look for James and tell him that the two angelic little devils were finally in his custody. He only had a day and a half remaining on Earth, and he wished to spend it with Belle. The half-elf was feeling sad about their inevitable parting, but he was also hopeful. Since he had already appeared on Earth twice, it meant that he would be able to return to it a third time as well. What he didn't know was that James had already dealt with this problem. Although it would take a long time before the path between Hestia and Earth became stable, the foundations had already been built. This was James and, to a certain extent, Kathy's gift to William for doing his best to protect Earth, and the lady he loved, from the whims of the god of chaos. A sweet sigh escaped Belle's lips as her hands held onto the back of the sofa. She was currently seated on William's lap as she enjoyed the euphoric sensation of his seed, staining her insides with its warmth. Belle knew that the two of them didn't have much time together, so she took the initiative to seduce him once dinner had ended. The red-headed teenager was more than happy to comply because he felt the same way. Right now, the half-elf was busy sucking on Belle's left breast like a baby, waiting for his orgasm to subside. He loved the fact that the black-haired beauty took the initiative and the lead to make love to him. Belle moved her hips according to her own rhythm, which made William feel really good. The half-elf, on the other hand, used his healing magic to ensure that Belle wouldn't dislocate her hips, as she did her best to make both of them feel good. "Here, drink this," William said as she gave Belle a bottle of super stamina potion to replenish her strength. The night was still young, so they had more than enough time for their attempt to have Belle conceive his child before he left her again for a time. The half-elf didn't know if they would succeed, because right now, Belle was a normal human being. The red-headed teenager could be considered as a superhuman, so having her give birth to his child would not be an easy feat. William's essence was so strong that it would require an equally strong vessel to contain it. However, he wasn't too worried about it. The moment they had made love with each other, his essence had started to strengthen Belle's body, so even if she didn't get pregnant now, she would definitely get pregnant in the future. As Belle drank the super stamina potion, she could feel her strength returning to her body. In order to be safe, William also gave her a super rejuvenation potion to replenish the other things that the super stamina potion didn't cover. After a short break, the two were at it again, with Belle moving her hips in any manner she pleased. The black-haired beauty had taken a liking to taking the lead in their lovemaking. Seeing William's flushed face, as she did her best to make him feel good, felt liberating. She had seen how strong her husband was, but seeing his helpless expression as he reached his limit made her feel extremely good. It was as if she was conquering the half-elf, and his fate lay in her merciful hands. I might get addicted to this, Belle thought as she momentarily stopped moving her hips to cup William's face and give him a passionate kiss. A few minutes later, William's body shuddered as he once again reached his limit. Belle was not far behind, and together they reached the peak of pleasure together. The numbing pleasure of his manhood pressing against her womb and releasing his essence made Belle feel intoxicated. William and Belle panted for breath as they enjoyed the afterglow of this blissful feeling that made them want to stop time, so the two of them could stay in each other's arms for as long as possible. Tomorrow at noon you will be returning to Hestia, Belle stated as she rested her head on William's chest. Yes, William replied. Both of them laid on the bed after taking a bath to clean off the remnants from their intense love-making session. Although they were both tired, they didn't want to sleep because this was a very precious time for both of them. Will, please, don't forget about me, Belle said softly as she kissed the blue gem on his chest. William didn't say anything. Instead, he held her more firmly as if not wanting to let her go. Belle knew that William couldn't make this promise, but she couldn't stop herself from saying these words to him. When William fell from the red portal after fighting against the god of chaos, Belle felt that her heart was being squeezed inside her chest. However, something more heartbreaking followed when she saw her beloved look at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. This was a memory that Belle wouldn't be able to forget anytime soon. The mere thought of William completely forgetting about her completely made her anxious. She wished with all of her heart that the next time they met again, the half-elf would still be able to recognize her. Because if he didn't, Belle forcefully tossed this line of thought to the back of her head. She didn't want to feel pessimistic, especially during this time when the two of them were together. As if sensing her fears, William kissed her head and spoke the thoughts inside his mind. Belle, if and when that time comes, do not be afraid, William said. Love will find a way. Belle replied. Our love will find a way. As the black-haired beauty nestled deeper into William's arms, a sudden question popped inside her head. Will, say, for example, that I do end up getting pregnant before you return to Hestia. What would you like to name our daughter if that happens? Belle asked. Daughter? William chuckled. What if we had a son instead? Belle smiled as she lightly rubbed William's chest. Although she wasn't completely certain that Stella was her daughter, she believed that it was so. However, she also couldn't rule out the possibility that she also had a son with Will. Since that was the case, she decided to cover all bases so she wouldn't have to worry about their names in the future. Then, think of a name for our son as well, Belle answered. That way, regardless of whether I give birth to a boy or a girl, their names are already ready for them. So, Papa, make sure to think of good names for them. William quieted down as he seriously pondered on what to name his son and daughter. Several minutes passed in silence, but Belle didn't say anything and simply waited for her beloved to come up with the names for their children. After a few more minutes, William finally broke the silence as he gave two names for his son and daughter. If it is a boy, call him Alex, William stated. If it is a girl, call her Stella. Belle's heart skipped a beat after hearing Will mention the name of the girl that had saved her and given her the golden bracelet that she was currently wearing. Why Stella? Belle asked with genuine curiosity. Why did you pick that name for our daughter? William smiled as he waved his hand to the ceiling. Soon, the ceiling was replaced by a beautiful starry sky that made Belle gasp in surprise. The name Stella means star, William replied. You see, there is a certain constellation that watches over me from the heavens. I wish to honor that constellation and give my daughter the name Stella. I see, Belle muttered as she looked up at the beautiful starry sky that was impossible to see on Earth. 2 moons hang on the heavens, surrounded by countless stars that shone brightly in the night sky. Stella is a good name, Very well. Let's pick that name for our daughter. Good. I look forward to seeing her in the future. Somewhere in the city where William and Belle were currently staying, a beautiful young lady stared up at the cloudy sky that kept all of the stars out of sight. It's a pity that you can't see the stars here in the city. The young lady with long black hair, tied in a ponytail that was held in place by a butterfly hairpin, said softly. She then summoned her bow and pulled the strings before aiming at the sky. A magical arrow appeared on the bow and it shone in a silvery light. The moment the young lady released the string, the arrow shot towards the sky, creating a trail of light behind it. The moment the arrow flew in the heavens, the clouds hovering above the city all parted to make way for their brilliance. That night, a miracle happened. The stars that were impossible to see in one of the liveliest cities in the world appeared in front of everyone. Its surreal beauty made this night unforgettable for those that never had the opportunity to see what a starry sky looked like. The young lady smiled as she stared at the constellation that watched over her father from the heavens. The darkest nights produce the brightest stars, the young lady muttered as she raised her hand towards the sky. With that said, the sky is not the limit when you're reaching for the stars. Well then, we'll be going now, James said as he patted William's shoulder. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions, but we can talk about them when we're back in Hestia. William nodded his head. He did indeed have many questions to ask his grandpa, like, how did he manage to go to Earth? And how and where did he meet Maple and Chiffon? Even so, he agreed that now was not the best time to talk about it. Be careful, Gramps, William replied. I'll see you in Hestia. All right, stay safe until then. You too. James then turned to look at his granddaughter-in-law with a smile. He mostly talked about Belle's parents and tried to know more about her through them. After knowing the bittersweet memory of how they fell in love and parted with each other, James felt that his secret gift to William would make the half-elf cry out and jump with joy. For now, he planned to keep the connection of the Bifrost Bridge a secret from his grandson because it wasn't stable yet. Only when the connection had been fully formed would he tell him, so that he could travel back to Earth and spend some time with his star-crossed lover. Belle, I look forward to seeing you in Hestia, James said. Our family will welcome you with open arms. Belle nodded her head and smiled. I also look forward to visiting your hometown, grandfather. William told me that it is a wonderful palace. It is, James replied. I will ensure that you and your family will enjoy your stay once you visit. After making a few more small talk and bidding their final farewells, James left with Maple and Cinnamon. He still needed to hand the two little girls to their older sisters to ensure that they would stay out of trouble. Well then, we should go as well, William said with a mischievous smirk. Go where? Belle blinked in confusion. The half-elf and her didn't talk about any plans for their last day together, but it seems that William had planned something special for her. You will know soon enough, William replied as he lifted his wife into a princess carry before flying towards the sky. He had already informed Raymond where he planned to take Belle for their last day together, and the latter had already assigned several security personnel, who were handpicked by the president of Country K, to watch over his daughter. 10 minutes later, William landed in the archery range inside Belle's university. It was the place where William would often sneak into in order to take a good look at the black-haired beauty while she participated in her daily club activities. You know, when I first saw you, I knew that you would fall in love with me at first sight, William said as he supported his wife back into a standing position. It seems that I was right. Belle rolled her eyes at the half-elf's shameless statement. Both of them knew who fell in love at first sight first, and it was none other than the red-headed teenager who was currently rummaging through the archery supplies for bows and arrows. He handed one bow to Belle and made a quiver of arrows float beside her. One of my wishes back then was to stand beside you in this shooting range and practice archery with you, William explained. Is that really the case? Belle replied. Or are you just making things up? I can't really remember, but knowing myself, I think this thought would have surely crossed my mind. So, you're not sure? William coughed awkwardly. In truth, he had completely forgotten most of his past life. His only memories of Belle that remained were of his first visit when they met and enjoyed the festival together in the countryside. Simply put, he asked Raymond a lot of questions about what he knew about him, and Belle's father gave him bits and pieces, which the half-elf merged together in order to have an understanding of what he was like in other people's eyes. Fine, Belle relented. Since we are already here, how about we have a match? 10 arrows. The one that hits the bullseye the most wins. William smirked. He knew that Belle was confident in her archery, but for her to challenge him to an archery competition in his current state was simply asking for a beatdown. Very well, but what are the stakes? William asked. If you win, what do you want? Belle lightly pulled the string of her bow to test it a bit before answering the half-elf's question. If I win, you will pass a message to Wendy for me, Belle answered. William's first wife had issued a challenge to her, and it made her feel competitive. It was quite unfortunate that the Valkyrie captain had disappeared before Belle could tell her what she wanted to say. That's it? You want me to pass a message to Wendy? Yes. The red-headed teenager found this quite amusing, so he decided to agree to Belle's request. How about you? Belle asked. What do you want as a prize if you win? William pondered for a bit and tried to think of a good prize if he won. However, no matter how much he thought, he couldn't think of an appropriate reward that Belle could give her. In the end, he settled for something that would put his mind at ease. If I win, you will not do anything reckless like looking for ways to come to Hestia, William stated. Can you promise me that? Belle nodded. However, she voiced a condition. It was not in her nature to simply sit by and wait until a miracle happened. If you still haven't come to find me after 2 years, this agreement will become null and void. Wasn't that 5 years before? Things changed, Belle said firmly. I can't trust you to keep your pants on your body. I'm sure that the moment you return to Hestia, you will resume your skirt-chasing activities. For a brief moment, William thought that an arrow had pierced his chest after hearing Belle's words. The imaginary pain made him wince, and it made him feel bitter. Belle, I don't actively look for girls to marry, you know? William replied with a hurt expression. I'm already married to 5 women and you will be marrying a few more, Belle interjected, preventing William from finishing his sentence. Did you forget? You still haven't married Lilith. Another invisible arrow pierced William's chest because he couldn't refute Belle's words. After what had happened in the Deadlands, it was impossible for him to not marry the Amazon princess. Then you have your first master, Celine, Belle scoffed. So that's 2 more wives on your list. Several more arrows pierced William's chest, which made him feel helpless. It was as if he was a criminal being tried in the court and the jury was hurtling facts about his crime, which forced him to plead guilty. All in all, you already have 7 wives. Belle continued her explanation. Back then, I told you that you can marry 9. If you think about it, the order was messed up a bit when you married me. I was supposed to be your 10th wife. Belle then knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed at the target that was several meters away from her. As someone that had practiced archery for most of her life, her aim was steadier than most, and had already reached the national level. I almost forgot you still have Est waiting for you back in the southern continent, Belle added as she released the arrow, which flew straight and true, hitting the bullseye. I believe her name is Estelle, right? So all in all you already have 8 wives. This only leaves you 2 more before our agreement comes to fruition. The black-haired beauty then turned to the side to look at the half-elf who was already sweating buckets, while looking at Belle's arrow that struck the target dead center. He had a feeling that if he tried to bullshit his way out of this predicament, Belle might shoot an arrow at him, targeting his butt, which would make him feel pain he had never felt before. Tell me, Will, Belle said as she took another arrow from the quiver and knocked it on her bow. Who are the last 2 people you plan to marry? The whistling sound of an arrow hitting its target was easily heard by the half-elf, who pondered whether to tell Belle about his supposedly 9th wife, Kathy. He didn't even need to look at the archery target to know that Belle had struck another bullseye after firing her 2nd arrow. William then took an arrow from the quiver and knocked it on his bow. Actually, I met a mysterious girl in the Deadlands, William said as he looked at Belle. She told me that she's my 9th wife. William shot the arrow without even looking at its target. Belle glanced in the direction of the arrow and found it firmly planted on the bullseye of her husband's archery target. The black-haired beauty shifted her attention to William and raised an eyebrow. "She told you that she's your 9th wife?" Belle asked. "Isn't that a bit too convenient?" William shrugged. "I only met her in the Deadlands. I don't even know if I'll meet her ever again." Belle frowned. The term Deadlands was a sensitive topic to her after what had happened in K-City. According to William, the city would wander across the void and become a place where those who refused to cross over would find themselves. "What is she like?" "Well, she's a happy-go-lucky girl. Her blood is also delicious. It has a unique taste." Belle picked up another arrow from the quiver and fired a third arrow, which also hit the bullseye. "Okay, let's say that she is your 9th wife," Belle stated as she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, as she eyed William with a smile. "Then who is the 8th one?" The half-elf took an arrow out of the floating quiver beside him and aimed at his target. A few seconds later, an arrow once again hit the bullseye, giving him 2 points out of 10. I don't really think about these things, Belle," William answered. "Although I have many wives, and I love all of them, I don't actively search for more." "What are you? Some kind of harem protagonist?" "Mayhaps. I didn't bother to check the tags on this novel." The two stared at each other for a few seconds before breaking out in smiles. Belle then fired 2 consecutive arrows at her target in quick succession, making her points 5 out of 10. "When that lady from the stall told me that you were bound to have 9 wives, I didn't believe her at first," Belle said. "But after everything that has happened, I have no choice but to believe it." William sighed internally as a name escaped his lips. Freya. Back when he was in the countryside with Belle, he didn't think much of the name because it was not an uncommon name on Earth. However, now that everything had been said and done, he realized that the mysterious stall owner might have been the only god that had survived the destruction of Asgard. "I never had an opportunity to interact with her back then, so I'm not really sure," William thought. Still, this coincidence is too much to ignore. Silence descended between Belle and William as they focused on firing their arrows at the target. Surprisingly, when William was about to fire his 10th arrow, a scent in the air made his nose itchy. At the exact moment that he was about to release the arrow, he sneezed and its trajectory shifted, so it struck the very edge of the archery target, which made his final score 9 out of 10. "Well then, since I won the bet, I want you to pass this message to Wendy," Belle said with a smile. "Tell her you might be the first wife, but I have his heart. Make sure to pass this message to her. Okay?" William didn't know that his first wife, and his first love in his past life, was having some kind of rivalry that was very similar to Princess Sydney's and Lilith's. After hearing the message that Belle wanted to pass to Wendy, the half-elf felt a headache because Belle's message was bound to trigger Wendy, which would lead to unexpected consequences. However, Belle's gaze screamed, "You'd better tell her or else," so the half-elf could only reluctantly nod his head. "Let's pinky promise," Belle proposed. "That way you won't break it." "Are you a child?" William chuckled. "I have a better idea, and that is this." William raised Belle's chin with his finger and kissed her lips for a few seconds before pulling back. "There," William stated. "A promise that is sealed with a kiss. Much better than a pinky promise, right?" Belle rolled her eyes at the half-elf, but didn't refute his words. She also found her earlier suggestion a bit childish, so William's method was fine as well. "Okay. Shall we change places now?" William asked. Belle frowned. "But we just got here? Aren't you going to visit your old classroom to try and recall memories?" William shook his head. "The only memories that matter here in the university are yours. As for the rest, they are not important." The half-elf then returned the bows, arrows, and quivers to their respective location before lifting Belle into a princess carry. He had limited time on Earth, so he planned to visit the most important places before he returned to Hestia. 5 minutes later, the two landed in front of the gate of the Smiles orphanage, which made the two guards look at William and Belle as if they were looking at two celebrities. Both of their faces had been shown on television, posted in social media platforms, as well as uploaded in streaming websites. In simpler terms, almost everyone in Country K knew what they looked like. So the moment they appeared in the Smiles orphanage, the staff, as well as the children, scrambled to get their autographs. William smiled and allowed them to take pictures with him and Belle together, to serve as bragging rights for those who would visit the orphanage. In fact, William even called a professional photographer so he could take a group picture with all the children in the orphanage with him and Belle at the center. The photographer would then have his studio print it and put it into a big frame, which would be hung inside the Smiles orphanage as a memento for the memories that he had lost. Although William couldn't remember the faces of the children who were once his little brothers and sisters, he prayed that all of them would find good families who would adopt them and give them a second chance at life. Beth was very happy and honored to see William and Belle visit their orphanage together. When she first saw the red-headed teenager, she felt that he wasn't someone ordinary. However, she didn't expect that the young man that had donated millions to their orphanage was also the hero that had protected the denizens of K-City to the best of his abilities. William and Belle stayed inside the orphanage for an hour. The half-elf wished that he could stay longer, but he was short on time. After bidding farewell to everyone, Williams and Belle once again took off to the skies to go to their last destination, a place where William realized that he had missed many beautiful opportunities. Belle became silent as they drew closer to their final destination. It was a place that was very familiar to her. Perhaps it was even more familiar to her than it was to William. When she was young, she would often go there to accompany her father because her mother was too busy handling their business to take care of her. Although she had a hunch that William would come to this place, she still felt melancholic as they descended from the sky and landed on the rooftop of the hospital that belonged to her family. "It's quite unfortunate that it's not sunset at the moment," William said as he looked up at the clear blue sky that extended in all directions. "Still, it's not so bad." William's body was constantly emitting a refreshing breeze, which warded away the heat of the sun. Just to be on the safe side, he also cast a protective barrier around Belle to prevent her from getting sunburn and heat stroke. "Your father told me that I would often come here to think when I was still in this hospital," William explained. "I don't know if he is just messing with me, but since I don't have my past memories of this place, I decided to believe him for now." "Ah, he was also the one that told me about the orphanage. It was his idea that I should visit these places before I returned to Hestia." William chuckled as he gazed at the city where he had lived for most of his past life. "Although I can't remember anything about this place, I think I have a vague idea why I visit this place from time to time when I was still confined in the hospital." William sighed. "I don't know if your father told you about me, but according to him, I suffered from a very rare lung disease. It was a terminal illness, and back then I only had a few months to live. I'm sure that I might have felt really sad during those times. Perhaps thoughts of jumping off this roof might have also crossed my mind back then." Belle hugged William and rested her head on his shoulder. She didn't say anything and simply showed her support to her beloved as he voiced the thoughts in his mind. "Your father told me that I made a deal with him to donate my heart and other healthy organs to children who were suffering from diseases," William said softly. "I'm sure that the me back then decided to go all out in order to repay the people that had played an important part in my life. Of course, one of those beneficiaries was the Smiles orphanage where I had been raised." The half-elf closed his eyes as if trying to unearth the memories he had of this place, but nothing came to mind. It seemed as though all of his memories, except for the memory of their time in the countryside, had vanished completely. "Belle, I am happy that, even now, my heart beats for you." William could hear and feel the beating of his heart that had been transplanted inside his wife's body. It made him happy, knowing that he had been with her even after he had crossed over to the afterlife. "It is the greatest gift that I received from someone," Belle replied as she looked up at William. "Thank you for giving me a second chance at life." The two kissed once again and held each other in a loving embrace. After a while, Belle lightly caressed William's chest before asking a question. "How long do we have?" Belle asked. The half-elf glanced at the timer that was ticking away on his status page and told her the answer to her question. 49 minutes and 35 seconds. Do you wish to remain in this world? Yes/no. 49 minutes, William answered. Is there a place where you want to go? We still have time. Let's go back home, Belle stated, and spend the remaining time inside my room. William smiled as he nodded his head. Understood. Great-grandpa, it's time for us to go, Stella said while holding Maple's and Cinnamon's hands. You don't need to escort us in the void. Don't worry about me, James chuckled. I'm just sightseeing in the void. Making sure that my great-grandkids return home safely is not a big deal. Stella smiled because she had already expected that something like this would happen. Since James had already made up his mind, there was nothing that they could do to stop him from doing what he wanted. Let's go, Rizel said as she summoned Gleipnir to create a protective bubble that encompassed her, Stella, Maple, and Cinnamon. Maple, Cinnamon, open the passage to the void. Maple understands. Maple raised her hand. Cinnamon, too. Cinnamon also raised her hand to imitate her sister. James looked with great curiosity at what his great-grandkids were about to do. When he saw Maple and Cinnamon wandering in the void, he already knew that the twins were not ordinary children. No one could take a stroll in the void as if they were just walking in their own backyard. Even James had to rely on Sleipnir to cross through the void safely. The two pink-haired girls started to sing. A moment later, the air trembled as a small portal, the size of a basketball ball, appeared in front of them. With every second that passed, the portal grew bigger and bigger. When Maple and Cinnamon finished singing, a portal that was 3 meters tall and wide appeared in front of them. With a wave of Rizel's hand, the bubble she and her sisters were standing in flew towards the portal. Gleipnir would protect them from unexpected mishaps that could happen while they journeyed through the void. The earlier incident that had separated Maple and Cinnamon from them was a painful lesson that Stella and Rizel learned the hard way. They had spent considerable time looking for their little sisters in the void. Fortunately, James was passing by and found Maple and Cinnamon along the way. With Sleipnir's ability, it was able to locate Rizel and Stella in the void as well, and the sisters had a tearful reunion after James had arrived with the twins in tow. This was also why James decided to escort his great-grandchildren. If anything unexpected happened, he would be there to offer his support and allow them to return to their timeline safely. James lightly tapped Sleipnir's neck, and his mount followed the girls as they passed through the portal. Just as soon as the old man appeared in the void, he glanced back at the portal that was slowly becoming smaller and smaller. The time for his short vacation on Earth was over, and it was now time to resume his mission. However, before doing that, he would ensure that his great-grandkids safely returned to their timeline. As for William, James wasn't too worried about his grandson. He knew that his grandson wanted to spend his remaining time with his wife, so he didn't bother to bid goodbye to him. As he escorted his great-grandkids through the void, the half-elf and the black-haired beauty returned to the Parker residence to spend the time they had left inside Belle's room. The two of them had learned a lot from their last parting, and were using what remaining time they had to create more wonderful memories, before William would be forced to return to Hestia and bid his beloved wife goodbye. After the light receded, William found himself standing at the entrance of the 7th sanctum. He didn't know how he appeared here, but he had no complaints. After bidding his final farewell to Belle, William was forcefully ejected from Earth and reappeared in Hestia. Their final moments together had been bittersweet, but still better than the first time they parted from each other. After making sure that the coast was clear, he summoned the people that had been stuck inside his thousand-beast domain during his stay on Earth. Chiffon, Lilith, Aldrich, Diabolical Hell Ape, Chloe, Elliot, and Connan appeared beside him. Aldrich, sorry, but I can no longer accompany you inside the 7th sanctum to look for the method that will help you turn into a human, William said. I need to return to the academy and deal with important matters. Aldrich nodded his head in understanding. It's fine. I have long heard about Hestia Academy. Perhaps the headmaster there can help me with my problem. Do you mind if I accompany you back to the academy? I don't mind, William replied. How about you, 6th Master? Chloe, who had stayed inside the Thousand Beast domain to explore the dungeon of Atlantis along with Elliot and Conan, crossed her arms over her chest. "I'll accompany you," Chloe said. "The headmaster might not give me my pay if I return to the academy alone." William smiled because he was touched when he found out that Chloe had come to the Forbidden Grounds just to find him. Because of this, he made sure to tell Charmaine to give the little fairy any food that she wanted to eat. "Are we heading straight to the academy?" Chiffon asked as she held William's hand. William shook his head. "There's no rush. We promised Holeth to visit her after we leave the Forbidden Grounds. Let's take a short break in the port city of Alabaster first." Port City of Alabaster. This is the second time Hestia Academy has sent someone to ask if William appeared in the city. Holeth sighed as she gave a report to his commander, White Fang. "I asked some of our men to send them to one of the popular inns in the city. They will stay there and wait for any news regarding William." White Fang pressed his hands together as he eyed his vice commander with a serious expression on his face. "Between the two of us, what are the chances of William leaving the Forbidden Ground alive?" White Fang asked. "I believe in him," Holeth replied. "He will definitely return safely." White Fang nodded his head. Just like Holeth, he had a feeling that William could safely return from the Forbidden Ground that had claimed the countless lives of the people who had dared to venture inside its depths. Just as the two of them were about to talk about other topics, a soldier burst inside the room with an excited expression on his face. "Sir, he's returned," the soldier shouted. "Calm down," White Fang ordered. "Didn't I tell all of you to properly knock on the door first before entering?" "So, who returned?" "Him," the soldier replied. "Who?" Holeth frowned. "He returned. If you don't start talking about things that make sense, I'm gonna clobber you." The soldier finally realized his mistake and hurriedly corrected his manner of speaking. "Sir William von Ainsworth has been spotted at the gates of the city. I think he heading straight to our headquarters." The soldier hadn't even finished with what he had to say when Holeth dashed out of the room and ran down the hallway. White Fang, who saw this scene, chuckled because he knew that his vice commander had a huge crush on the half-elf who had become the idol of all the half-elves in the world. As the highest commanding half-elf in the city of Alabaster, Holeth had long wished for a safe haven where their race wouldn't be prosecuted. She believed that only William had the ability to make this wish of hers a reality. So she was very worried when the half-elf entered the Forbidden Ground after leaving the city of Alabaster. The moment she exited the headquarters of the army, she saw William's entourage enter the barracks. Holeth hurriedly ran in William's direction and gave him a big hug, which surprised not only the soldiers who were present at the scene, but also Chiffon and Lilith who had interacted with the blonde-haired half-elf in the past. "Thank the gods you're safe," Holeth said as she hugged William tightly. "I was so worried about you." The red-headed teenager lightly patted Holeth's back in order to assure her that he was fine. As a half-elf, William had a good impression of the vice-commander of the port city because both of them were of the same race. "Sorry for making you worry," William replied. "Actually, the reason why we returned here is to take a break for a few days before we journey back to Hestia Academy. I didn't know that I caused you and Commander White Fang a lot of trouble." Holeth was finally able to regain her composure after hearing William's words. She then took a step back and eyed him with a flushed expression on her face. "How long will all of you be staying here?" Holeth asked. "There are several people from the academy here in the city who are waiting for news about you. Sorry, but according to protocol, we need to inform them about your arrival." "I don't mind. Please, put their minds at ease by telling them that I am safe and sound." "Understood. Thank you for your cooperation." After sending one of the guards to inform the envoys from Hestia Academy, Holeth escorted William inside their headquarters so he could talk with their commander, White Fang, about the things he saw inside the Forbidden Ground. White Fang and Holeth listened to William's story with grim expressions on their faces. They had known that going to the Forbidden Ground and getting out alive was difficult, but after hearing that it was infested with myriad beasts, both the Beastkin and the blonde half-elf found themselves at a loss for words. On that day, the two high-ranking officers of the city of Alabaster finally understood that the word difficult was not an appropriate word to describe William's story. Of course, the red-headed teenager didn't mention anything about the Deadlands, or any other information that wasn't part of the Forbidden Grounds. Even so, White Fang and Holith coined a new term for those who planned to go to the Seventh Sanctum, and that word was none other than suicidal. "How is he?" Lilith asked as she sipped the high-quality coffee that William had bought in bulk back on Earth. "Still sleeping," Chiffon answered. "He must be very tired." After arriving at the port city of Alabaster, William, Chiffon, Lilith, Aldrich, and the others were given the VIP treatment in the inn that they were staying at. Perhaps due to the festivities, or the fact that he felt sad after parting with Belle, the red-headed teenager drank a lot of wine until he fell asleep. Chloe, who was seated on top of the table, just listened to the discussion while happily eating a Toblerone chocolate bar, which had become one of her favorites among William's stash of foods from Earth. The half-elf had imported many things that were very popular on Earth like chocolates, coffees, tea leaves, junk foods, instant noodles, and many other items that were considered a rarity in Hestia. Adele handled the transaction and found William's hoarding of food quite amusing. Even so, she understood that Hestia didn't have these things, so she added a few more items that she thought that William and his friends back in his world would like. "The heart moves where the heart wills," Elliot said as he sipped a cup of warm chocolate. He currently held the form of a 12-year-old William as a way to get used to his grown-up form. "Indeed," Conan commented as he bit into a pretzel. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was very sad when they parted. Elliot and Conan were each born with a quarter of William's soul. They were the half-elf's other halves, which made him complete. Whenever William used his Einherjar form, the two of them were not spared and the memories they held were also erased from their heads. This was why they couldn't help William remember his past memories, and suffered the same fate as him. "Is she that special to him?" Lilith asked. After becoming one of William's lovers, she had gotten to know the half-elf a little more and knew that he deeply cared about relationships. After knowing Belle's existence, and the fact that the half-elf still loved her, the Amazon princess couldn't help but get curious and envious of the girl that William still held dear in his heart. Elliot and Conan glanced at each other before shifting their gaze to Lilith. "It is best if you ask William about this," Elliot replied. "That's right," Conan answered. "Although we can answer your question, this is something that you should hear from him, and not us." William's familiars knew that what Lilith really wanted was the truth about Belle. Since that was the case, it was best for the red-headed teenager to handle this thing on his own. Lilith sighed, but she no longer pestered the two familiars, who were serious in keeping their silence. Chiffon also stayed silent. William had once asked her to remember who Belle was, just in case he forgot about her. Unlike her husband's other wives, Chiffon didn't think too much about these things. The only thing that mattered was that William loved her, and that was enough to make her happy. Also, she was looking forward to holding her two adorable babies who had miraculously appeared in her life. Her only regret was that her mother, April, wasn't able to see her daughters because she had passed away when Chiffon was still young. A few hours later, the half-elf finally woke up and was suffering from a hangover from all the wine that he had drunk. The wines were something he had bought in the god shop, so their effect was stronger than regular wine. In order to ease the pain, the half-elf placed a pink lollipop inside his mouth, and his headache instantly disappeared. "What time is it?" William asked as he entered the living room. He sat beside Chiffon on the couch, who happily snuggled up to his side. "Just past noon," Lilith replied as she eyed the half-elf with concern. "Holith came here an hour ago to check on your condition, but after telling her that you were still asleep, she decided to come back later." William nodded in understanding as he produced another lollipop and placed it inside Chiffon's mouth. "Sorry," William apologized. "I got carried away last night and drank too much. By the way, where are the others?" After arriving at the living room, he didn't see anyone else aside from Chiffon and Lilith, so he assumed that they went out to explore the city. His suspicions were confirmed when the Amazon princess said that Holith volunteered to take them on a sightseeing trip, while they waited for William to wake up. After trying to hold it in for a few minutes, Lilith finally reached her limit and stood up from her seat. She then walked towards William and sat on his right side, resting her head on his shoulders. The half-elf smiled and intertwined his fingers with Lilith's, who was still discovering ways to act naturally in front of William's other wives. For Lilith, it was easy to do as she pleased when only Chiffon was around. However, the difficulty of sharing an intimate moment with William increased when his other wives, Princess Sydney and Ash, were around. "I'm still not used to this," Lilith said softly. "I should be fine with sharing you with others because this is also the culture of Amazons. However, there are times when I just want to monopolize you for myself. Am I selfish?" Before William could answer Lilith's question, the pink-haired girl who was snuggling beside William raised her head and looked at her. "I think feeling that way is normal," Chiffon replied. "Even I sometimes want to monopolize Will, especially when it's just the two of us. I want him to pamper me a lot and make me feel that I'm the most special girl in the world. So, I think it's fine if you feel that way too. After all, it is very rare for us to spend time alone with him, especially since our sisters love him just as much as we do." William smiled and lightly patted Chiffon's head, which made the latter close her eyes and rest her head on her husband's chest in contentment. "Lilith, there will be times when I won't be always with you," William said as she looked at the Amazon princess with a gentle gaze. "Even so, whenever we have the opportunity to spend some time together with only the two of us, I promise that I will do my best to make those brief moments memorable for the both of us." Lilith lowered her head because William's gaze was melting her heart. As an Amazon warrior, she prided herself for being strong, so this feeling of weakness made her helpless. It was at this moment when the power of her divinity flared up. Lilith's divinity was greed, the sin which every human possessed. The overwhelming desire to acquire something, whether it be an object, a place, or a person, fueled this divinity. Just as she was unsure on what to do, she felt William's fingertips raise her chin. The next thing she saw was William's eyes that were looking at her with affection. "It's fine," William said as he lowered his head. "I belong to you just as much as you belong to me. So, it's fine to be greedy, for I am greedy as well." William pressed his lips over Lilith's and kissed her passionately. Chiffon just watched from the side because she understood that her sister needed William's help right now. Just like Princess Sydney and Lilith, Chiffon also suffered from outbreaks of her divinity. Whenever this happened, William would be by her side, while he happily fed her delicious food that he had acquired from who knows where. As Lilith allowed her divinity to rise to the surface, her wish to acquire William grew more and more. In a sense, the Amazon princess greed was similar to Princess Sydney's lust. Both of them wanted William, so the way to deal with it was the same. Chiffon stepped out of the room to temporarily guard the door, just in case the others came back. Right now, Lilith needed William, so the pink-haired girl decided to give them some privacy, and let the Amazon princess' burning desire be extinguished by the half-elf's love, which would not lose to the sin she carried. When Holith and the others arrived, they found Chiffon standing by the door. Just as the blonde half-elf was about to ask why the pink-haired girl was standing outside the room, she heard a moan, which made her body stiffen. As a half-elf, she was blessed with superior eyesight and hearing. Even though they were still standing in the hallway, she could hear the pleasure-filled sounds that escaped Lilith's lips from beyond the door. "William is busy right now," Chiffon said with a smile. "How about all of you have an afternoon snack downstairs? We'll go out later, after Will finishes his business." "Okay," Holith stuttered as she walked away, leaving the others behind. Aldrich followed behind Holith, because with his rank it was fairly easy for him to know what was happening inside the room. Chloe, on the other hand, frowned because there was something she wanted to ask William. As someone who likes to bash things and break down doors, Chloe didn't see any problem with her barging inside the room in order to ask William her question. However, before she could even smash the door apart, Elliot and Conan both grabbed his arms and tried to pull her away. "Ei, what are you doing?" Chloe asked as she struggled. "Let me go. There's something I need to ask my disciple." "Now is not a good time, Chloe," Conan said while sweating buckets. "Will is really busy right now. He has no time to answer your question." "HMP. I am his master, Chloe stated. He will always have time to answer my questions. My goodness, there's no need to rush, Elliot, who was struggling to hold the little fairy, said with difficulty. The people downstairs were saying that the house specialty is extremely delicious. Why don't we try it first before we come back to talk to Will? I heard that it is a limited edition thing, so we need to try it before it goes out of stock. Chloe stopped struggling because anything related to food and fighting piqued her interest. Although her favorite food was pancakes and desserts, eating something that has the word special in it would always make her want to try it out. Very well, Chloe declared. We will try this house specialty first before I return to ask Will my question. Elliot and Conan both sighed in relief because a crisis was averted. They then flanked the little fairy on both sides as they flew downstairs to order the house specialty, which the two familiar hoped was good enough to help them buy enough time for William to finish his business. An hour later, a satisfied-looking Lilith calmly drank a cup of tea that William had prepared for her. The Amazon princess felt refreshed after the outbreak of her sin had died out. She never thought that her divinity could be calmed in such a manner, which made her feel sorry for her younger self, who had been locked up inside the temple of the gods, whenever her divinity flared out of control. William, on the other hand, had gained a better understanding of his fiancée after her fiery outburst. Unlike Princess Sydney's craving for his body, the Amazon's princess' sin encompassed his entire being. Lilith didn't want the half-elf's body. She wanted his everything. The good news was that her sin was more controllable than Princess Sydney's. During their love-making, Lilith focused on making William feel good, while greedily taking him inside her. Although William didn't want to admit it, he found Lilith's desire to acquire him very hot and sexy, which made it so she did not lose to succubus princess advances, whose sin represented lust. Holith couldn't look at William steadily because each time she would look at his face, she could feel her cheeks burning. The red-headed teenager wasn't aware that Holith had heard their lovemaking through the door, because his attention was focused on Lilith. Only when Chiffon had returned did the half-elf know that his sixth master, Chloe, had almost barged inside the room while they were in the middle of a strenuous exercise. Good job, the two of you. William thanked his two familiars via telepathy because if it weren't for them, the little fairy might have barged inside the room and discovered something she had never seen before. This was just the natural thing to do, Elliot replied. Kakik. I'm not gonna lie, Will, that was close, Conan commented. Chloe is really strong. It took everything I had just to hold her down. Chloe, who didn't know that the boys were talking about her, hovered in front of William with her arms crossed over her chest. She was looking at the half-elf with a serious expression, but after a minute had passed, she still didn't say anything. This prompted William to take the initiative to ask her if there was something she needed from him. Sixth Master Elliot and Conan said that you wanted to ask me a question, William said. Is there anything that I can help you with? Chloe hummed before landing on William's right shoulder. You know, I wanted to ask you about that world that I appeared in, Chloe said. That world is called Earth, right? William nodded his head. Yes. How did I appear there? Chloe asked. The last thing I remember is that I was following your footsteps when suddenly, I was falling in the sky and saw you fighting against those giant black golems. The little fairy lightly poked William's cheek as she pressed him for an answer. I may not be as smart as my sister, Claire, but according to Celeste, I have an eidetic memory, Chloe explained. It is impossible for me to forget things. However, no matter how hard I think, I can't recall how I ended up on Earth. This is something that greatly bothers me. So, Will, how did you appear in that world? William shook his head because he also didn't know how he appeared on Earth. The only thing he could remember was a vague image of three shadowy figures. Sorry, Sixth Master, I really don't know, William replied. I also can't remember how I ended up in that place. Is that so? MMM. The little fairy stopped poking William because she could tell that he was telling the truth. Since he didn't know the answer to her question, she decided to just let it go for the time being, and decided to tell him the news that Celeste wanted to pass on to him. Will, when we get back to the academy, you need to look for Celeste right away, Chloe said. According to her, certain things are happening in the demonic continent, which greatly concerns the safety of the central continent. I am also here to pass you an order from the headmaster to investigate what the demons are doing. William frowned. Can't the headmaster assign someone else to do this job? I have some important matters to take care of after I return to the academy. Since he had already lifted the curse from Est, Ash, and Isaac, he planned to visit the southern continent to see Wendy, and Est because he missed them terribly. No, Chloe answered as she shook her head, because this matter also concerns Celeste's twin sister. William's body stiffened and his expression became serious after hearing Chloe's words. Celeste had only one twin, and it was none other than his first master, Celine. What do you mean? William inquired. What does the situation in the demonic continent have to do with my first master? Chloe sighed as she lowered her head. She wasn't supposed to tell this information to William right now, but she had a feeling that the half-elf would keep on pestering her until she spilled the beans. You know about the prophecy of the elves, right? Chloe asked. The Prince of Darkness? William asked back. The little fairy nodded her head. A letter had arrived at the academy on the day that she was about to leave to look for William. The letter came from the Silverwind continent, and its sender was the patriarch of the Rayleigh family. It was the same family that produced the oracles of the elven race, and the ones responsible for making the prophecy of the Dark Prince known. According to the letter, the prophecy is about to be fulfilled, and it will begin in the demonic continent, Chloe stated. Celeste had told her that there was a possibility that William was the prince in the prophecy. If it was indeed the case, Chloe would be forced to fight against him if the prophesied bride became her master. This was something that the little fairy didn't want to have happen. Deep inside, she wished that it would be someone else that would take on that role because she wasn't confident that she could raise her first to harm her disciple, whom she had become fond of. Once the prince has been born, this entire world will be covered in darkness. Chloe continued her explanation. Your master, Celine, is currently in the demonic continent. If the so-called prince will appear in that place, then the first people that he would look for will be one of the brides in the prophecy. Although there is only a 50-50 chance of her becoming the prince's bride, the possibility still exists. If possible, Celeste wants Celine brought to Hestia Academy where she can be protected from the fiend, who would force this world to submit to his rule. William clenched his fist as he nodded his head. He had already heard this prophecy from his second master, Oliver, but the verse that the parrot monkey had told him wasn't complete. In the past, he didn't care much about this prophecy because it felt very alien to him. However, things had changed. Celine was someone important to him, and he would not allow anyone to harm her in any way possible. Not even the prophesied prince that would plunge the world into darkness. A gust of wind blew from high above the altar of the Vanir, located in the world of Vanaheim. A silver-haired teenager was tied up in chains and guarded by two champions that prevented him from breaking free from his bindings. In front of him was an angelic beauty, with long purple hair and eyes that looked at him with a very sad expression on her face. Ayla, you don't have to listen to them, the silver-haired teenager said with labored breaths, as he looked at the maiden who had sacrificed many things for his sake. She had saved him when he fell from a cliff during a great battle against the Fomorians. They were a race of monstrous beings whose ultimate goal was to lay waste to every land they set their sights on. Ayla, it is better to put an end to his suffering. A seductive beauty with long blonde hair and purple eyes said with a smile. Your relationship with him will never be recognized by anyone. If you resist, the elders will just continue to torture him until you agree to end this farce. Ayla lowered her head as a single tear streamed down the side of her face. She knew that her friend, Nas, was right. If she continued to be stubborn, the only one who would suffer would be the silver-haired teenager whose entire body was now covered with wounds. Will, I'm sorry, Ayla said as she pressed her hand over her lover's forehead. Even if you forget about me, I promise that I won't forget about you. Not now, not until the end of time. Her hand glowed with power as she activated her unique ability that could erase people's memories. Ayla, please don't do T-. The silver-haired teenager tried to resist, but he still lost consciousness after Ayla used her ability on him. William collapsed on the floor, as the purple-haired beauty covered her face with both of her hands and sobbed, because she knew that she had lost someone very important to her today. It's not that hard, right? Nas wrapped her arms around Ayla's body and whispered in her ears. Because of what you did, he doesn't have to suffer anymore. You made the right choice. It was at this moment when the neighing of a horse was heard from the heavens. Clad in lightweight armor, and carrying the flag of Asgard, a Valkyrie landed on the altar. She glared hatefully at the Vanir who had tortured her beloved, after what he had done for them. Using her supernatural strength, Wendy broke the chains that bound William. She then supported his body until he was firmly mounted on her winged horse before mounting it herself. Wendy's left arm supported William's waist and held him in place, while the half-elf's head rested on her chest. She had traveled a great distance in order to arrive at Vanaheim to rescue her beloved from the stuck-up Vanirs who thought highly of themselves. "Wendy, I'm sorry," Ayla said as she looked at the Valkyrie captain who was supporting William's body. "You don't have to apologize," Wendy sneered. "From now on, never show yourself in front of him again. He doesn't need you in his life." After having the final say, Wendy lightly kicked the side of her winged horse. The steed that carried the Valkyrie to battle raised its wings and flew towards the sky. Ayla watched them go as the tears in her eyes blurred her vision. As someone who had lived for hundreds of years, this was the first time she felt as if a hole had opened up inside her heart. And she knew, for certainty, that she would never ever love again in her lifetime. "Hestia Academy. It's that dream again," Ayla muttered as she wiped away the tears that had fallen while she was sleeping. This was a recurring dream that she had been having, ever since William had left Hestia Academy to go to the Forbidden Grounds. The angelic beauty didn't understand why she was having this dream, over and over again. The only thing she did know was that each time it happened, she felt like her heart was breaking. A part of her wanted to ask Conan and Elliot why this was happening, but a part of her opposed this notion. She was afraid that if she told William's two familiars about her dreams, the two of them would think that she was just making things up. Ayla sighed as she lightly patted her chest. Although the ache in her heart would fade away in time, it was still a very uncomfortable feeling. Standing up from the bed, she opened the curtains and looked outside of the window. It was still dark and sunrise was still a few hours away, but she no longer felt like sleeping. Just as she was thinking on what to do next, she saw a flash of light in the distance. A second later, a streak of lightning descended on the open space, just outside of the girls' dormitory. The angelic beauty subconsciously took a deep breath when she saw a red-headed teenager appear in the place where the lightning bolt descended. Tendrils of lightning snaked around his body, and his eyes glowed with power. As if sensing that someone was looking in his direction, William raised his head and discovered Princess Ayla looking at him from the window of her room. The half-elf then smiled and raised his hand to wave at her in greeting. The angelic beauty waved back before her mind could register what she had just witnessed. After greeting the princess whom he thought he had woken up, William walked away and headed towards Celeste's personal quarters, which had been built beside the girls' dormitory. He had some very pressing questions to ask his master's twin sister, and had no time to chat with the purple-haired beauty, who was looking at him, while pressing her hand against her chest in an attempt to calm her wildly beating heart. "You do know that it's rude to barge in a lady's room while she's getting her beauty sleep, right?" Celeste asked as she glared at William, who was calmly sipping a cup of coffee in front of her. The elven beauty wasn't really angry at William for barging inside her room, while it was still dark outside. She just wanted to vent out her frustrations for not being able to sleep for the past few days, due to the contents of the letters she had received from the Silver Moon continent. Due to William's sudden appearance, the beautiful elf was still in her nightgown and didn't have the time to change it. Even so, William didn't even spare a glance at her body, and just sipped his coffee in silence. Right now, the half-elf was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty that was seated across him. "Tell me about the situation in the demonic continent." William didn't even bother to answer Celeste's question and jumped straight to the point. "Also, give me the letters that you received. I need to read them as well." Celeste grumpily took a stack of letters out of her storage ring and placed it on the table in front of her. William put his cup down and reached to take the letters that had been responsible for canceling his planned, albeit short, vacation in the port city of Alabaster. A few minutes passed in silence as William read the contents of the letter. He was supposed to arrive earlier, but Ash, Princess Sydney, Chiffon, and Lilith managed to convince him that he should take a few hours of rest first, before going to Hestia Academy. Since he could travel using the power of his lightning strider skill, arriving in the academy in a short amount of time was not a problem for him. Celeste sipped the coffee that Chloe had prepared for her and found it to her liking. This was a novelty for her, who preferred to drink tea most of the time. Several minutes passed before William finished reading all the letters that had come from the Silver Moon continent. The half-elf frowned as he put the stack of letters on the table before looking at Celeste, who had just finished drinking her cup of coffee. So, basically, the oracle of the Rayleigh family foretold that the Prince of Darkness will awaken soon, and it will take place in the demonic continent, William stated. It doesn't state who the prince was, or where exactly in the demonic land he will make his appearance. There is also no time frame, and only the word soon indicates that it will be happening in the near future. The frown on William's face deepened as he looked at Celeste, who was looking back at him with a serious expression on her face. The two looked at each other for a full minute before the half-elf voiced the question he had in his mind. "What exactly do you want me to do?" William asked. Celeste took out a map from her storage ring and laid it on the table for William to see. "This map was given to me by my sister before she went to the demonic lands," Celeste explained. "You don't have to worry about the accuracy of this map because it was made by a demigod who likes to travel. Also, that demigod is my sister's master, which makes her your grandmaster." William nodded his head to acknowledge Celeste's words. There was a time when Celine had briefly explained to him about the old and ugly hag, who had raised her with love and care during her stay in the demonic continent. It was for this reason that Celine went to the demonic continent to find her master, in order to talk to her one last time, and say her final farewell before the prophecy of the Dark Prince came to pass. "What I want you to do is go to the wicked thorn forest where my sister has gone to look for her master," Celeste stated. "Her master is a demigod, so for now her safety is assured. However, things will change once the prophesied prince is born. You already know that one of us is meant to become that bastard's bride, and no matter what we do, we will not be able to fight our fates. However, all hope is not lost. As long as you can bring her here to Hestia Academy, before that bastard appears, the protection of this place will keep him at bay. This is also why I am staying in the academy. While I am here, no harm will come to me." William eyed the map where the wicked thorn forest was located. It was a very dangerous place to go to, and it was located in the northwestern region of the demonic lands. The only reason why Celine was able to go there instantly was due to the special artifact that her master, the old hag Baba Yaga, had given her as a gift. Without it, it would have taken her at least 2 months to reach her destination because of its distance from the central continent. The half-elf scratched his head as he tried to conceive a plan on how to reach his destination. It was at that moment when a beam of light shot out from William's chest and reappeared beside him. Chiffon glanced at the map on the table with an anxious expression on her face. Before meeting William, she had spent the majority of her life within the demonic realm. If possible, she didn't want to return, but since her husband was planning to go there, she would help him to the best of her abilities. "As long as we don't wander into the central plains of the demon realm, we will mostly be fine," Chiffon commented as she looked at the map. "The demonic continent has 4 demigods in it. One resides in the central plains, one in the west, one in the south, and the last in the northeastern regions." Chiffon pointed the location of the demigods on the map based on her memory. During her stay in the demonic lands, she would often go to the library to read books in order to escape her brothers and sisters. Just like Chloe, Chiffon had a photographic memory, and she could easily recall things that she had seen, heard, read, or experienced. Using the knowledge she possessed, she immediately drafted a route, while using a marker that William had handed to her. "The demonic general's forces are focused on the south," Chiffon continued her explanation. This is in preparation for any possible invasion by the humans into the demonic continent, as well as their stronghold for a preemptive strike on the human lands. Wait! William interjected his wife's explanation because he had a question to ask. Did the humans try to invade the demonic lands? Yes. Chiffon and Celeste replied in unison. After your father dealt with the demonic invasion, the empires of humanity used that opportunity to try to conquer the demonic lands. Celeste explained like the professor she was. The humans succeeded and would have probably taken more lands, but their plans were single-handedly ruined by the strongest demigod in the demonic continent, which is none other than my sister's master, Baba Yaga. Celeste took a short break and took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee that Claire had given her. After wetting her throat, she resumed her explanation, which allowed William to understand the history of the place he was about to visit. After a series of negotiations, the seriously injured demon lord was forced to pay a vast amount of resources in order to ransom the lands that the humans had taken from them, Celeste narrated. However, this only happened because Baba Yaga had intervened. Due to her presence, the humans were forced to give up their lands in return for resources exclusive to the demonic continent. After regaining their lands, the demon lord, along with his remaining generals, had turned the entire southern region into a shield, as well as a sword that is always aimed outward. In short, your greatest obstacle is infiltrating their lands from the south. As long as you are able to bypass their blockade, you will be able to explore the demonic lands with relative ease, as long as you stick to the eastern regions of the continent. Chiffon, who listened to the side, held William's hand and pointed at the southern part of the map. A demigod guards the southern regions, Chiffon said. Although it isn't as strong as Baba Yaga, it is the second strongest demigod in the demonic continent. It will be hard to bypass him unless you can hoodwink his senses. William rubbed his chin as he looked at the map in front of him. Although he had 2 job classes that could make his rank jump to the demigod level, he was not too keen on having a direct confrontation with the demonic race. It was also at that moment when the half-elf realized that he was overthinking things. Although he couldn't use the Einherjar job class, he could use his vampire progenitor job class to blend in with the demons without arousing suspicions. He just needed to change the color of his hair and adjust his facial features a bit, which could easily be solved with a few potions from the god shop. Having thought of the perfect way to infiltrate the demigod's surveillance, William and Chiffon decided on the route they would take, just in case his cover was blown. Although the half-elf was confident in his acting skills, he was not conceited enough to think that his plan was foolproof. After leaving Celeste's room, William went to the Academy's garden to think. The sun was about to rise, and the garden was one of the few places in Hestia Academy where you could see it rise from the east. Standing beside him was Chiffon, Princess Sydney, Ash, and Lilith. Each of them were beautiful in their own right, and anyone that saw them standing beside William would definitely curse the half-elf and his 7 generations for having such beauties by his side. Will, as much as I would like to go with you to the demonic continent, I can't, Lilith said as she glanced to her right side. I need to go back to the Amazon Empire and talk to my mother about our relationship. The Amazon princess then walked towards the half-elf and wrapped her arms around his waist. She then kissed his lips for a few seconds before pulling back. Please be careful. Lilith gazed at William with a loving gaze. After spending time with William in the Deadlands, the Amazon princess no longer wished to share the red-headed teenager with her sisters back in the Amazon Empire. Truth be told, Empress Andraste wanted her other daughters, aside from Lilith, to procreate with William also. If Lilith wasn't able to seduce the half-elf, then Empress Andraste would resort to other means to drag the red-headed teenager to her empire whether he liked it or not. The Amazon princess understood how her mother thinks because she had done this multiple times in the past. All the promising prodigies all over the central continent would find themselves kidnapped by an elite group, whose sole purpose was to take them back to the Ares Empire. Of course, Empress Andraste wouldn't keep these prodigies in her territory for long. After she made sure that her warriors were pregnant, she would send these prodigies back to their homes loaded with treasures and other precious artifacts for their troubles. Because of this, the rulers of the various kingdoms and empires turned a blind eye to the Amazons' way of doing things. For them, as long as their geniuses were returned safely, a short vacation to the lands of the Amazons was considered as a good thing. This also allowed them to gain favors from Empress Andraste, which she would honor as a way to keep everyone happy. This was one of the reasons why Lilith wanted to return home. She was afraid that, because she had been gone for a long time, her mother might have decided that she had failed, and would soon send an elite unit to hunt William down. Truth be told, she wasn't worried about her beloved. What she was worried about was that the Amazon warriors who would be sent to abduct him would suffer a tragic end. William kissed Lilith's forehead before nodding his head. He knew that Lilith had responsibilities as the princess of the Amazons, so he wouldn't force her to accompany him. Also, he didn't know how dangerous this journey to the demonic continent would be. For him, it was best for Lilith to not involve herself in this dangerous mission. "Tell your mother that when everything is over, I will have a private talk with her," William stated as he looked at Lilith with a serious expression. "Please remind her not to do anything underhanded. I don't want to hurt your people. Also, feel free to visit the Thousand Beasts domain anytime." Lilith lightly touched her earring before nodding her head. "I know. I will visit the Thousand Beasts domain so that you won't miss me too much." "Good." William smiled. "I'll be waiting for you." Lilith was about to say more, but she was interrupted when Princess Sydney cleared her throat. The succubus princess pried Lilith's hands off William and pulled him away. Do you want me to accompany you?" Princess Sydney asked. "Although I haven't been to the demonic continent, I've read many things about it. Perhaps my knowledge could be put to good use if I go with you." William firmly shook his head after hearing Princess Sydney's proposal. "Just stay here in the academy, Sydney," William replied. "You're too beautiful, and that will surely attract a lot of attention. If you go with me, wouldn't that make me the enemy of all the demons that we meet along the way? Did you also forget what happened in the southern continent? They tried to abduct as many teenagers as possible to be used as broodmares to increase their numbers. I'm sure that they would try to kidnap you the first opportunity they got." William still hadn't forgotten what had happened many years ago when the demons attacked the Hellon Royal Academy. If not for the fact that his Gramps, and the other veterans of Lant, had intervened, the demons might have succeeded in their nefarious plans. Fortunately they didn't, and because of that, they were forced to acquire the broodmares they needed through the slave traders and the black market. Being beautiful is a sin. Princess Sydney flipped her hair in order to imitate William when he was being narcissistic. "It's not my fault I was born beautiful." The corner of William's lips twitched after the succubus princess imitated one of his trademark lines. Even so, he forgave her because Princess Sydney didn't lie. She was really beautiful to the point that any man or woman would be captivated by her, if she wished for it. "I'll stay with Sydney," Ash commented from the side. "I know that you'll be worried if I leave her to her own devices. Also, someone needs to look after her when her sin suddenly flares up." "Thank you, Ash," William smiled. "You really understand me." "Of course I do. You and I share the same heart." Princess Sydney, Ash, and Lilith then turned to look at the pink-haired girl who was staring at the mountains in the east. Right now, the only one that could accompany William to the demonic lands was none other than Chiffon, so the three ladies wanted to entrust the half-elf to her. Sensing her sister's stares, Chiffon turned around and nodded her head in understanding. "Leave him to me," Chiffon declared. "I will not let him cheat on us during this trip." The three girls nodded their heads in satisfaction, while the half-elf scratched his head in helplessness. He wanted to protest that he wasn't a womanizer, but after realizing that he already had 5 wives and several fiancées, the red-headed teenager was forced to swallow his words and kept it to himself. It was at that moment when the sun rose from the east and bathed the world with its first rays of light. Ash, Princess Sydney, Chiffon, and Lilith all moved to hold on to William as they stared at the beautiful scene in front of them. This was the last time that the 5 of them would look at the sunrise together before the red-headed teenager left for the demonic continent. Although none of them voiced it out loud, they hoped with every fiber of their being that they may be reunited with their beloved in this place, and gaze at the sunrise together once again. After watching the sunrise with his wives and fiancé, William went to find Zhu and Sha because he thought that bringing them along was a good idea. Both of them were demons, so if he needed some backup in the demonic continent, the two of them would be perfect for the job and wouldn't arouse any suspicions from the locals. Soon, the time of parting came and Ash, Princess Sydney, Lilith, and Celeste stood at the gates of the academy to bid him goodbye. However, for some reason Princess Ayla, Princess Eowyn, Kenneth, and Pearl were also there. The three other ladies and gentlemen didn't know where William was planning to go because it was confidential. They just noticed that the half-elves group was headed towards the gate, so they followed behind them. Naturally, William's group stayed mum about the mission and simply bid their goodbyes to the red-headed teenager. Princess Ayla, on the other hand, had a complicated look on her face as she looked at William. She had wanted to ask him a question, but the latter was leaving before she could have a proper talk with him. In the end, she decided not to say anything and just wait for him to return. She believed that talking about her dreams right now would just make things complicated, and she didn't want the other party to think that she was making a big thing out of nothing. Elliot and Conan wouldn't be accompanying William this time around. They would stay in the academy and keep him informed about the events that were happening. "Take care, Will," Elliot said. "If you need our help again, don't hesitate to call us. Kakik, no matter where you are, no matter where you go, our bonds will connect us together," Conan declared as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Even if you are going to fight against the Demon Lord, we will stand with you without fail. So, don't hesitate to summon us anytime." William grinned as he shared a fist bump with his two familiars. He had experienced what it was like to be a true familiomancer when Elliot and Conan merged with him. Without the two of them, fighting against the gigantic pseudogod Apophis might have been more difficult if the red-headed teenager had fought him alone. As William was about to leave, Kenneth walked towards him with a determined expression on his face. "I'm going with you," Kenneth said. "Ha!" William eyed the delicate-looking elf with a surprised expression on his face. Kenneth moved closer and handed William a piece of paper. The half-elf was curious about what his ex-roommate planned to do, so he took the paper and read its contents. "I know that you are headed to the demonic continent to look for your master, Celine. The Saintess wanted me to accompany you on your journey and ensure that you are safe. Please bring me along. I promise I won't get in your way." William glanced at Kenneth, then back at the paper in his hands. After pondering things for a bit, he then nodded his head. Elves were quite common in the demonic continent because most of them were captured slaves. Having Kenneth around might help with his disguise, so having him around would also be a good thing. Also, Kenneth's ability was quite useful. Although he still hadn't experienced it, Princess Sydney and Ash acknowledged that it was a very troublesome ability that could turn the tides of battles if used properly. "You can come with me, but on one condition," William said as he took out an item from his storage ring that he had secretly bought from the god shop a few seconds ago. "You are going to wear this collar." Princess Eowyn's and Pearl's bodies stiffened when they saw the silver collar in William's hand. On their way to the gate, Kenneth had told them that he would accompany the half-elf on his journey because it was a mission given to him by the Saintess. As the princess of the elven race, Princess Eowyn had no right to prevent Kenneth from doing his mission, especially a mission that came from the Saintess, whose rank was second only to the King of the Elves. Pearl was also tempted to go, but Kenneth dissuaded her. Princess Eowyn couldn't be left alone without a guard to protect her. So Charmaine's older sister got the short end of the stick and could only do what she was told. Contrary to what everyone expected, Kenneth only nodded his head and didn't reject William's condition. "Okay," Kenneth replied without batting an eye. "Put it on my neck. Are you sure about this?" "I trust you." William smiled because he didn't expect Kenneth to have complete faith in him. The collar in his hands was indeed a slave collar, but its effect was similar to the collar of Wisteria. Anyone who wore it for a period of time would gain immunity from enslavement spells and would no longer be able to be enslaved in the future. After securely placing the collar on Kenneth's neck, William smudged a drop of his blood on its surface. The collar glowed faintly as it registered the half-elf as Kenneth's new master, which made the elven princess look at him with a serious expression on her face. For elves, being enslaved was a very tragic thing. No sane elf would allow anyone to enslave them, so she wondered why Kenneth agreed to such a thing. Even though she knew that the son of the Saintess wasn't a bad person, it still left a bad aftertaste in her mouth. Good. William nodded. Now you can accompany me. Let's go. William then glanced at his wives and lovers one last time before waving his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he saw some movement at the corner of his eye, which made him pause. A flying ship that was used to ferry people from the city to the academy appeared in his vision. This was a very common occurrence in Hestia Academy because most of the students used this mode of transportation to leave and return to the academy. For some reason, William felt that this was no ordinary ship, so the half-elf narrowed his eyes to take a better look at it. Standing on the ship's deck, an otherworldly beauty with long light blue hair stood with a smile on her face. Beside her, several Angorian goats gathered and were looking at the gates of the academy with excited expressions on their faces. They had already sensed that the red-headed teenager was close by, so they all gathered beside the beautiful lady with two horns protruding on her head because she was the leader of their herd. William stood rooted in shock when his gaze landed on the beautiful lady, who was looking back at him with a smile. He had already seen her once, and that encounter was something that he couldn't possibly forget in a short period of time. Amalthea, William muttered as the ship drew near. He didn't know if he was dreaming or not, because the lady in front of him was someone who had already turned into a constellation. The change in the half-elf's expression was noticed by everyone, so they also looked in the direction he was looking in. When Ash saw the familiar-looking lady on the ship's deck, her eyes widened in surprise because she never expected that William's foster mother would come to Hestia Academy to look for him. William looked at Amalthea with a dumbfounded expression on his face because he didn't expect to see her in this place and time. There was never an instance where he dreamed that he would meet that beautiful lady again. But lo and behold, she was now standing right in front of him, with a gentle smile on her face that made William's heart skip a beat. Optimus, I'm not dreaming, right? William asked the system just to make sure that he was not seeing things. You're not dreaming. Then, is she who I think she is? William inquired. His gaze then landed on the goats that were standing beside her, and a confused look appeared on his face. Also, are those my goats? Why are they with her? Where is Ella? It would be best if you ask that lady your questions. I'm sure that she will definitely give you the answer you are looking for. Optimus didn't want to confirm or deny any of William's suspicions. The system had been in the know that Ella was special, but it didn't know her exact origin. Only when William had met Dias, in that alternate world, did Optimus realize who the red-headed teenager's foster mother really was. Ash glanced at Ella, then back at William with a complicated look on her face. Seeing William's confusion, she was confident that he was also not aware about her true appearance. This made her believe that Ella had finally chosen this time to show William who she really was because he had already reached an age where he would be able to cope with this shocking revelation. Princess Sydney, Chiffon, and Lilith, who still hadn't met Ella in the past, frowned. The way the half-elf was looking at the light blue-haired lady, whose beauty slightly surpassed that of Princess Sydney, raised alarm bells in their heads. As soon as the flying ship docked at the port, the blue-haired lady stepped out on the makeshift bridge with steady steps. But deep inside, she wanted to run towards William and give him a tight hug. Naturally, the Angorian goats followed behind her, which caused a scene in the entrance of the academy. The boys who saw Ella were mesmerized by her beauty, which made them forget the fact that several fluffy, white goats were following behind her, like little ducklings following their mother. The girls, on the other hand, ignored Ella and focused their attention on the goats, which gave them the strong urge to hug and cuddle them. Ella stopped a few meters away from William and gazed at him with tenderness. It had been a while since she had last seen him, and the adorable little baby she had raised with love and care was now a handsome teenager who had made many achievements that took the world by storm. "It's been a long time, Will," Ella said with a smile. "Won't you give me a hug?" William didn't respond right away. Instead, he looked at the light blue-haired lady in front of him with a serious expression on his face. "You are Amalthea, right?" William inquired. "Yes," Ella replied. An amused expression appeared on her face. "Originally, She planned to reveal her identity to William right off the bat, but seeing the look on his face gave her the strong urge to tease him for a bit. "Didn't you turn into a constellation?" William asked again. "Also, what are you doing here? Why are you with my goats? Where is Ella?" The half-elf had long scanned the group of goats and didn't see his foster mother among them. This made him a bit anxious, but watching the reactions of Kronos and the others, it made William feel that something wasn't right. "The answer to your first question is yes. I did turn into a constellation," Ella replied with a mischievous smile that made everyone who saw it feel their hearts skip a beat. "As to why I am here, I came here to meet you. Kronos and the others traveled with me from the southern continent because they missed you as well. As to where Ella is..." Ella paused as she gave William a pouting look that made his heart tremble. "Don't you recognize me, Will?" Ella asked. It was only a simple question, and yet the aftershock it caused was profound. Princess Sydney was a smart person, and even though the beautiful lady in front of her didn't say anything explicit, it was very easy for her to connect the dots. As someone who had interacted with William in the southern continent after the war, she had seen him tending to the goats from time to time. When Ella glanced in her direction, the succubus princess' mouth opened wide in disbelief. The lady's action confirmed her suspicion, and it made him question whether or not she was going crazy. William's reaction was more profound than Princess Sydney's. As someone who had spent a lot of time with his foster mother, he already understood many things about her. Although he didn't notice it right away due to the lady's overwhelming presence, it was only a matter of time before he realized who she really was. "And Mama?" William asked. Although he was still half in doubt, his gut instinct was telling him that he was right. Ella didn't answer right away. Instead, she remained silent as if digesting the endearment that William had used to call her when he was still young. It had been several years since the half-elf had called her in this manner, and she was half tempted to spoil him like she did back then. "Yes," Ella replied. "However, you're already old. You no longer need to call me in that manner. Just call me Ella from now on." William's pupils shrank after hearing the confirmation of the lady that was in front of him. His mind froze for several moments as he tried to digest the big revelation that shook his entire being. "Optimus? Am I dreaming? No, that is really Ella, the goat that fed you milk and raised you until your early teenage years." William was still in a state of shock that he didn't notice that Ella had already walked up to him. Only when the beautiful lady had hugged him did he finally understand that everything he had seen and heard was real. "What's wrong?" Ella whispered in William's ears. "Are you so happy to see me that you forgot how to speak? Or perhaps you want to drink some milk first? If it's the latter, then I'm afraid that we'll have to postpone that until it's just the two of us. I don't want to be attacked by these beautiful ladies, who have already made their vows to follow you for life." Her tone was laced with mischief as she eyed William's lovers who were looking at her as if they had seen their ultimate love rival. They didn't know if she was joking or not. However, one thing was clear. There was no way that they would just sit by and watch as the otherworldly beauty give their husband a taste of her precious milk. William didn't know what to do or what to think. He didn't even hear Ella teasing him about drinking her milk again. Right now, his mind was in a mess. It was not easy for him to accept that his foster mother was actually the goddess that he had seen in Dias' world. "Back then, Dias threw a feast to honor my arrival," William muttered as he stood rooted on the ground. "All I drank was wine, which was served by Hebe. However, when I woke up, I tasted milk on my lips. Was that your doing?" Ella pulled back a little to gaze at William's eyes. She didn't have any intention of hiding that part from him, so she nodded her head and admitted that it was her doing. "Have you been hiding your true form since I was a baby?" William asked. This time, Ella shook her head. "When we first met, I have no recollection of who I was," Ella answered, meeting William's gaze head-on. This was her way of showing his foster son that she wasn't lying as she continued her explanation. "I only remembered a bit when you gave me this." Ella lightly tapped the silver bell on her neck. It was the gift that the god of shepherd, David, had given him many years ago, and the half-elf had given it to Ella as a gift. "I know you have a lot of questions, and I am willing to answer them all," Ella said softly. But this is not the place for such a discussion. Should we go someplace more private? It was at this moment when William remembered where they were. Several students had already gathered just inside the gate and watched the otherworldly beauty with dazed expressions, while inwardly cursing at William for gaining another beauty to add to his harem. If looks could kill, the half-elf would have already died 1,000,000 times over. William scratched his head as he thought of a way to solve this problem. He was supposed to go to the demonic continent, but with Ella's appearance, his plan suddenly halted midway. Sensing his internal struggle, Ella decided to take the initiative and held William's hand. "Come with me," Ella said as he pulled William towards the flying ship. "This ship belongs to me, so we can talk inside without worrying about others hearing our conversation." William nodded and allowed himself to be led to the flying ship by the beautiful lady, whose delicate hands made him feel warm and content. Chiffon hurriedly followed behind him because she had no intention of letting her husband go anywhere with a lady whom she hadn't met before. Kenneth followed behind her. Although it didn't show on his face, he was equally shocked at the revelation that he had seen and heard. He knew who Ella was and also understood how deeply William cared for her. Back then, when they were still in the Hellon Royal Academy, the half-elf had fought for the right to have her stay in the same room as him, which had shocked many students from the martial division. He was very curious about how things would turn out now that Ella had finally reunited with William. The silver-haired elf could sense that things weren't going to be peaceful now that the half-elf's foster mother had arrived on the scene. Zhu and Sha, on the other hand, didn't know about Ella. For them, as long as the beautiful lady didn't show any malice or threaten William, they would not do anything to harm her. Of course, as individuals who had spent over 1,000 years in the celestial realm, they could feel the divinity that radiated from Ella's body. They knew that if they were to really fight her, the chances of them winning were close to zero. More than anything else, they were very curious about how such an individual became William's foster mother. Both of them knew that the red-headed teenager was different from the rest, but they didn't expect that his foster mama was a former high-ranking goddess. Although much of her powers were gone, someone like her was an existence that could never be provoked by any mortal living under the heavens. When the ship finally left the port, the crowd that had gathered at the entrance finally dispersed. Ash, Princess Sydney, and Lilith looked at the flying ship with worry, while Princess Owen, Princess Ayla, and Pearl looked at it with curious gazes. The three had only heard bits and pieces of William's and Ella's conversation, but what they heard was enough to shock them to the core, especially Princess Ayla and Princess Owen, who had seen the goat Ella back in the southern continent. "Is this one of your wives?" Ella asked as she eyed Chiffon. "She looks adorable." The pink-haired girl didn't reply and simply latched onto William, while looking at Ella with suspicion. She was like a mother hen protecting her chick, and would not allow a random stranger, especially someone more beautiful, endowed with well-shaped breasts and a curvaceous figure, who made her feel inferior, take him from her. "Yes," William replied. "Her name is Chiffon. She is my third wife, Ella." Ella raised an eyebrow. "Third wife? How many wives do you have now?" She knew that William was being chased by many girls, and she didn't mind him having many wives. But, as someone who had raised him, she didn't want the half-elf to end up like Dias, who was an expert skirt chaser. "Right now I have 5 wives," William replied, "and 3 fiancés. You already know who Est is, so I won't say anything more about her. There is also the Amazon princess, Lilith, whom I have recognized as my fiancé. The last one is my master, Celine. Although we didn't talk much about our relationship, as her first man, I have to take responsibility for my actions. So 5 wives and 3 fiancés," Ella nodded. "I met with Est before I left the southern continent. She misses you terribly, so you should go and visit her as soon as possible. As for Celine, I had a feeling that you will definitely make her yours once you grow up." Ella, actually I plan to go to the demonic continent to look for Celine," William stated. "There is this elven prophecy which talks about this prince of darkness. My goal is to find Celine and bring her to Hestia Academy, so she can hide behind its walls until the prophecy's duration comes to an end." When Ella heard about the elven prophecy, She didn't say anything and simply nodded her head. She was aware of this prophecy when William was still young. Right now, the prophecy was about to become a reality. Ella knew that once that being made her move, the laws of the world would be flipped, and no one under the heavens would be able to stop her from doing what she wanted. "I will go with you to the demonic continent," Ella said with a firmness that wouldn't take no for an answer. "Let's find Celine and get her out of there. The sooner you are behind the walls of Hestia Academy, the safer you will be." "Okay." William nodded. The half-elf thought that Ella was talking about Celine's safety. However, he failed to realize that Ella wasn't talking about the beautiful elf who had taught William dark magic. No, she was talking about his safety. As the flying ship changed course and headed towards the demonic continent, a certain primordial goddess chuckled from high above the temple of the 10,000 gods. Although a single move from her could make her wishes a reality, she deemed that it would be too boring to do that. Since that was the case, she decided to just watch from the sidelines and see how the events would unfold. From her obsidian throne, the goddess gazed into the void. A small frown appeared on her beautiful face as someone caught her attention. "Looks like we will have some gatecrashers this time around," the primordial goddess said softly. "Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. I just have to see whether or not you are willing to take that step, so that the gamble between the two of us can finally see the light of day." As someone who had lived since time immemorial, she understood more than anything else that even the most well-thought-out plans could easily be shattered when a third, uninvited party arrived at the scene and messed everything up. "Did he leave?" Byron, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, asked Celeste, who was standing in front of him. "Yes," Celeste answered. "He's now headed towards the demonic continent." Byron sighed as he stood up from his seat and looked outside of his window. He gazed in the direction of the demonic continent as a frown appeared on his face. Inside Hestia Academy, his words were law, and anyone who dared oppose him would find themselves in big trouble. However, right now, that same man who stood above the continent felt weariness deep in his bones. An unprecedented event was about to happen, and even now, he still wondered if he made the right decision in sending William to the demon lands to retrieve Celine and bring her back to the academy so that she could be protected. "Celeste, I considered sealing William inside this academy," Byron stated. "However, I also know that it will be an unfair thing to do to him. Right now, he is just one among the many candidates that is suspected of becoming the prophesied prince. If I really lock him up, he might come to hate me and the academy. As the son of the dungeon conqueror and the ruler of the floor of Asgard, many expectations and responsibilities are placed on his shoulders. Locking him up will just breed resentment, and, if I angered him, I'm afraid that even if he is not the prophesied prince, I will be creating an enemy that will not lose to that prophecy." Celeste quieted down. As someone who was more deeply involved in the prophecy than most, she also shared the same thoughts as the headmaster. When she first came to see William, her intention was to gauge whether he was indeed the prophesied prince. However, after interacting with him, she wished more than anything else that she was wrong. While she represented the virtue of chastity, Celeste didn't mind getting her hands dirty in order to protect herself and her sister from the person that was said to claim one of them as his bride. There was a time when she was tempted to end William's life, as well as the lives of the other candidates, in order to prevent the prophecy from coming true. However, she just couldn't take it upon herself in killing innocent people just to protect herself. Deep inside, she was afraid that doing so was a mistake. If she really killed them, and they turned out to be innocent, Celeste knew that the guilt she would feel would haunt her for the rest of her life. "Headmaster, what are the chances of William being the one in the prophecy?" Celeste asked. This was the question that she wanted to know the answer to more than anyone else in the world. If the boy, whom her sister had chosen to be her only disciple, and the person who had also gained the Familimancer job class just like her, turned out to be their enemy, then it would just be too ironic, to say the least. "His chances of being the one in the prophecy?" Byron snorted. "The same as everyone else, 50-50. Right now, there are 200 possible candidates that the agents of our academy have found. Perhaps there are more in some reclusive regions that even our eyes cannot see." Celeste, I'm saying this now. Don't leave the academy anytime soon. As long as you are here, you will be safe. But beyond these walls, you're just as defenseless as a newborn babe. No matter how strong Chloe is, or how smart Claire is, they won't be enough to save you. Perhaps the only saving grace for you is that 50% chance that the chosen bride will be your sister and not you. Although it is a bit hard to swallow, this is the only protection that can be afforded to you, if and when that prophesied time comes. Byron sighed for the second time as he returned to his chair. If he could be high-handed, he would forcefully abduct everyone on the list and have them all sealed in the deepest prison under the academy. What are the elves up to? Byron inquired. They must be making preparations on their end as well, no? Celeste nodded. I received a letter from my grandfather saying that the elves are fortifying the defenses on the outer perimeter of the Silverwind continent. They are also building large-scale magic barriers that will cover the land and sky of the ancestral lands. Although I don't know how much help these will be in the future, it is still better than doing nothing. Aside from that, they are also gathering the prodigies of the young generation so that they can send them to a safe place, just in case the worst-case scenario happens. They are also ramping up the training of the army, so that they will be able to respond to any kind of threats that will come to the Elven lands. The Guardians have also finished recuperating from the injuries they had sustained in the battle on the Silvermoon continent. With them taking the lead, the elves are feeling more hopeful about the supposed tragedy that will befall them. Byron nodded his head in appreciation when he heard what preparations were being made in the Silvermoon continent. Although the elves had suffered a setback in their conquest of the southern continent, they still remained one of the strongest races in the world. Even the humans would have to think twice if they planned to launch an invasion on the Elven lands. It was simply unbelievable to think that a single prince would be able to turn the tables on the elves despite their race's strength and superiority. It's also time for us to make our move, Byron stated. We cannot just sit on the sidelines and watch as things unfold. Tell the Watchers that they are ordered to mobilize the moment something unexpected happens in the demonic continent. Although we cannot openly oppose this new enemy, that doesn't mean that we can't support our allies from the shadows. Celine nodded her head. The time had come to let the strongest warriors of Hestia Academy mobilize. They were the strongest warriors of humanity, and none of them could be taken lightly. The peace and security that Hestia Academy had enjoyed for the past hundreds of years was all due to their relentless effort in weeding out the threats and nipping them in the bud, before they could even grow strong enough to cause harm to the world that they called home. And so it begins. The Emperor of the Creter Empire, Emperor Leonidas, muttered as he read the report given to him by the Grand Archmage Evexius. He had ordered everyone to leave the throne room because the things that they needed to discuss were of the utmost importance. Within the Creter Empire, only the throne room of the royal palace was the safest place to discuss such matters because of the quintuplet layers of protection that had been embedded within its walls. All the kingdoms and empires in the central continent are prioritizing the defense of their respective territories, Evexius stated. It's really funny how a prophecy, that is not even related to us, can cause such things to escalate in this manner. It is as if everyone is preparing for an invasion that will raze the continent to the ground. Emperor Leonidas shook his head. Although you laugh at them for doing such a thing, I can't do the same, old friend. As a ruler, it is my noble obligation to ensure that my kingdom will be safe from harm. After you leave this room, make sure to summon the generals that watch over our borders. We also need to increase the number of men manning the walls of our fortresses, just in case our worst fears come to light. Evexius nodded his head. Should we also ask an elite force to escort Princess Sydney back here to the Creter Empire? That won't be necessary. There is no safer place on the continent than Hestia Academy. I'm even tempted to send all of my grandchildren there to take shelter for the time being. Your Majesty, this is a prophecy that targeted the elves. Surely, we don't need to make these kinds of preparations on our end. Emperor Leonidas leaned back on his throne as he lightly tapped its armrest. Old friend, as much as I want to agree with you, there is this nagging feeling at the back of my head that I can't ignore, Emperor Leonidas explained. I might just be overthinking things, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The demonic continent has also been quite active as of late. Need I remind you that we are the second closest empire to its borders? If that bastard demon lord suddenly feels the need to invade the human continent, our empire will be the second one to clash with him. Avexius frowned. But, aren't you and the current demon lord friends? Friends? Emperor Leonidas scoffed. I'd rather dine with murderers and criminals than to call that person a friend. I'm sure that all these years, he has wanted to stab me in the back repeatedly. If not for the fact that I am constantly on my guard against him, that bastard might have already succeeded in what he planned to do. Is this because of April? Avexius inquired. He already knew about the feud between Emperor Leonidas and the Demon Lord. Chiffon coming to the Creter Empire to study was mostly because of Emperor Leonidas' concern for the last living proof of his strong feelings for Chiffon's mother, April. This has nothing to do with April, Emperor Leonidas answered. Old friend, just believe me and make the necessary preparations. After several years of peace, I'm afraid that the order of the continent is about to shatter once again. Inside the Thousand Beasts domain, the Angorian goats grazed happily on the grass that William had procured from the god shop. He had planted these grasses on the plains of his domain in huge numbers because there were several members of his herd that were herbivores. The trip went pretty smooth at first, but they encountered a few problems along the way. According to Ella, she had noticed several presences paying close attention to their journey, so William had personally dealt with these observers and knocked them unconscious. In order to be low-key, William ordered Soleil to fly high above the heavens and head to the borders of the demonic continent, while William, Ella, Chiffon, Zhu, Sha, and the goats waited inside the Thousand Beasts domain. This was the only way that he could think of to evade the eyes of those who were paying close attention to their movements. Right now, William was currently lying on Ella's lap as he told her everything he had done. The two of them were away from each other. Back when he was little, he would often take a nap while lying on her soft and fluffy coat. Now he was lying on her long, smooth legs, which were surprisingly comfortable. After coming to know that Ella was William's foster mother, all the hostilities that Chiffon and Lilith felt earlier disappeared completely. In fact, the two were even doing their best to stay on good terms with their mother-in-law, even though Ella only served as William's foster mother when he was young. Princess Sydney had also come to accept this shocking revelation. However, seeing that Ella was a level more beautiful than her, she was paying close attention to the interaction between the mother and son pair. Although everything looked amiable on the surface, the succubus princess noticed the loving gazes that the two shared with each other. This gaze was very different from the one William gave his wives and lovers, and it made her feel a bit jealous to see how special Ella was in her husband's heart. This can't be helped. How can we possibly measure up against someone who raised him since he was a baby? The way I see it, it's just familiar love, Sydney. Don't think too much on how they interact with each other. I know. I'm just feeling a bit insecure. Princess Sydney admitted her feelings to her other half. Times like this make me realize that, even though I've studied many things about Darling, there are still parts that I have missed. This is one of your bad habits. You overanalyze things. Just be yourself and interact with our mother-in-law. The way I see it, she's perfectly fine with William having many wives. When William told her about his meeting with his future daughters, Ella was genuinely surprised and happy for him. She couldn't be that bad, right? That's true. Princess Sydney nodded. Although she and the other girls, besides Chiffon, couldn't accompany William on his journey, they could still meet him in the Thousand Beasts domain anytime they wanted. Deep inside, everyone was very happy with this arrangement. But the latest report we got from our spy is a bit concerning, Princess Sydney stated. The demon race is building up their forces along their borders. Although it is still too early to tell, these are the telltale signs that they had plans to invade. Should we warn the Creter Empire about what is happening? Do you think Grandfather already knows about this? Although I think he already knows, it will be best if we still send him a report just to be on the safe side. Over 1 million-strong demon army is now gathering at the borders. I'm very sure that their numbers are going to increase still. Although she had refrained from charming people en masse, Princess Sydney had still some people planted in the different factions in the world that provided her with regular updates on what was happening in their respective territories. As someone who always prioritized information battles, this was something that she took upon herself as William's wife. Her husband was a very capable individual, and the only thing she could do to match his brawn was her brains. After receiving a report about what is happening all over the world, Princess Sydney had come up with one conclusion. Something big was happening in the demonic continent. Whatever that thing was, she was sure that her husband would find out about it soon enough. Seated in the throne room of the palace, the demon lord, as well as Chiffon's father, Lucille, eyed his eldest son, Felix, with a serious expression on his face. "Is it true that the ancient ruins have been found?" Lucille asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," Felix answered. "I swear upon my life that what I said is true." Lucille snorted as he slammed his fist on the armrest of his throne. "Your life is worthless. What I need are results. Tell me, how far have your subordinates explored the ruins?" Felix gritted his teeth as he answered his father's questions. "Not far. The entrance has a very powerful array that only allows those who wield dark magic to enter. Then send all the demons who can wield dark magic to investigate," Lucille stated. "We already did, Your Majesty," Felix replied. "However, none of them have come out yet. We are still waiting for the results of their investigation." Lucille raised an eyebrow as he listened to his son's report. "None of them have come out? How long have they been inside the ruins?" 2 weeks. We haven't heard from them since." 2 weeks. The demon lord rubbed his chin as he pondered on what this meant for the demon kingdom. There were only 2 possibilities that he could think of. The first one was that the demons who entered the ruins had all died. The second one was that they had found something incredible inside and were unable to come out due to certain circumstances. For Lucille, the second option was the best option because not only did it bode well for his kingdom, it also meant that they were one step closer to having their revenge. "How is the search for the candidates in our domain going?" Lucille asked. "How many have you gathered?" "All 33 candidates have been gathered and are currently waiting outside of the ancient ruins," Felix answered. "As soon as our explorers have returned, we will continue with Phase 2 of our plans." "Very good. At least you can do something decent if you try hard enough." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lucille made a gesture for Felix to leave, and the latter was more than happy to leave the throne room as fast as he could. When the prince of the demon kingdom passed through the doors, one of the ministers that had stayed silent voiced their opinion. "Your Majesty, after we discovered the ancient ruins, the level of magic power in our domain has increased by 200%. This is the perfect opportunity to cultivate the young talents that will play a major role in our glorious conquest of the central continent." Another minister stepped forward and bowed in front of Lucille before voicing his opinion as well. "Your Majesty, the humans, elves, and the other races have noticed the movements of our armies," the minister said. "I think mobilizing our forces to increase the defenses of our strongholds in the south of our domain was a premature move on our part. Not only did it alert the forces in the central continent, they also doubled the number of soldiers manning their fortresses, which are on the borders of our kingdom." Lucille scoffed at the minister, which made the latter subconsciously take a step back. "You call my decision premature?" Lucille asked in a tone that reeked of killing intent. "You dare question my order?" "And no, Your Majesty. I only think that we should have—" The minister wasn't able to finish his words because a bastard sword had embedded itself in his chest. Right behind him, a demon with red skin snarled as it pushed the minister's body away, making him fall face first on the floor. "Our Lord never makes a mistake," the demon with red skin stated. "You're just too pathetic to understand the reasoning behind it. This kingdom doesn't need pathetic people like you." The minister coughed out a mouthful of blood before he drew his last breath. In his dying moments, he deeply regretted voicing his thoughts for everyone to hear. "The reason why I increased the forces on our borders was to put the humans on alert in order to prevent them from spying on what we are currently doing," Lucille explained to everyone in the throne room. Although he didn't like doing this, the different heads of each demonic clan were present, and he needed to make sure that all of them were with him in this grand undertaking that would make not only the elves, but all the races in the world to tremble in fear when their forces crossed their borders and invaded the rich and fertile lands of the central continent. "Your Majesty is wise," the red-skinned demon praised Lucille with a tone of reverence. "As long as they think that we are going to invade them, they will use all of their manpower to monitor the forces on our border. They won't have enough men to send to try to find out what we are really doing behind the scenes. This is truly a brilliant master plan to use their overly suspicious nature to our advantage." Lucille nodded. Although he didn't like excessive bootlicking, this was part of the politics in the demonic continent. Only those with power had the final say in everything. After losing his arm in the Silvermoon continent fighting against William's father, Maxwell, the Demon Lord had almost lost his seat of power due to uprisings in the Demon Lands after his failure to conquer the Silvermoon continent. Many thought of this as a weakness and tried to usurp him, but all of them failed in the end. Even without his left arm, Lucille's position as Demon Lord wasn't just for show. He also had the skills to back it up, which made all of his adversaries lose their lives under his blade. Since then, those who dared to challenge his position had been biding their time in the shadows. They were just waiting for Lucille to make another mistake, before all of them swooped in for the kill. Right now, what Lucille needed was an overwhelming victory in order to solidify his position as the Lord of all demons. If he can show the demonic clans that he was still capable of leading them, then his position would remain unchallenged. The good news was that the prophecy of the elves had said that the prince would be born in the demonic continent. This meant that he would have the upper hand once this prophecy came to pass. Lucille intended to use the prince candidate to do his bidding and to conquer the Silvermoon continent in his name. Once he had fulfilled his revenge, he would then set his eyes on the human lands, which were ripe for the picking. "It's quite unfortunate that you're no longer alive, Maxwell," Lucille sneered. "I have long dreamed of paying you back for what you did to me." For Lucille, getting his arms cut off by Maxwell was the greatest humiliation of his life. If an opportunity presented itself, he would definitely pay the Dungeon Conqueror tenfold for making his life a living hell ever since that fateful day, more than 19 years ago.